In today's video, I'm going to show you exactly how to land remote jobs, freelance gigs, even corporate jobs, even if you feel unskilled, even if you feel your degree, cannot get you that job, even if you don't have a degree. I will show you exactly step by step how to get that freelance deal, how to land that freelance job, and also how to get a corporate job depending on what path you want to take, right? Because some of you are going to want to work remotely at the comfort of your home, at the comfort of your workspace, at the comfort of from anywhere you can want to work from. And some of you may want to be in a corporate situation, corporate place, whatever. So whatever situation, whatever work, whatever type of a job you're looking for, trust me, I am going to show you exactly step by step how it's done right here. So before I actually dive into this course and start showing you the mechanism, what you need to do, and all of those things, I want to warn you and let you know that this course is going to be a very, very long course. So I want you to pay particular attention, right? Close up all your distractions. If you have a phone next to you, if you are watching TV while listening to me, please, please, please pay particular attention. This may be one of the only, if not the only thing or the only course that you'd basically need in today's age to actually land that freelance deal, get that corporate job or remote job. So please make sure you close any other tab opened on your phone, laptop, or whatever device you are using to watch this training right here, and make sure you are in a place that's silent, a place that's allowing you to focus, and you have a book and a pen where you can actually take down notes, because what I'm going to show you right now is going to be very, 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 very practical, right? I've actually used these very strategies to get myself a corporate job, that I'm currently working at right now. I've used also these very strategies, to partner with some people in the US, some in Canada, some in different parts of the world, right? That I've actually partnered with. So I'm going to show you exactly what I've been able to do, right? So you can also copy the exact same thing that I've done, tweak it a little bit, make it better your own way, and use this very, very, very information to get unlimited opportunities for yourself, right? But if only you could understand this that I'm going to show you right now, trust me, you can get unlimited opportunities, right? Like I said, this is going to be broad. Don't worry if you don't have a degree. Don't worry if at all you feel you are unskilled. I'm going to show you exactly how you can go from unskilled to intermediate in about 1 week to a month, right? And also I'll show you exactly how to be applying for jobs either locally or internationally, depending on what you are looking for, right? Whilst working somewhere, whilst working remotely, whilst doing whatever it is that you are doing right now. So there is no barrier, right? So all of you that are here are qualified. Like I said, this is going to be a very, very long course, and like I said, I want you to have your minds prepared, right? Take down notes. Make sure that whatever I say, whatever I show you right here, you take down notes and you implement, right? Because the most important thing is for you to learn what I'm going to teach you right here, and to go out there and start implementing whatever you are going to learn. Because without implementing these things, trust me, this information is going to be very, very useless, right? So I want you to learn and implement, right? So let's actually dive into the course right now. This course is extracted from my program, the one I call the Pathways to Digital Jobs and Gigs, right? So I want to give you some backstory right here before I actually run you through this training and walk you through the mechanism, the mindsets, the skills that you're going to need to actually land these remote jobs, corporate jobs, freelance gigs, and all of that, right? So when I was getting started in my career, I used to hear people telling me, you need to go to university and study this program, study medicine, study engineering, because there are no jobs, right? Because when I look around and see other people getting less, people who are less privileged, people who are less qualified, getting jobs, freelance gigs, corporate jobs, and all of that, and seeing people like you who are qualified, seeing people like you who are willing to learn, seeing people like you who have skills and not having a single job. So like, okay, what exactly differentiates these people who are not getting access to opportunities compared to these that are getting access to opportunities. That is exactly what propelled me to come up with a program called the Pathways to Digital Jobs and Gigs, because I saw more especially in our country, Zambia, we have a lot more people that are qualified, a lot more people that are educated, and these people don't have jobs. They don't know exactly how to access opportunities, and hence they are out there blaming the government, blaming their family members, blaming their friends, and finding who to blame for their problems, right? So this course is here to cover that gap, right? To show you exactly where to find a pool of opportunities, right? That you wouldn't even have a chance to blame anyone if only you took this course, right? If only you took this course, this could be the only thing you need, right? So spare me the next few hours of your life, right? Let me show you how these things are done. Let me show you how to get unlimited opportunities. Let me show you where to find unlimited jobs. Let me show you the type of mindsets you're supposed to uphold if at all you're gonna beat the next person next to you. Let me show you how to work remotely, because trust me, all of these things I'm gonna show you right now, I have done them myself, and I've also taught a few people how to do them. And right now my goal is to teach at least 20 people before the year ends on how to get a remote job and get them remote jobs, corporate jobs, or freelance gigs. Only 20 before the year end, and I'll be one of the most happiest people on the planet. So now you know where this whole thing of the pathways to digital jobs and gigs is coming from. Now I think we are set to run through the training and see what's covered right here. So this, like I said, this is going to be a very, very comprehensive training guide, right? So in module 1, right, you're going to cover understanding digital career and digital career landscape, right? So here you have to understand exactly the digital career landscape, what you need for you to succeed in this digital career, right? In this era where there is the rise of artificial intelligence, there is so much invention, so much development, so much tech startups, so much improvement. Like technology is just going higher and higher. So you need to understand exactly how to attract opportunities in an age like this one, right? So here I want to look at the rise of digital work, right? So let me just give you a bit of a story again right here. If you go back to 2019, right, you discover that when COVID-19 hit, companies, governments, business owners had their minds open. They noticed and realized that, okay, if people are gonna stay at home without working, people are gonna suffer, people are gonna struggle, people are gonna fail to feed their families, they're gonna fail to meet daily bills, right? Even in COVID-19, even in crisis, people still have to survive. So now people thought, okay, great, what if people could start working remotely? What if people could start working on their phones, on their laptops, on their iPads, iPods, whatever gadgets they have? What if people could start working remotely? So now hence came this thing of working remotely, e-learning and all of that. People now could learn from home, learn from the comfort of their own space, learn from anywhere, and also work from anywhere, right? Because of the crisis of COVID-19 that opened up our minds. So right now, if you go on Google, or you go on Facebook, you go on LinkedIn and all of these social media platforms, you're going to see people searching for things like how to work remotely, how to make money online, and all of those things. That initiative came after the COVID-19 hit. People had their minds open. People knew if we don't learn how to work from home, things are gonna be tough, life is gonna get hard, and we won't survive, right? So now you don't have to wait for a crisis for you to secure your life, for you to secure a remote job, for you to start getting freelance gigs, right? So you don't have to wait for a crisis. Like I said, now most of you don't really know that it's possible to work remotely. You don't know that it's possible for you to get your phone, your laptop, or any device and start working on your device and getting paid right there. You are thinking, oh, what type of a job can I do, to get paid working remotely? What type of, a service can I offer to people for me to get paid whilst working on my laptop? This is exactly what I'm going to show you right now, right? So the digital economy has transformed how professionals earn a living, right? So here we have remote jobs, we have freelance, gigs, the corporate digital roles now dominate the global workforce, right? Understanding this shift is the first step towards building a sustainable digital career, right? So here the thing is that, as technology is developing, as AI is developing, it's being, increased, improved. You have to be on the forefront. You have to be amongst the top people, the top pioneers, people that are understanding this age. If at all you are gonna stand out, because if you remain behind, if you don't learn, if you don't put in effort, if you don't put in work, if you don't try to understand how people are working remotely, how people are, servicing clients, B2B clients, B2C clients, online, you are gonna remain behind, right? So let me give you a bit of some context right here. So if you look around right now in the rise of artificial intelligence, I'm gonna put it in the business context. Businesses are looking for people that can help them automate some of their processes, in their companies. Let me give you an example here. For example, businesses, have to file tax returns. Businesses, there are processes that businesses do over and over and over. For example, maybe they have to do social media marketing, they have to set up social media ad campaigns, they have to post on their YouTube channels when marketing their products, they have to post on their TikTok, they have to post on many of their platforms, they have to pay salaries to their workers, their employees, and many other activities. So now, if you're somebody that can go out there and learn AI automations and help businesses, come up with an automation that, responds to their clients' queries, they're actually going to buy the automation from you, because people are not 24 hours on their laptops, on their gadgets working. But if you can build them an AI automation that responds to their clients like a real human being, that could be something businesses would want to buy, right? If you can come up with an automation that helps businesses, auto post, posts on their social media platforms like on YouTube, on LinkedIn, on TikTok, that could be something businesses would want to buy, right? So find a way, find a skill that you can learn, link it to AI, and see how you can deliver it in a way that it's worth more for you. Don't worry, as we go on and on, I'm going to give you as many examples as possible, and I'm going to expose you to many skills, many other things that you can go out there and offer to businesses. And as if that is not enough, I'm also going to show you exactly how to come up with a proposal, sending these proposals, and doing all of these applications, right? So you get hired, right? So here we're going to look at identifying career paths, right? So what are some of the career paths that you can pick and follow, right? So here you have to understand that choosing a career path aligned with your personal strengths, right? Your personal strengths, your interests, and market demand is essential, right? So your personal strength, your strength could be maybe you are good at speaking. Your strength could be, you are creative and you love coming up with new ideas, building new inventions, all of that. That could be your strength. Your interest, what is your interest? Your interest could be sales, your interest could be marketing, talking to people, and there are many other interests. It could be writing, right? If your interest is writing, you can easily apply for remote jobs, corporate jobs, even freelance jobs, and become a copywriter and write sales or marketing messages for business owners, or you can script blog posts for business owners, and many other things that you can do for businesses as a writer, right? and market demand essentials, right? So what is the market looking for, right? What's the market looking for? That's where market demands comes into play, right? So below are examples, right, of high demand career paths, right? So below examples of high demand digital career paths, right? So here we have sales and marketing, right? So roles include digital marketing. Okay, I've just messed up this. Let me just take it back. Okay, so roles include digital marketing specialist, right? You can be hired as a digital marketing specialist, a social media manager, and a sales funnel strategist, right? Don't worry if you don't understand these terminologies. That is why I'm here. That is why I'm actually recording this course for you. So another is virtual assistants, right? So here you can perform administrative support, email management, scheduling, and customer service, right? So as a virtual assistant, what you basically do, virtual meaning you are working digitally, working remotely, right? You are an assistant. Could be you are helping a company or an individual manage their emails, right? Manage their schedules, manage their customer service, customer support, and all of that, and some administrative support, right? So some of you could be thinking or wondering, why do companies need someone to help them with the email management? Like, what is it about emails that someone would need a person to help them manage their email? Because companies send a lot of proposals via their emails. They send a lot of they bid for a lot of projects. Also they receive a lot of emails from clients, from prospects, and all that. And you having someone responding to those emails could mean another deal closed, right? It could mean another $5,000 entering their bank account, another $10,000 entering their bank account, and all that. That is why this work is very, very, very important to businesses, right? And if you know exactly how to handle this, and moreover, administrative support, email management, scheduling, customer service is something that you can literally learn in about 1 week, and you are good to get started as a virtual assistant, right? It's not something technical. It's not something that you need to spend 4 years to start like a university degree. No, it's something that you can learn in just about 1 week, and boom, you are ready to get started, and you keep on learning as you work. So another one here is video editing, right? So here's a video editor. You may be required to create promotional videos. This could be marketing videos for a business, YouTube content, and brand storytelling visuals, amongst others, right? So next here we have programming and web development, right? So here, as a programmer and a web developer, you could be required to build websites, applications, and software solutions. And for a web developer and a programmer here, you can choose to work as you can choose to work in the corporate space, as an IT person, an IT specialist, right? You can choose to work as a freelancer, where you are offering web development, application development, software solutions as a service, right? This one pays more, but you just have to know exactly what you're doing, because if you get a job as a programmer and a web developer, you are guaranteed of a monthly salary. But if you choose to go the freelancer route, you don't have a salary, but each deal can mean maybe 5 times more than your salary, right? It can mean even 10 times more than your salary, right? So now it's up to you to weigh between the two and see which one could best fit exactly what you're looking for, right? So next here on my list is copywriting and content creation, right? So basically, for some of you that don't know who a copywriter is, a copywriter is basically an expert that writes marketing messages for business people, right? Marketing messages for business people. So these people, they write different formats of marketing messages. This could be ads, emails, scripting videos meant to sell a product or a service, and many other marketing type of content, right? So uh here you are required. Okay, let me see. Okay, great. So here you're required to write persuasive sales copy, blogs, and ad campaigns, right? So next on my list here is graphic design. So as a graphic designer here, you design brand identities, social media graphics, and marketing materials. The next here, there is data analysis. So here, basically, you're just interpreting data to guide business decisions. So businesses need a data analyst simply because data is very important when making business decisions, right? So when we talk about business decisions, this could be $100,000 business decision, $1 million business decision, all the way up to hundreds of billions of dollars business decisions. So if you as a data analyst, come up with a poor data analytics, wrong data, this could cost businesses billions or millions or thousands, depending on which business you're working with. So these data analysts here, you don't just take them lightly, you don't just take this role lightly, because it's a very critical role in a business, right? So you can become a data analyst. Here there's customer success support. So here, as a customer success support, basically you are managing client relationships and ensuring client satisfaction, right? So next on my list here is project management. So here, basically, you're coordinating teams and ensuring timely delivery of digital projects, right? So if we move right here, we're gonna come to our action steps, right? So here I want you to do this, right? I want you to do this because it's gonna be a very important exercise, as we are doing exactly what we are doing right here. So I want you to do it right before we actually move to module 2, right? So here I want to list 3 career paths that align with your personal interests and skills. Research their average pay, required skills, and demand on platforms like LinkedIn, Upwork, and Glassdoor. So this is your very first exercise, right? List 3 career paths that align with your personal interests, your skills, and research their average pay, required skills, and demand on platforms like LinkedIn, Upwork, and Glassdoor, right? So if you don't know how to do this, don't worry. Before we move to module 2, I'm actually going to do this exercise myself right here and show you exactly how we do it, right? So I'm gonna just open LinkedIn right on my laptop. For your own information, you can have LinkedIn on your laptop, you can have LinkedIn on any of your device, on your mobile phone, whatever, right? So if you don't have a LinkedIn account, please go and open one right now for reasons I'm gonna show you here, right? So if I come here, you're gonna see this is my LinkedIn profile, right? So let me just open my LinkedIn. So this is my LinkedIn profile right now. Before I do the exercise, just want to ensure that the person that's telling you or teaching you does the things that he's teaching you or telling you to do, right? So I guess my network is a bit poor, so okay, you can just bear with me for a moment. So for me, you can see I'm representing a business, right? Marketing agency. So it's saying we help our business owners, coaches, and info operators book 100 appointments guaranteed. So we help agency owners, consultants, coaches, and info operators book 100 plus more appointments on their calendar guaranteed, plus secure equity in their clients' companies at $0 using the Holdco model. So any business owner, any company that needs 100 plus more appointments booked on their calendar with high quality B2B clients, right? And any company that needs more deals closed more sales, they know I'm the guy to contact, I'm the guy to actually reach out to, right? So if you come right here, I have a bit of content on my LinkedIn. Don't worry about this. Network is a bit poor, but we're gonna move as usual, right? I have some content here that talk about what I do, what I am as a person, life lessons, and all of that, right? So that just in case a potential client, a potential employer comes on my LinkedIn, they will be able to find what I do, who I am. They'll be able to trace prints of the person that they are dealing with, right? So they'll know, okay, great, this is the person we're dealing with, and this is exactly what we can expect from this type of a person that we are dealing with, right? So that is why I want you to go ahead and create your LinkedIn account. Make sure you have a well optimized bio. You are uploading content that talks about who you are as a person, content that basically talks about what you do, what you offer, your services, and all that, so that people can easily find you and purchase from you, right? So now that you know about LinkedIn, I'm gonna come here. You can see where my cursor is pointing at. It's written jobs, right? So I'm gonna click here where it's saying jobs, right? Because I want to show you how to find jobs on LinkedIn and also applying for these jobs on LinkedIn. Please pay particular attention, because after this I want you to go and do the exact same thing. Let's say, for example, I'm looking for a job as a virtual. I'm gonna type in virtual assistant. So you can see it's giving me some suggestions here. There's virtual assistant, virtual internship, virtual customer service, virtual reality, virtual executive assistant, and blah blah blah. So I'm gonna pick virtual assistant right here. Okay, great. It's gonna load me in a moment, taking a bit of time because of some network issues right here, right? So you can see it has brought me 579 results, right, of virtual assistant related type of work. So where my cursor is pointing at, you can see there's this set alert here that I'm clicking. It's turning green. It's turning green, and I don't know if this is black or whatsoever. So if I click on it, you can see, let me click on it right now. Okay, great. So if you click on this thing and it turns green, simply means every time a company uploads a job looking for a virtual assistant, you are gonna be amongst the first people who are gonna see the job, so that you apply as fast as possible before other people apply, right? Because remember, the earlier the better. In as much as you're applying to these jobs, trust me, there are also other people just like you who are looking for these jobs and applying to these jobs just like you. Just like you are applying to these jobs, there are other people as well applying to these very jobs, right? So now I'm gonna click on this first one. So it's saying viewed, marketing assistant, virtual assistant. You can see this was uploaded 2 hours ago. Very good one. Let me click right here on this job. I want to see what they have right here, right? Okay, I want to see what these people have. So you can see it's saying virtual assistant, posted 2 hours ago. Over 100 people clicked apply, promoted by her, responses managed off LinkedIn. So you can see it's saying it's remote. This is a full-time job. You can click here to apply. You can click here to save this. But I highly recommend, every time you come across a job like this one and you feel you are a good fit, you're a good suit, you go ahead and instantly apply, right? So you can see about the job. So before you apply for any job, please, I want you to go ahead and read the job description. This is going to be very important for you to do, right? Because you want to ensure that what you put in your resume, what you put in your cover letter, and what you say about the job, how you prepare for the interview, is aligned to what these people are looking for, because whatever they are looking for, they are gonna put it in the job description. And if you go out there and start applying anyhow without you reading the job description, you won't know their key responsibilities. So you can see here, if I just maybe go through their key responsibilities, you can see they want someone who can manage their calendars, coordinate meetings and handle professional correspondence, prepare documents, manage data entry and maintain organized digital records, support internal communication and ensure timely follow-ups on ongoing tasks, coordinate virtual meetings and prepare related materials and reports, conduct research, compile data, present findings when needed, assist with travel bookings, itineraries, expenses processing, provide light customer support or client coordination as required, right? So you can see these are some of the key responsibilities that they're looking for. So if you didn't read, you wouldn't know exactly what this company is looking for, right? So if we click on apply here, let's click on apply and see what they have for us. Let's say continue. I see it's taking us somewhere. Probably this is the application the application dashboard or whatever, right? Okay, great. It's gonna load me in a moment. It's taking a bit of some time because of probably some network issues right here. Let me see and ensure that my network is okay. Let me see. Okay. While it's loading, I'm just gonna come back again and see some others. So you can see this one was uploaded 19 hours ago. Email specialist. So you can see here this company is looking for an email specialist. The rate is $90 an hour and it's remote. $90 an hour, trust me, if you're in a third world country, is good money. Even if, let's say, you're being paid $90 a day, not an hour, for the next 30 days, that's some good money, right? So even $90 in 10 days time, that's like $900. That's like over 20,000 kwacha in my currency, right? So you can see right here, email specialist, $90 an hour. Apply. Let's see what they're looking for. You can see they're saying at Crossing Hurdles, we work as a referral partner. We refer candidates to our partner that collaborates with world's leading AI research labs to build and train cutting-edge AI models. So the position here is email specialist. Crossing Hurdles, hourly contract. Compensation is between $50 to $90 an hour. Location, you work remotely. Commitment is 10 to 40 hours a week. So even if, let's say, you're working 10 hours a week, that's on the low end $500 for this role, right? So here are some of the role responsibilities. Training support to be provided. Assist in AI training workflows by working directly with a Gmail client. Follow structured processes with strong attention to detail to ensure accuracy in email related tasks. Work with digital tools and interfaces including Gmail to perform data related tasks and all of that. So you have to ensure, like I said, you read everything. You read the description so that you know what this company is looking for. Otherwise, when you're doing your applications, when you're putting together your resume, your cover letter, you're gonna miss out on the most important key details if at all you forget to read here, right? So let's go here on employee and see if it has loaded. Not yet. Let me try to reload. Let's come back here as it is reloading. Let's try to click on apply for this one as well and see exactly what they have for us here. Let's see exactly what they have for us right here. Okay, great. It's taking time. It's taking more than usual to load. I don't know why. I don't know how poor this network is, right? I don't know how poor this network is, but it's taking forever to load, right? So I'm going to leave it a bit in a moment. Let me just come here and show you. You can see the number of jobs that are here: virtual assistant, work from home, marketing assistant, virtual assistant, administrative assistant, posted 19 hours ago, email specialist, order clerk, freelance podcast editor, be an early applicant a day ago, right? Content specialist, executive assistant, appointment setter. This one, they're looking for an appointment setter. An appointment setter, guys, is basically someone that books appointments for companies so that a closer, right? This is a specialized salesperson can close the deal, and you're paid also a percentage off of the deals closed. Some companies will pay you a salary plus commission. Some will only pay you commission depending on what company you choose to work for. That's basically the work of an appointment setter. So let's see here what they have. The appointment setter right here. You can see about the job. Sekiamo appointment setter. I know this is not in English. I don't know what language this is. So you basically, we don't know if these people, are looking for, they're hiring remotely or whatever. So you can see freelance translator, up to $35 hourly, right? So you can see freelance translator, up to $35 an hour, direct response copywriter, social media manager, social media executive. That you can see all of these virtual assistant type of jobs that are here that you can apply for. So if you're really serious, you can even do up to 30 applications on a daily basis, where at least you have a sample of your cover letter, a sample portfolio, and a sample resume that you just tweak and change a little bit every time you're sending a new application, right? So 30 applications every single day is literally a no-brainer if you actually do these things correctly. Here, let's say remote, not Italy. Let's say remote. We're looking for a remote job. So here, let's say we're looking for customer service type of a job. Let me click enter. Let's see what they have for us right here. Customer service. Let me click on search. Okay, I don't know how poor this network is, but it's proving to be extremely poor. The network is proving to be extremely poor, right? So let me come here and see if it has opened. So you've been invited to join Marco. So let's say get started, right? So you can see view or opportunities, $59 an hour. So you can see this one has opened. So what you want to do here, like I said, you want to come and read everything right here, and you can see our interview real results. They have some videos here. I don't know if these are interviews that you can play and listen to, right? So I think with especially with the network that I have right here, I don't know if this will be able to go through, but regardless, please, you can come here and do as well. So you can see here it's saying continue to Marco. You have to come here and sign up. So for me, I think what I'm going to do is continue as my premiere closer. While this is loading, let me check here. So you can see this one has opened. Employ. So you can see here it's saying virtual assistant work. You can come here and read what they have to offer, and click here where it's saying apply. So it's saying apply when you're ready. So log into your account to apply and stand out with your complete profile. Seize this opportunity professionally. So let me click on login right here. While it's loading, let's check out what's happening right here. So you can see my name here. I'm just gonna put my real name. Let's say Emmanuel Kateta. Tada. I'm gonna put this very email. I'm gonna put in my phone number right here. let me put in my Zambian phone number 09767479222. Here you're gonna have to put in your LinkedIn profile, right? For me, I'm not gonna put in my LinkedIn profile. I'll just say I don't have LinkedIn for now because this is just a tutorial. I don't want to make this unnecessarily long, right? So you can say earn $200 by referring someone. So let's click start application and let's see how this one goes. So you can see now here email specialist application. So you can see now here you can upload your resume, right? So this is where you upload your resume. Domain expert interview. So you can see saying domain expert interview 20 minutes. So here you are going to do an interview right here, right? So you can see it has opened my camera, right? So I'm just gonna close for now because for me I won't be doing this interview, right? Let me see. Never. And just click here. Never, right? So interview, you're gonna have to take this interview. For me, I won't have to take this interview because this is just a training. It's gonna be very long if I start taking this 20-minute interview. Expected time to spend 20 minutes. Very short interviews may not be considered complete. Please answer thoughtfully. Need assistance, just ask. Tell the AI if you need a question repeated or more time. 3 interviews retakes remaining. Your data is in control. So boom, you can do the interview. Once you do the interview, work authentication, you can put in here your details, the date of birth, country of residence, physical location. I'm authorized to work in the country I'm physically located. I don't need a visa sponsorship to work. You can say, you can tick here if that's the case for you, right? You can tick here, right? Then you can click on save, right? And also move to the next stage, just like that. So basically this is how you complete your application. So each company or each job opening is going to have a different way of completing their application. So it's up to you just to follow what they require of you to complete their application. So let me also try out with this one here. Let me just continue with my Gmail and let me say continue right here, and let's see what happens, right? So you can see it has opened me right here saying start from scratch, upload a CV. So for me, I'll just say start from scratch. Here when you come on employee, you can put in your personal details, your work experience, your education, your skills, your career preferences, and you can see your personal details. I've got this image of myself here. This is the image of myself that's on my LinkedIn. So you can see this is not my real name. This is not my real name that's here. So I'm gonna have to come and impute my real name, right? Mano Kateta. Put in your email, put in your phone number here, right? Select your location, your nationality, your gender. You can come here and put in your date of birth, right? Put in your CV, professional summary, and you can go to next work experience until you submit, right? So basically this is exactly how it's done on LinkedIn, right? This is exactly how it's done on LinkedIn. So if I come here, I search for, let's say, a job, video editor, and boom. So you can see there are so many cinematographer, $65 an hour, freelancer video editor, remote freelance video editor. There are so many jobs, so many things, so many positions, so many for all of you guys. So you don't have you don't have an excuse right here, right? Because there are a bunch of things you can do. There are a bunch of jobs here that you can apply for. So here, let me move Italy. Let me say remote, because here I want you guys to get remote jobs. But if you want to work from Italy, not a problem. Just go ahead and put Italy, US, UK, whatever country you want to work in. It doesn't matter, right? For as long as you're willing that if they pick you, you're going to relocate and go and work in that particular country. You'll be one of the most happy trainers, to see some of the people that I'm training traveling to go and work outside the country, right? So yeah, please don't pay attention to the noise. Please pay attention to my voice right here, right? Because I'm in an outdoor place, right? Okay, great. So basically, that's how it's done on LinkedIn. So let me just go back to this action step to ensure that I actually didn't mess up things or go a wrong way. Action step, list 3 career paths that align with the personal interest, skills, research the average pay, required skills, demand, da, 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 da. So from what you've seen or from the exercises I've done on LinkedIn, you yourself can go on your own LinkedIn account and based on your personal interests and your skills, go and research the average pay of the jobs out there, the required skills, and uh demands on platforms like LinkedIn, Upwork, and Glassdoor. Like, go ahead and do that, right? So let me just open Glassdoor right here so that you see exactly how it's like on Glassdoor. Remote jobs. Let me just say Glassdoor remote jobs, right? Not now. So you can see here. Let me just come. Where is it? Glassdoor should be somewhere. So this is Glassdoor. Let me just click here on Glassdoor. I'm right here on the Glassdoor dashboard, so you can see there's this thing, data input click, right? So they're paying 19.51 to $42 an hour, right? So I'm sure this is dependent on your skills, and many other things. So here there is a set up your experience. Are you employed? Not currently. For now, let me just put it this way. Let me just cancel for the interest of time. So you can see we have onboarding specialist, right? Onboarding specialist, seasonal, 21 to $32 an hour. You can see customer service representative, $15 to $26 per hour. You can see AI tester, finance specialist, $19 to $24 an hour. Live streamer, and there are a lot of jobs right here. So let me start from the top. Customer service and rebate processing specialist, $17 to $21 an hour. And okay, so let me just search here customer as an example. So even you can go ahead and search for the type of job you're looking for. I'm going to be using customer support as an example, right? So customer support representative, is your resume a good match? Use AI to find how well the skills on your resume fit. So you can see here, you can upload your resume and AI is gonna actually check for you and see if your resume is a very, very good fit for this job. If you need to tweak it a bit, it's gonna tell you to do all that, so that you have a high chance of being picked when you apply. So you can see here, you can click on easy apply. It's gonna take you to a different page or a different tab, however you call this, right? So you can see customer support representative, Asset Watch Inc., right? So you can see add your contact information. So put in your first name, Emmanuel, last name, Kateta, and my email is already right here. I'm gonna put in my phone number. I'm from not Zimbabwe. I'm from Zambia. I'm gonna put 097674792 and click continue. Right. So let me click continue right here. It's gonna load and it's gonna take me to the next stage. So review your location details from your profile. Country, postal code. This is the postal code I'm gonna put right here. City, I'm gonna say Lusaka. Street address, I'm still gonna say Lusaka. I don't want to complicate anything right here. So you can see saying continue, no thanks. So you can see saying add a resume for the employer. So here, this is where you have to come and add your resume. So for me, I'm not gonna add a resume because I'm not really applying for this job. So just for the sake maybe of this tutorial, I'm just gonna add a random document. This is not my resume, this is just a random document I've put here. So I'm gonna click on continue and say answer these questions from your employer. Your LinkedIn profile. Are you a United States citizen? I'm not a United States citizen. LinkedIn profile. So just come here, and to get your LinkedIn profile, just come right here. View profile. Right, come on view profile, and when you come on view profile, let me show you. Let's just let it load a bit. View profile, and click on the three bars right here. Say send profile message. Not really, not here. Where is the profile? Okay, all right. So let's click and click here. Verification. Send profile message. No. Let's click here. Okay, I don't know why I can't find where to get my profile link. So okay, so you can see, okay, it's right here, public profile URL. So just come and copy this one here. Do Ctrl C, copy this one and paste it here, and click on continue right here. So voluntary self identification questions from the employer. So you can see there are these questions from the employer that you need to answer. Disabilities, I don't want to answer. I know I don't have, for me, no, I don't have any disability right here. I don't wish to identify as one more. So for you, read and answer. For me, I'm just answering because, decline mail, right? A mail. Review your application. So once you fill in this form like this, you are now going to have to review your application, right? You're going to have to review your application like this and submit. For me, I'm not going to submit because this is not an actual application, right? I was just showing you guys how it's done, right, on Glassdoor, right? So just like that, you'd have applied for a job, right? So let's check out another one. I am a customer service representative. You can see there's this other job for a customer service representative. You can read in the job description, and if it suits you, you can go ahead and apply. So let me say sales. Let me find another. Now let's go for sales and marketing. Sales and marketing, right? Remote, enter. So you can see here high ticket sales and marketing. There's high ticket sales and marketing. Point Credit Solutions. Point Credit Solutions should be the company that's hiring. So if you want to check the company that's trying to hire you, just come here and type it on Google. Point Credit Solutions. It will come right here, just so you do your due diligence. You know what this company is all about, as you are applying, right? You know what to expect. You familiarize yourself with the company. You see what they do. Agent care, funeral home, cardiology office, fire protection system. Our clients absolutely love us. Okay, great. About us. Let's see exactly what they do. So our philosophy, what we do. Our services are very unique and creative and very designed to solve payment problems in respectful and compassionate way. Not only do we work with credit granting businesses of all kinds, we work with the data to help them solve their cash flow challenges as well, right? So you can see that's exactly what they do, right? So solutions, probably these are their services, like what they're offering are people. Debt collection solutions, right? Great. So if you come right here about, you can see they have their careers page right here. So you can go on their careers page. So you can see it saying seeking a new career challenge. We are growing. Come grow with us. Take your career to the next level. So you can see here what positions are expanding. So you can see operations, office, administrator, sales and marketing, executive sales consultant, and all that, right? So basically this is how you come and see what these companies do, and this is their LinkedIn, their Facebook, their X, Instagram, TikTok, Pinterest, YouTube. If you want to check them out on YouTube, you can click on their YouTube right here, so you can see this is Point Credit Solutions. They have 22 subscribers on YouTube. You can read more about what they do. You can come here and probably watch one video and see, the company trying to work with exactly what they do, so that as you go ahead and do those applications, you are well aware of what company are trying to work with, what they do, you know them, and you know that okay, the environment they have is similar to an environment that you're looking to work in, right? So basically this is how you can actually find these places that you want to apply for, right? So I've showed you here how to go about it on LinkedIn. I've showed you how to go about it on Glassdoor, and I'm also going to show you how to go about it on many other platforms like Work Remotely, remote.co, remote OK, Indeed. There are so many job boards that hire in the corporate space, job boards that hire in many of these spaces. And yeah, I'm gonna actually walk you through in different dimensions of these spaces, right? So now let's go back to our presentation. I'm sure by now you understand exactly how LinkedIn work, you understand how Upwork work. Probably I didn't walk you through Upwork. You understand how Glassdoor work, and so now you need to go ahead and take this action step. List 3 career paths that align with your personal interests and skills. Research their average pay, required skills, and demand on platforms like LinkedIn, Upwork, and Glassdoor, right? So now that I walked you through, at least I walked you through LinkedIn, I walked you through Glassdoor, I showed you how these two interfaces work and how you can actually navigate through them. Now you can go ahead and complete this exercise as we actually dive into module 2, right? Great. So here on module 2, basically we are gonna be building foundational documents, right? So it's because these documents are gonna be the ones speaking for you, because before these people see you, before they hear from you, before they get to interview you and speak to you directly, they are going to be looking at the documents. They're going to be looking at your resume, they're going to be looking at your portfolio, they're going to be looking at your CV, they're going to be looking at many of other documents, right? So here you have to craft a professional resume, right? You have to go out there and craft a professional resume. So I'm going to show you how a professional resume looks like, so you have an idea of how these documents look like before you start creating one for yourself, right? So here a resume should highlight measurable achievements, relevant experience, and digital skills, right? So what are some of the relevant experience that you have, digital skills? What are some of the achievements you've had? Don't worry if for you've never worked before, either remotely or in the corporate space, or you've never delivered any freelance service whatsoever, meaning you don't have any achievement, you don't have any relevant experience, or you don't have any digital skills, because I want to show you exactly how to actually attain few skills, attain achievements, and attain some relevant experience for yourself way before you actually get hired, because everybody starts from somewhere. We all start from somewhere, and you too have to start from somewhere, right? And this is what we are actually going to be doing right here. So these are going to be our key sections, right? So on your resume here, you're going to need your contact information, professional summary of like 2 to 3 sentences summarizing experience and value. You're going to need here your skills, right? Skills specific to the chosen career path, right? So your skills, the skills you're gonna put here, should be in line with your chosen career path. Let's say, for example, the path you've chosen is sales and marketing. So your skills could be something like lead generation, client acquisition, customer support. It could be proposal writing. It could be relationship marketing. Those should be your skills. Effective communication, things like that should be your skills. Even AI automations can be an additional advantage to your skills, right? So next year is work experience, right? So quantify results, e.g., increased revenue by 40%. So what are some of your work experience? Could be maybe I've been able to close 5 B2B gigs or deals in 2 years, in a year, in 3 months, whatever. I managed to build the CEO's dashboard and ensure that he never missed any of his calendar meeting, whatever, right? Just quantify whatever you've done, quantify your results, right? So I'm gonna give you quick examples right here. All right, so let me just run you through a quick example right here. Okay. So lastly, you're gonna look at education and certifications, right? So uh don't worry if for you haven't been to school, you haven't taken any academic qualification or anything related to such. It's not gonna be a very, very big deal, because there are uh roles for all of you, right? There are roles for all of you right here. So let me give you an example here. Digital marketing specialist with 3 years of experience driving online growth through SEO. This is search engine optimization, paid ads, and content strategies. Skilled in Google Ads, Meta Business Suite, and analytics tools. So this is a well-written, bio. I'm a digital marketing specialist with 3 years of experience driving online growth through search engine optimization, paid ads, and content strategy. I'm skilled in Meta Ads, Meta Business Suite, and analytics tools, right? So you can come up with something that looks like that. So the next year you want to, create a portfolio. So creating a portfolio here, a portfolio showcases real work samples for freelancers and creatives. It's often more important than a resume, right? Why? Because a portfolio shows people exactly the exact project you've worked on, exactly what you've done. It shows people, what you've done, and if people can see what you've done, it's gonna actually remove that resistance. It's gonna actually remove that, resistance to the work you're applying for and all that. So here's some of the tips: include 3 to 5 strong samples, add client testimonials or measurable results, you'd platforms like Behance, Notion, or a personal website to come up with a portfolio, right? So yeah, let me just show you something right here. Let me just say a resume. Let's just look at samples of resumes right here on the internet, because on the internet, trust me, you have all the things you need, right? All the things you need are right here on the internet. So you can just hop on the internet and find these things right here without any struggle, right? Okay, great. So let's come on images right here. Let's look at some of these resumes. So a resume is something that looks like this. Let me just open this one, right? A resume is something that looks like this. This might not be the perfect resume, but it's a perfect example just for you to know how a resume looks like, so that when you go out there and try to create your own, you have an understanding of how it should look like, right? Okay, it's taking me a bit of some time to load. It's taking me a bit of some time to load, but I guess it's gonna actually load. So if let's say my internet keeps on disappointing me, what you can basically do is that you should, go ahead and type in resume, right? Type in resume on Google, find these images, and use this as inspiration. See how these people have done their resumes, and try to do your own in a similar way, right? So if you're in my premium program, right, of the Pathways to Digital Jobs and Gigs, I'm going to be reviewing your resume personally, right? So I ensure that you're actually doing the right thing. So yeah, and when creating a resume, if you don't know how to go about it, what you're going to be using is this very platform that I'm on, which is Canva. So if you come on Canva, let me just click here. You can see you can create a design here, right? I don't want to lose this, but you can come in and create a design here, right? So let me just open, let me go on a different tab. Let me click Canva right here. Let me click Canva and let me come right here and open Canva. We see how it goes. Let's see how it goes right here. Okay, it's like this network is constantly disappointing. It's constantly disappointing, but no problem. We're still gonna finish up with our training, right? We're still gonna ensure that we finish up our training regardless of the issues that we encounter, right? So let me just go ahead and come right here. Okay, great. We were actually on module 2. So yeah, these are some of the things that should be on a resume. And with a portfolio, I think I didn't mention what should be on your portfolio, how to go about it, and writing a compelling cover letter, right? So a cover letter should connect personal experience to the company's goals, right? So here is a structure that you can follow. So first you can have your introduction. So here is who you are and what role you're applying for. Then value proposition. So this is how your skills solve their problems. For example, if you're into sales and marketing, your skills should bring them more sales. It should bring them more clients, more new leads, and hence more sales. Hence the company making more money. That is the biggest goal, right? Right. So proof, you should be able to show proof. So brief example of your past success. Let me just do this. Here you can just brief an example of your past success, but if you don't have anything to show past success, don't worry, there's always somewhere you can start from, right? Then finally here, a call to action. Invite them to discuss further, right? Inviting them to discuss further could be now on an interview, it could be a meeting, it could be depending on what you're applying for, a job, a freelance gig or whatever, right? So here's an example. I helped a SaaS company increase lead conversion by 35% through targeted email campaigns. I would love to bring similar results to your team, right? So this is just an example right here. Okay, great. Let me just make it bigger like this. The next year is creating a Loom video introduction. I'm going to show you exactly how to create a Loom video introduction. Let me just see if this thing is still gonna work. Okay, I'm gonna show you how to create a Loom video introduction, right? So let's give it a moment. Let's give it a moment and see if it's going to work out perfectly. Let's give it a moment and see if it's going to open up and work perfectly. I'm just trying to sit where there is proper network. I'm just trying to sit where there is proper network. Okay. Great. Let's see what happens. Let's try to open it once again. Okay, it's like this image is failing. Let me go back. Right, so creating a Loom video introduction. So a Loom video is just a short is just a short video of about 1 minute to actually 3 minutes. It builds trust and human connections, right? That's basically what a Loom video is. So let me just show you how a Loom video is created, so you don't actually encounter challenges as you go about creating your own Loom video, right? So here is the structure of a Loom video. So here you have to introduce yourself and your expertise, right? So who you are and what are you an expert at, right? Then mention one key achievement, express enthusiasm and collaboration and blah blah blah, right? So a Loom video basically is just a video, for example, where let me just come here in Loom. So this is actually Loom, right? This is a Loom application. So you come here on Loom and you record a video. If you're going to do a presentation, it should be showing your screen and also your face, so that the people who are going to be watching the Loom should be able to connect to you as a person and also see what you're talking about, right? So from what I've showed you right there, this is going to be one of the best ways to actually land on these opportunities, because people are seeing you, they've seen your face, they can connect with you, they can relate with you, they are seeing what you're talking about right on your screen. You're explaining to them, okay, this is how I do X, this is how I do Y, this is how I go about A, B, C, D. They are able to see all of that, and because of that, you who has created a Loom, you're gonna be 10 times ahead of somebody who just sent documents, right? Because remember, companies hire people, and the more you actually express yourself, the more you show them who you are, the easier it's gonna be for them to trust you and hand you the job, right? So basically that's just how it goes. Basically that's just how it's done, right? So you're going to have to create a 2 to 3 minutes video explaining who you are, your expertise, what you've done, what you can do for them. Then boom, you close, you send it to them, and you wait for them to actually give you feedback, right? So if you've never created a Loom video before, what you can basically do is that you can practice 3 times, practice 5 times, practice 10 times, practice 100 times, because the more you practice, the more you create more Loom videos, the more you're gonna sound natural and the more you're gonna be more confident as you are explaining yourself, right? So if you're gonna be using a phone, if you're using Android, you can go ahead and download Loom on App Store. I don't know if that's App Store or whatever. If you're using Apple, you can go and download Loom on the Apple Store. If you're using Chrome, you can just download a Loom extension, Chrome extension. So let me just show you here. You can just type in, you can just go ahead and type Loom Chrome extension. If you're using a laptop, right, you can come here and saying Loom screen recorder and screen capture. It's gonna load you and it's gonna ask you to download a Chrome extension. I think I already have the Chrome extension right here. Let me just do this so you can see this is Loom, right? So you have to download a Chrome extension that looks like this one. So when you come here, it's gonna open up for you, right? So let me just take it back. It's just saying this site can be reached for whatever reason, right? So that's how you do it. So like I said, just a quick recap. Introduce yourself and your expertise, mention one key achievement, express enthusiasm for collaboration, right? So in module 3, job search strategy. So in module 3 here, we are going to actually dive into job search strategies right here. So here I'm going to be specific on showing you strategies for finding these jobs, because this is actually one of the most difficult part for people now. understand, okay, that they need to learn a skill. Could be a soft skill or a technical skill. I prefer you do both, right? Stack skills around your main skill. Your main career path could be sales and marketing, right? And now skills around could be sales, AI automations, it could be appointment setting, lead generation, client acquisition, customer relationship management. It could be you understanding lead gen softwares, setting up email marketing campaigns, and many others, right? So if you stick all of these skills around your main thing, it's gonna be very, very, very easy for you to adapt even in this evolving economy, right? So using LinkedIn effectively. So LinkedIn is a powerful platform for finding remote and corporate roles, right? So on LinkedIn you can find remote jobs, corporate jobs. You can also find freelance gigs right there on LinkedIn, right? There's more to LinkedIn, and I'll be teaching you guys in depth about LinkedIn. So here are some of the steps. So optimize your profile headline and summary with keywords, right? So if I come on my link, you can see it's saying here I'm representing a business, not a person. We help agency owners, consultant coaches, and incorporators book 100 plus more appointments on the kind they guaranteed plus secure equity in their client's companies at 000 using the hold-co model. So any company that wants 100 plus more booked appointment on their calendar, they know this is the guy to come to, right? So friends, before I actually go any further, if I'm giving you value right here, make sure to click that subscribe button, right? Make sure to also leave a comment in the comment section below and share this training to your friends, family, relatives, anyone you know needs a full, complete, step-by-step training like this one, right? So this is gonna actually help more people to see these videos and to also get information as you're getting information, get helped as you're getting help. Also, if you want to learn in depth, come on live one-on-one calls with me, live one-to-many calls with me, ask me questions directly, get to be coached and mentored by me directly. I'm going to leave a link. The first link in this program is going to be actually a link that's going to direct you to my premium pathways to digital jobs and gigs, where you can come in and work directly with me. So I walk you step by step to landing a remote job, freelance job, or corporate gig, whatever opportunities you're looking for, under my wings, right? So if that's what you're looking for, and if that's a viable solution or option for you, you should go ahead and click the link. But for now, make sure to take this training to the end, right? With all of that said, let's go ahead and continue. So as far as LinkedIn is concerned, friends, I've already showed you how to apply for jobs. You just come here where it's saying jobs, right? The only thing I think I haven't explained as far as LinkedIn is concerned is what we call relationship marketing, right? So I'm gonna actually stretch a bit about relationship marketing because it's one of the topic that is not well taught, but very, very important, very relevant, and a topic that people should know, right? So let's say, for example, here, if I come here right here, I'm gonna come on the home page, right? Let me come on the home page right here, and I'm gonna search for, let's say, Matthew. Search for Matthew. I'm gonna search for Matthew right here. Okay, I don't know why it's not searching. Okay, it's searching right here. So here what you want to do is that you want to find people who hold key positions in different organizations. This could be banks, it could be consulting firms, real estate companies, car dealerships, whatever organizations. It could be professional service companies, right? And you want to start connecting with these people, giving them value, offering them something of value. That's actually the best way to connect with people, right? Find what you can do that can help them, right? Come up with something to offer to people. That is how people are going to welcome you in their circle. Because if you have, let's say, 10 people, CEOs, COOs, CFOs, managers, HRs, executive assistants, and this group of people, right, that you connect with, that you've given value to, these people are going to open you up to opportunities you never knew existed. They could be the ones to speak for you, to get that deal, to get that remote job, to get that freelance gig or whatever, right? So now you want to build a relationship with people that hold key positions. How you do it, like I said, you have to go to them offering them something of value. Let me give an example. Let's say, for example, I saw the marketing specialist and this company X that's struggling to close more deals. Come up with a presentation, record a Loom video showing them how strategy Y has helped ABCD company to close 15 deals monthly. Or you can title it whatever you want to title, whatever that's genuine, whatever that is real to you, right? Create that valuable video, send it to this manager, director, whatever. Tell them a bit about you. Hey, my name is Emmanuel Kadeta. I'm a sales and marketing specialist. I've been following you for a while, and I see that you provide so much value in the XYZ space and on LinkedIn. I love your brand. I love the fact that you work with ABCD company, and I thought of recording a long video showing you how strategy X has helped ABCD company book 15 meetings and close 3 $500,000 deals in the space of 3 years, whatever, right? Just come up with something that's real, come up with something that's genuine, send it to them, let them feel connected to you, and boom, people are gonna open up to you, right? They're gonna start a conversation with you, they're gonna trust you, they're gonna know you better, and they're gonna be willing to talk to you. And before you know it, you have a network. They can either hire you themselves, or they can recommend you to someone who can hire you, right? So if every day, let's say, you have at least these 10 people you're reaching out to, you can decide to pick 10 people that you network with on a weekly basis, right? People that you're giving value to, because people don't love takers, they love givers. And you only receive when you give. You only reap when you've sown or planted, right? So now you want to plant seeds that are gonna germinate real-time jobs, real-time gigs, real-time freelance work for you, right? So that's how it's done. You want to go to people giving them something of value, right? That's basically how it works right here on LinkedIn. So you can see there's this person here, Mary or something, right? Just that this thing is taking a whole lot of time to load. Otherwise, I was just gonna just start a conversation with one person here, so you people see exactly how it's done, right? But it's taking a bit of some time. I'm gonna wait for it for a moment. If it persists, we're actually gonna just go direct and look at something else. Otherwise, this is what you do on LinkedIn. Number one, you can come here on the job a page, search for jobs, search for geography. It could be remote, whatever geography you want to apply for that job, and apply for as many jobs as you can. Number two, build relationships, what we call relationships marketing. Find senior members working in different organizations, junior members, and people in different tiers, right? Connect with them, giving them something of value, right? So that's the second way of doing it. And number three, post valuable content, talking about real life lessons you've learned yourself, things like how I overcame depression, how I landed a job, how I made 15 sales in 1 week, how I did this, how these are lessons type of content. You can talk about your personal experience. You can talk about what you do to ensure that you're productive at work. You can talk about your communication skills. There are many topics to talk about that people are going to read and get value from. So the more people get value from you, the more they will want to relate to you, the easier it's gonna be for you to close them, right? The easier it's gonna be for you to close these deals, these gigs, these jobs, these roles, right? So here's some of the things that you have to understand about LinkedIn. LinkedIn, by the way, is an amazing platform because you're gonna find professionals here, right? It's a platform for professionals. It's a platform that I highly recommend that you join if you are a professional yourself, right? So let's continue right here. Okay, so using LinkedIn effectively, LinkedIn is a powerful platform to find remote and corporate roles. Optimize your profile headline and summary and keywords. Post valuable content weekly to build visibility, right? Engage with industry leaders posts, right? So yeah, you can engage with posts by other leaders. Say something valuable in there. You don't know who is seeing your comments. You don't know who is checking your bio. You don't know who is looking at you, right? So use the open to work feature, but mostly I don't encourage you people to use this open to work feature because it looks like you're chasing, it looks like you're in constantly chasing for jobs. Opportunities don't come for people who are chasing opportunities. Opportunities come for people who attract them, right? You have to attract opportunities and not chase opportunities, right? So apply directly through job listings. I already showed you how to apply directly through job listings on LinkedIn, right? So you can see here a virtual assistant can search remote virtual assistant and filter by remote in past 24 hours find fresh opportunities. I already showed you how this is done. So if you forgot, just come here on jobs, job title, search something like virtual assistant. Right here you can filter by remote, then boom, it's gonna give you virtual assistant type of work that are hiring remotely that you can go ahead and apply to just now, right? Great. So now that you know how to go about it the LinkedIn way, I've showed you how to do things the LinkedIn way. Now we want to go and do something different, right? So this is what I call relationship marketing, and I did explain to you a bit about relationship marketing. Now you know something about relationship marketing. So now I want to give you a bit of some context here so you understand what we are talking about when we talk about relationship marketing. Remember, if you are into business, you are seeking for a job, you are seeking for deals, gigs, projects, whatever that you're seeking for, you have to understand that here you are dealing with people, right? And it's not only about the money, it's not only about the deal, it's about how you make people feel, right? It's about the people that you know and people that know you and can recommend you, right? So these deals, remember, like I said, it's not about the deal, it's not about the money, it's not about the job, it's not about all these things. It's about the people that you know and people that know you, people that can offer you jobs, that can recommend you to jobs, people that can offer you projects, and people that can recommend you to projects. So the only reason people would give you a job, recommend you to a job, recommend you to a project, or give you a project is if you know how to make people feel good, how to make people feel like you are worth giving that project. And how we do it first is by building a relationship with people, right? So you have to build a relationship with people. So if you understand relationship marketing, right, where you talk to people, learn a few things about them, learn a few things about the business they are running, learn a few things about their challenges, learn a few things about their wins, their losses, and all that, and having that interaction with people, getting to know people, getting people to open up to you, trust me, is gonna get them to trust you and to think about you every time there's a job, there's a gig, there's a project, because it's you they know. So now you have to sell your way into the hearts of people before you can sell your way into the pockets of people, right? So I just want to write down this point so that you get things right before you are lost. So it's learn to sell learn to sell your way into the hearts of people before you can sell your way into the pockets of people, right? This is my quote, right? So learn to sell your way into the hearts of people, right? Into the hearts of people before you can sell your way into the pockets of people, right? So we call this relationship marketing, right? So building relationships leads to referrals and long-term clients, right? So if you can build relationships, here is what will happen. People people will offer you more opportunities. More jobs, more deals, right? If you know how to build relationships, people will offer you more opportunities, more jobs, more deals, and people will stay long. People will stay long, hence increasing your LTV, which is lifetime value of every client or gig, right? So now here you have steady flow of job opportunities. Why I'm saying so is this: if you work with company X and you move from company X and you go and work to company B, company X is going to recommend you to company B because you've been a good person to them, you've been working well with them, and they are willing to recommend you because of the relationships you've built, right? They are willing to recommend you. That is why, above all, treasure relationships, right? Treasure relationship marketing, right? So here is the approach: comment meaningfully on posts. This is just small things you can do. Send personalized connection requests and offer people value the way I just told you, right? Offer value before asking for opportunities. It's here now. Offer value before asking for opportunities. At times you may not even have to ask for opportunities, because immediately you offer value, opportunities are meant to follow you, right? So this is just me summarizing a bit on relationship marketing, so that as you go out there, you know how to build meaningful relationships that are going to turn into paying checks, right? So here, visiting company websites, right? So how do you apply for jobs? Visiting company websites, right? So many companies post jobs exclusively on their websites. So here is the action step, right? Create a list of 50 target companies, visit their careers page weekly to apply directly, right? So here is how you do this, right? So you have to open a tab on your phone, your laptop, whatsoever. So I can search for marketing agencies in UK. So for you, it can be manufacturing companies in Lusaka, concierge agencies in Cape Town. It could be professional services companies in Dubai, consulting firms in London, whatever, right? So all you have to do is pick the industry plus location and you search, right? Industry plus location, then you go ahead and search, right? Then you want to come where it's saying maps. Let me show you. I don't know if images, so it should be on more here. I don't know why this is not opening. Otherwise, you have to come on maps. That's where you're gonna find these companies. I don't know why it's not opening. So let me try to open here. Let's try to load this and see what happens next. Otherwise, this is how you find these companies, right? So you can see, if I just scroll here, you can see there's this Jenny Crow SEO agency in London, the Good Marketer, UK Marketer, and you can see their websites right here, right? So you want to go on their websites and see what they have directly on their websites, right? And also, if you can go ahead and apply directly on their websites, right? Basically, this is what you'd want to do. This is what you'd want to do. So let's see, if we're gonna find something on the UK digital marketing right here. It's taking a bit of some time, but don't worry, we're actually gonna get these things done. Right, so let me see why my network is giving me problem. Okay. Let me just try to find out why network is giving me problems. Let's try to find out why this network is giving us issues right here. Okay. All right, so its network is still tripping. Let me just come here. So now what you do is you're gonna create a list of 50 targeted companies, visit their careers page weekly to apply directly. So what you do there is you go on Google Chrome and type something like marketing agencies in Lusaka, concierge agencies in whatever city, consulting firms, and then you go on maps. Maps is going to show you a bunch of these companies. Then what you want to do next is that you want to start going on the careers pages of these companies. Go on their careers page, see if they are hiring. If they are not, find their email and send them an application directly on their email, or you can record a loom, send it to them via email, or you can send them a proposal directly via email, and before you know it, trust me, they would want to hire you, right? So that's what you call cold outreach. So cold outreach involves contacting potential employers or clients directly, right? You are contacting businesses, you are contacting employers, you are contacting companies that are not currently showing any openings, but you're just contacting them. Trust me, they may be hiring but not have it listed anywhere. So if you send out some cold outreach, trust me, these companies will see you. They may hire you even without you seeing it coming to pass, right? So that is how you do it. Find 50 of these companies, check their careers page. If on their careers page they don't have your career, you just find their email right there, send them either a proposal, a Loom video, an application, and boom, wait for them to respond. If 1 week they don't respond, send them a follow-up, right? Send them another follow-up again and again and again, right? Just that I can't teach all of these things in details on one setting, right? But if you want to learn all of these things in details, that is why I have the premium pathways to digital jobs and gigs, where I'll walk you by your hands and show you how these things are done in details, right? So here are some of the steps right here. So research the company and decision maker. So find a company and who the CEO is, the HR is, and people holding key positions are. Then personalize your message. write a message that is directly pointing to them. So let's say, for example, I would say, "Hello, Mr. Maxwell Kenny. I I actually came across your company ABC Manufacturing Companies and saw that you supply manufacturing goods to over 15 countries. And I've been doing marketing for the last 15 years. And I would actually love to. I thought of sending you this Loom video where I actually present a strategy that could actually 10x, your revenue or whatever. That check it out and see how." Just something creative, right? Just come up with a message that is personalized and is creative, right? And before you know it, trust me, this company is gonna be responding back to you and calling you on interviews, calling you, on meetings, and boom, that is how you get it done. The next day, you want to highlight how you can solve a specific problem. You can say it on your message, in a proposal, or on a Loom video. Very important. Show them how you can solve a specific problem. And if you've solved a similar problem before, or if it's your first time, or if you have a case study or whatever, just show them something they can see, right? Like I said, I know here I've got newbies, people that have never solved any problem before. That I understand. Don't worry. Everyone starts with no job, with no experience. Everyone starts with no experience. You are not the first one to start with no experience, because everyone starts in your position, right? So don't give that excuse that, no, I'm starting without experience. So if you're starting without experience, there is another angle you can use. You can go to companies and say something like, "Hey, XYZ company, my name is Manuel Kateta. I'm a sales and marketing specialist. I saw that you sell software to B2B, and what I basically want is that I can sell you, I can, book you 15 more appointments on your calendar, and help you close at least 2 to 3 deals monthly, selling softwares to companies. How is that? And I'm gonna actually just take a percentage of every profits that I bring your way. So I bring you profits, and you give me a percentage of these profits. Trust me, if you reach out to 50 companies, 100 companies, and you're consistent, you only need one company to say yes, but 2 to 3 companies may say yes. Start working for those companies, and boom, you are going to be getting experience and results. And those very experiences and results you're getting are the ones you're going to be putting in your portfolio. You're going to be putting them in your resume and your documents, and boom, now you can get bigger deals. You can get retainers, right? Like monthly earnings from your work, right? That is basically how it's done, right? I'm showing you guys here step by step without gatekeeping anything. So include a link to your portfolio or Loom video, right? So I just showed you here. So example: "Hi name, I notice your company is expanding. Hi name, hi Matthew, I notice your company is expanding its digital marketing efforts. I specialize in creating campaigns that increase return on investments by 30%. Would you be open to a quick chat?" This is an example of how a message could go, right? So next year, sending proposals, right? Sending proposals. So how do you do that? So for freelancers, platforms like Upwork or Fiverr could do, but above all, you can also do cold outreach. You can send proposals via cold outreach. You can find people's emails on their website, on the social media platforms, and many other platforms online, and send them cold pitch to them, right? So read the job description carefully if you're applying for a job, right? Address the client's pain points. Are they looking for more deals, more leads, more conversions? Do they want to streamline their processes? Are they looking for AI automation? What are they looking for? So address the client's pain point, right? Find what they're looking for and address that pain point. Keep proposals concise and result focused, because companies are not interested in how you're going to do it. They are interested with the result. So show them the roadmap, of course, but most importantly, emphasize on the results. How are you going to get them results? That's the most important thing that they need, and that's what they want you to answer. It's a question they want you to answer. How can you get us X results? Right? So let me give you an example here. I've helped similar businesses generate 200 plus qualified leads monthly through LinkedIn automation. I can deliver similar results for your project. You are portraying results here. So next, now you want to follow up. Following up is very critical, because remember, companies are not only receiving applications from you, emails from you, they're equally receiving applications from thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of others. So now most people send applications once and they forget and they forget for good. But what you want to do different here is that you want to follow up, right? So if you send a proposal, an application, an email, a Loom video, 3 4 days later, the company is not responding, follow up with them. Hey, Mr. Maxwell, 3 days ago I sent you a Loom video, explained to you how I can book you 200 plus more appointments on your calendar to help you close at least 5 more extra B2B, clients for your company. I'm not sure if you've seen the Loom video yet. If not, please go ahead and check it out. If you've seen it already, kindly let me know what you think about the Loom video. Boom! You've written the email to follow up, you send to them. If they ghost again, you send another one, until they just kick you out of their space. Then you go to the next place, just like that. So you want to follow up, very important, right? So follow up 3 to 5 days after sending an application or proposal. This is very ideal. 3 to 5 days after sending a proposal, application, whatever, follow up, hear out from them and see what they have for you. So here's an example. Just checking in case to see if you had a chance to review my proposal. I'd love to discuss how I can contribute to your team. This is not so detailed, but I did give you something detailed right here. So next is networking and relationship building. So building a professional network, right? So networking opens doors to hidden opportunities, because remember, opportunities are with people, and you want to connect with people so they can open those opportunities to you. So attend virtual events and webinars. The more you attend virtual events and webinars, the more you're gonna surround yourself in circles of people you wouldn't have met without those virtual events and webinars. So you want to ensure you attend these. Join LinkedIn groups related to your field. You can join LinkedIn groups, Facebook groups, school groups, right? If you don't know schools like this, just go and search. Just go and search. Just go and search school, right? Join school groups and all that. Collaborate on small projects to build credibility. Jump on small projects. Fulfill those small projects. You are climbing yourself, like you're climbing the ladder bit by bit, right? So engaging thought leaders. So reach out to 10 plus thought leaders daily. Comment on their posts, share insights, build genuine relationships. Like I showed you how to actually build genuine relationships with thought leaders, right? So next year is handling gatekeepers. So gatekeepers are in the corporate space. In the corporate space, gatekeepers include HR professionals and recruiters, right? People that are in charge of hiring. These are gatekeepers, right? So you want to ensure that you build a strong relationship with these people, because these people are the ones that hire, they are the ones that pick names, they're the ones that do all those stuff, right? So you have to be polite and professional, right? Show understanding of company culture and provide value in every interaction, so they can easily trust you and hand you those opportunities that you are looking for. And for remote work gatekeepers, so for remote work roles, recruiters often test communication and reliability. So respond promptly, right? Demonstrate time management and accountability, right? So for freelance gatekeepers, these are clients act as gatekeepers, right? The clients are the very gatekeeper. So here, build trust through testimonials, offer trial projects to prove that you're competent, right? So module 6 here is on continuous skill growth. So now here you want daily learning routine. You want to continuously learn, develop yourself, understand more of what you do, and become better every single day. So what you can do here is dedicate at least 2 hours daily to personal development, right? Read a book, watch a course like this one, go on YouTube, learn AI automations, learn sales and marketing, learn, right? That's how you grow. So areas to focus on. So these are some of the areas to focus on. So technical skills, these are like SEO, search engine optimization, coding, designing tools, right? So soft skills like communication, learn how to communicate better, learn leadership, learn problem solving, right? Industry trends and emerging tools, right? Right now AI is at its peak, so learn AI automations, right? Learn customer care AI automations, learn systems AI automations, whatever AI automations you can learn, go ahead and learn. So recommended learning platforms you can use: Coursera, Skillshare, Udemy, HubSpot Academy, to continuously build up yourself and learn more. And finally, we're going to talk about mindset and belief systems, because remember, this is going to play on for you or against you. Your mindset and your belief systems are going to play for you or against you. So the power of belief system. So success in digital career requires more than skills, and it demands belief in personal capabilities. So here are some of the core belief systems, right? Opportunities are abundant. Opportunities are abundant, and trust me, companies right now are looking for people to hire more than ever, because most people are unskilled. They don't know how to get things done. They are lazy. They just blame. So while other people are blaming, you know, brushing off all of these opportunities that are right here, it is your turn, right, to grab these opportunities and utilize them. So opportunities, trust me, are in abundance than you ever think. Skills can be learned and improved, right? You can learn a skill and improve it. There are so many resources. There are books. There's YouTube. There are these video courses we create right here. Like, there's so many places where you can learn and improve yourself. Rejection is redirection, not failure. You're gonna face rejection, yes, but trust me, you only need one or two people to say yes for you to get to have a job that will take you 5 years, for you to have that freelance gig project. You only need one or two yeses. Forget about the other rejections, because you don't need everyone to say yes. You only need a few of them to say yes, then you are good, right? So now here we're coming on overcoming limiting beliefs. So here's some of the common limiting beliefs people are go through. I'm not qualified enough. Trust me, companies are not looking for qualified. They are looking for someone who is committed and can do the work. There is not too much there is too much competition. Trust me, there is no competition. Everybody's just trying to blame, and hence they've lost the mark, they've lost direction. This is a chance to take charge, right? I can't find clients. You can, right? There is LinkedIn, there is Google Maps, there is AI automation tools, right? There is code outreach. So clients are just everywhere. I don't know why you think you can find clients. Replace them with empowering belief systems, like I'm constantly saying to yourself, I'm constantly improving. My unique perspective adds value. The right clients are looking for me, all that. So building a growth mindset is going to be very, very important. Embrace challenges as learning opportunities. Celebrate small wins. Stay consistent even when results are a bit slow. It's going to happen. It's reality, but that's just the path to getting there. So daily action plan. So you're going to have this daily routine. So send 30 job applications or proposals every single day, right? Conduct 10 plus outreach to thought leaders and the potential clients. You can do all the way all the way to 50 on a daily basis is very, very doable, right? Spend 2 hours of personal development, which is learning. Follow up on previous applications, right? Post or engage on LinkedIn daily. Then do your weekly reviews. Track applications sent, responses received, and skills learned. So, like, how many applications did you send on that particular week? How many responses did you get, and how many skills have you learned, right? And adjust strategies based on results, right? Basically, that's how it's done. Finally, implementation and accountability. Here you want to be tracking your progress. Use a spreadsheet or a CRM tool to look at applications sent, responses received, interviews scheduled, and projects completed, right? And have an accountability partner, a partner, a partner with a peer to share progress and maintain consistency. So this is a person that is doing something as you, that you're sharing, progress, so that you keep doing the things that you're doing, right? So this is the first part of the training of the 10, 11, I don't know if it's going to be 12 hours, 10 to 12 hours plus of content of me showing you guys the things that are needed for you to get a remote job, freelance gig, and whatsoever, right? So if you've reached this far, trust me, it wasn't easy, and I know that you're gonna implement, you're gonna take action. You're amongst the few people that are gonna take action and get things done. With all of that said, like I said, if you wanna learn in depth from me, right, there's the pathways to digital jobs and gig, the premium one. Just click on the first link in the description. It's gonna take you there, and make sure you do as wise, read through, see what's in there, and I'm ready to hold you by your hands. They're gonna get weekly one-on-one sessions, weekly group sessions, right? You're gonna get unreleased content of me, right, showing you how to get remote jobs, even without you having to do all these crappy things that people do, right? I'm gonna show you how to do it the smart way, right? So if I can share with you this much value here for free, imagine how much more value is in my premium course, is in my premium in my premium coaching, right? So this is a my premium closer. I think I've done justice. Let me know in the comment section what you say, right, as you continue to take this training. Let me know what you want to learn next. Let me know in the comment section. Share the training with your friends, family, people you know should be taking this training. Put it on your status, share it on your Facebook, share it on many of your platforms. Let others know that there's a 12 hours training here that has never been done before, right? Let them learn just like you are learning. With all that said, friends, this is about my premium closer. Let me see you in the other side. Peace out.
A few moments later, 2,000 years later, one eternity later.
Hello, this is Emapreneur Closer, and yeah, this is actually the first module, the first video of the 10 hours free course on how to get a remote job, corporate job, or sign freelance clients. A few weeks ago, I announced that I was going to release a 10 hours complete free course on how you can go ahead and get a remote job, get a corporate job, or sign a freelance client, right? I'm putting all of that knowledge, all of that information into this one particular course, into this one single video. And by the end of this video, trust me, you are going to know exactly what you need to do to get a job, right? And remember, there is no barrier here. This could be a remote job. Maybe you want to work with companies in the US, in the UK, in Canada, in India, in Dubai, in whatever city or country that you want to work in. Or maybe you want to work in the corporate kind of a setup. This video is going to help you do exactly just that. And don't look at this video as a normal video. This is a full complete guide, full complete course that is going to help you get that job, right? So if you're somebody that is serious about landing that corporate job, landing that remote job, or signing that client, you want to watch this video to the end. So here's what I want you to do right at this point. Go ahead and get a pen and a paper and take down notes of whatever I'm going to show you right in this video, because trust me, these are the things that have worked for me. And throughout this course, I'm going to give you assignments, practical assignments that you have to action on if you want to get that job, be it remotely, in the corporate sector, or as a freelancer, right? So this course is basically inspired by my very own journey that is full of uncertainties and hurdles, right? So what I've basically done here is that I have gotten my life lessons in career, my life lessons building myself, and I've put all of those lessons into one single video, one single training course. So at some of you guys starting out from scratch, maybe you just completed your high school, maybe you are in university, or you completed university, or maybe you didn't have the advantage of having a formal education, this is going to work for you, because I will literally show you technical skills, soft skills, and skills that you can learn in less than 1 month and start offering those skills as a service. I'm going to show you how to do all of that right into this one single video, right? So whatever I'm going to teach you in this course is 100% based on my very own experience and life lessons, right? I can only teach as far as my experience is concerned, as far as my knowledge is concerned. So based on my accumulated information, knowledge, and life lessons, I've actually put everything right into this one single course, one single video that you are currently watching, right? I have one guarantee for you. If you follow through this entire course and implement exactly what I'm going to teach you, 100% you get a job, sign a freelance deal, or start working remotely, right? So this is basically my guarantee for you. 100% if you watch and implement, right, you will definitely get a job, right? A good paying job based on the skill that you have, or sign a remote job or work as a freelancer from wherever you want to work from in the world, right? You can simply be in Zambia and work for a company in the US, in the UK, in China, in Canada. There is no barrier right here. Distance is not a barrier, right? So yeah, let's move on, right? I'm going to show you why 90% of people don't succeed, so that you bend wheel to your direction. Part of winning is understanding why people don't succeed. And when you understand exactly why people don't succeed, you are going to bend reality into your own direction, right? I will show you how to focus, because 99% of people fail not because they can't work hard, but simply because they don't know how to focus, right? If I have only one guarantee for you, if you follow through this entire course and implement, I'm going to teach you 100% you get a job, sign a freelance deal, or start working remotely, right? Let's go. I'm going to show you exactly where you can find a pool of companies, right? I know most of you claim, you don't know where to find companies that are hiring, or maybe you think there's a shortfall of companies hiring. Trust me, that is not true. There's a bunch of companies hiring, companies looking for people exactly like you, looking for someone who can execute tasks that you can execute, and they're more than willing to hire you if you can position yourself as somebody who is worthy to be hired, right? So you never ever give any excuse of not having enough opportunities. I'll show you exactly how to write resume and portfolio so you can increase your chances of getting hired. I'll run you through over 20 skill sets that you can pick and learn, 1 or 2, starting from scratch and getting paid for your skill sets, right? Then I will show you the type of content to start posting on your social media so that your employers can recognize you and probably hire you. And I believe that is why you're watching this video in the first place. I will show you how to connect to great people the right way so you can access a pool of opportunities that you never thought existed, right? I'll show you where to find these companies' emails, phone numbers, and other details so you can contact them and pitch your service or offer directly to them, right? Because it's going to make no sense and there'll be no point of you finding these companies, right, as I'm going to show you right on my screen right now, if you are not going to be able to contact them, if you don't know where to find their emails, you don't know where to get their phone numbers or how to execute a conversation, right? It's going to be completely useless and pointless, right? So I'll then rewire your mindset and show you how to think correctly and force you to take action on your endeavors, right? Because if you don't take action, even if, trust me, I can guarantee you 100%, even if you take this course, you go through this entire course, you finish it to the end, and you don't take action, you don't execute on the things I'm going to show you right on my screen, on the things I'm going to walk you through, trust me, you are not going to win. You are not going to sign that client. You are not going to get the job, right? So I want you to agree with me, agree with anybody close to you right now, that you are going to implement, you're going to take action, you are going to act on this information that I'm actually giving you right now, right? I'll personally hand you an action plan for 90 days so you can paint your goals and write exactly what would it take for you to achieve those goals, right? I'm going to give you a 90 days plan, right? So you write exactly what you want to achieve, and how your life is going to look like when you achieve those goals. And trust me, that is going to inspire you to work on your goals, unlike you working on something blindly, right? I want you to identify exactly, how life is going to be if you get that job, if you get that, recurring deal, a client, whatsoever. I want you to paint that vividly, right? Then you and I will start implementing, in other words, working towards achieving those goals while holding ourselves accountable. You and I will begin working on these goals together, right? Whilst holding each other accountable, because part of winning is not just understanding, the technical part or the technical side of the coin, but also, mastering your mindset, mastering your habits, mastering, your belief systems, and knowing that you have to focus, you have to stay consistent, you have to be persistent, and you have to take action every single day, right? I'm going to give you an example. Me right now, I'm actually recording a 10 hours course for you in 4 settings, right? I'm recording this course in 2 hours 30 minutes per settings, meaning my brain has to focus, concentrate, and think about what I'm going to talk about next in the next 2 hours 30 minutes. It takes a lot of focus, it takes a lot of discipline, it takes a lot of mastering your mindset, right? We'll jump on weekly live sessions so I can help you overcome your hurdles and lead you back to the right direction. Because I know if I just hand you this 10 hours course, most of you guys, you're gonna probably not watch even the first 10 seconds, 10 minutes of this entire thing, because I know people have a very low concentration span. You guys simply cannot focus. You don't know how to focus. So I have to consistently, get you on live sessions so I can show you, what you are missing out, what you're doing wrong, what you should be doing, to, make, increase your chances of succeeding in whatever it is that you're currently doing right now, right? So your only commitment is just to sit back, watch this entire thing, watch this entire course, and take action and win, right? So basically, that's all you need to do. Trust me, 99% of the people watching this course right now, just like you, are not going to go past 2 minutes because people simply cannot focus. They have a very, very low concentration span. They have a low concentration span, lower than that of a goldfish, right? A fish can even focus longer than a human being at this point with this TikTok, Facebook, and all of that. But trust me, if you hate, the fact that you don't have a job, you don't have clients, you have nothing running in your life right now, that should be big enough inspiration, big enough motivation to get you to watch this entire course to the end. Like I said, I know people don't value free things. Just because this training, this course is for free, people are not going to value it. As a matter of fact, so I want you to treat this course like you've paid $1,000 for it, right? Because in the next 12 months, the next 2 years, the information that I'm giving you right now, the information I'm feeding you right now may be worth thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands. That is why, guys, I want you to focus. There is no single person, right, in my country, in my community, that has ever done something to this extent, to this level, right? Recording a 10 hours free course and putting it on the internet for everybody to watch completely free. There is no single person that has ever done it, to that level of stretch, right? So yeah, I can promise you can, and no other option here but to win. You have no other option here but to win, right? So this course is long. 10 hours is quite long for most of you, but only those who can stay through and persist have the chance of winning, right? Ask yourself one question: what if this is the only opportunity I have to make something out of my life? What if this is the only opportunity you have to make something out of your own life? Remember, I'm not promising that you to become a millionaire. I'm not a millionaire myself, right? I'm working towards my bigger goals, my bigger dreams, my bigger, paintings, right? So I can't help you past that, level. I can only help you as far as what I've done is concerned, right? Small wins compile and, become big wins, right? So I'm just trying to help you get those little small wins of your life. Could be getting your first client, getting your first deal, getting your first remote job, getting your first corporate job, things in those lines. That is exactly what I'm trying to help you with right now, right? So ask yourself one question once again: what if this is the only opportunity I have to make something out of my life, right? Would you let it go, or you would actually take advantage of it, right? So if you want, go ahead and check on the internet. Look out Zambia, right? Look out Africa. There is no single person you are gonna find that has something to this level of content, this level of magnificence. 10 hours of free course. There is nobody out there that has done it for free to this level, right? Go ahead on the internet, check. There is none. What I'm telling you here is that I'm literally putting all that I know, all the information in my mind, all that I could ever think of, the best pieces that I have in this video, in this course for you guys to consume and win, because I want you to win, because I wish all of you guys the very best, right? To be honest, you can't afford to be missing opportunities every time they present themselves to you because of your own recklessness, right? I want you to be disciplined. I don't want you to be reckless. I don't want you to be missing opportunities every single now and then. And because I'm actually recording this course. This course is not one of those courses where it's gonna be cut, record. It's raw course, right? Me talking to you guys directly. None of this is gonna be cut. You're gonna be seeing every single details of this training. So I'm gonna grab myself, a cup of water, right? Because like I said, 2 hours, 30 minutes of speaking is a very, very long time, right? So I'm gonna grab some water just to rehydrate. Great. So you know what if out of the challenge we are going to do, you make at least your first 100, 500, $1,000? So these, I love to actually place my goals in dollars so you can see how small or how big your goals are, right? $100, $500, $1,000, depending on what you feel is achievable for you. But if you are in a community of people achieving these numbers, these small numbers on the screen right now, trust me, you are going to push yourself to work and achieve it, right? Because if you see somebody else winning, what it speaks directly to you is that this thing is achievable and I can win too, right? So the sky is no longer the limit. In this training, I'll be taking the assessments alongside you, trying to make $1,000. So for this training in particular, I've set my goal at $1,000, right? If I fail to hit $1,000 goal, right, I'm not gonna blame you for failing to hit your goal, because the tutor, the teacher, the lecturer himself has failed. So I want you people to hold me accountable in as much as I'm going to be holding you accountable, right? So we are holding each other accountable right here. So you will not be alone in this game. I will also be in the game playing right next to you, right? So yeah, I want you to make a commitment to watch this entire course, watch this entire thing, and follow through all the assessments regardless of the situation, right? Take this course seriously as if you paid $1,000 for it, right? I'm telling you all this because people don't value what they get for free, right? Treat it like you paid a couple hundreds of dollars, right? Even a couple thousands of dollars, because trust me, this knowledge, this information works. I've tried, proven, and tested it myself, right? If you want, go ahead and check all my social media platforms. Check my YouTube, check my LinkedIn, my Facebook, all my social media platforms. I have been consistent. I have been doing these things for some time right now. And of course, I haven't achieved my bigger life goal, but I have been making progress, right? And that is what I want you to do, guys. Make progress, right? So getting your first remote job, freelance client, or corporate job really boils down to you having a relevant or on-demand skill set, right? So here you're gonna need a skill set, right? I'm not gonna tell you, oh, you don't need a skill set to make this achievable. All you need, is blah 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 XYZ. It's gonna come easy. No, you really need a skill set, right? Plus persistence. You're gonna have to persist. Plus, you are going to have to stay consistent and focused and do some focused outreach. I'm going to show you exactly how to do all of these things. Here, you need to identify first the top 100 companies or people that inspire you that you'd love to work with. So are you able to list down 100 companies that you'd love to work with, right? Companies that inspire you, right? So based on your unique skills and value, you create a personalized resume outreach template that is value driven, right? Then from there, right, you send your outreach consistently with the hope of getting feedback, signing a client, or landing that corporate or remote job. So here is exactly how it works in practice. You are going to find 100 companies that you like, that you admire, that you would love to work for. So once you list down those companies, what you're then going to do is you're going to conduct a simple research on those companies, just so you are sending personalized resumes, personalized cover letters and outreach to those particular companies, right? You're gonna find out what you think they need most in relation to your skills, in relation to the position you are applying for, so that you tailor something specific. For example, if you're going to be applying for a role as a tax advisor, right, you are going to find out where that company is burning a lot of cash as far as tax is concerned, right? Maybe they are being charged a lot of money because they are not remitting correct tax correctly or whatsoever, anything relating to tax, whatever, right? I don't know about tax, you are the expert here, right? So you're gonna find that specific pain point. Then in your resume and your outreach, you are going to outline exactly how you are going to help that company reduce their tax cost legally. Remember, everything I'm going to teach you here should be legal, ethical, and moral, right? So because we anchor on these three principles: legality, morality, and ethical. I don't know if there's any word like ethicality here, right? Yeah. So if you're in sales and marketing, find out exactly the inefficiencies in the companies you're applying for as far as sales is concerned and marketing is concerned. Find the leaky holes in their marketing system, in their sales system, and offer them a solution, right? It is because of the solution that you're going to offer them that they're going to be interested to work with you in the first place, right? Yeah, so just took a water break, right? So here we go. Then you do this consistently without losing hope. 100% guaranteed you'll land a job or client, right? Here's exactly how it's done in practice. If you want to land a remote job as a virtual assistant, you would probably have to check LinkedIn jobs, find job boards like We Work Remotely, Indeed, Glassdoor, ZipRecruiter, Monster, USA Jobs, Flex Jobs, YT Jobs, depending on what you're looking for, depending on what will serve you best. Then you want to pick between 20 to 30 jobs that you are going to apply for, right, every single day, and you send out your applications. It runs just like that, right? And guess what? You have to do this consistently, and surely you land on one or more jobs, or you're going to land on a client, depending on what you are looking for here, right? I know most of you guys don't even know what skills you should be learning right now to guarantee yourselves, that job or client. I understand, you are thinking right now, is my university degree enough? What skill should I be learning? Blah, blah, and all of that. I'm going to answer all of that in this course, right? So on my next slide, I will be sharing with you over 20 technical and non-technical skills that you can pick from and start getting paid from those skills, right? So pick only one or two skills from the list and nothing above that number. If you want and you feel you are already qualified, you can stick to your university degree, but I would 100% encourage you, to pick a skill relevant to, what you are going to be offering those companies, those business owners, when applying for that job or trying to sign that deal, right? Because looking at how fast technology is speeding, looking at how fast things are actually moving, you would have to, keep sharpening your skills again and again and again and again if you want to gain unfair advantage in this economy. So here's a list of the top 20 skills you can pick from right now. Don't worry, if you have no idea on any one of these skills, I'm going to explain to you exactly what each one of these skills is all about in a layman's language, so that you have at least a clear understanding of what you are going after, right? So the first on my list is copywriting. So copywriting is basically writing, selling in print, selling in written form, right? So if you've ever read an advert, that advert was actually written by a copywriter who used persuasive language trying to sell you a specific product, right? If you've ever watched a VSL simply means video sales letter. That video was crafted by somebody who was selling a product trying to sell you something. It was scripted by a copywriter trying to sell you something. So those people, these copywriters are actually paid thousands and thousands to write these pieces of copy, these pieces of sales messages that companies can use to sell more of their products, right? So next on my list is digital marketing. So basically this is just marketing on the internet, marketing on YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and all of these social media platforms. That is basically what digital marketing is. So it's digital done on the internet, marketing, right? So next on the list here we have media buying. So media buying is basically just running advertisements on digital platforms like Meta ads, YouTube ads, or any form of ads, right? So people that are specialized to run these ads, we call them media buyers, right? So here next we have programming, we have graphic designing, video editing / video production, project management, sales, AI automations, web development, UX and UI design, ghostwriting, blog writing, social media management, cybersecurity, data analysis, Python programming, prompt engineering, financial analysis, influencer marketing, public speaking, and yeah, these are some of the 20 skills that you can go ahead and learn, right? So don't overthink it. Just pick one of these skills, right? Just pick one of these skills, and trust me, you're gonna be good. And it's not like you're gonna be tied to one of these skills for a lifetime. If you feel maybe 3 months down the line you think that skill is not serving your strength, you are more than free, you are more than welcome to actually come back and change it, pick something completely different and ride with it, right? So yeah, basically these are some of the skills that I could come up with personally, but you are not limited to the skills on my screen. You can go ahead and find other skills that you feel you could thrive best in, right? So yeah, pick one skill, pick one or two max, and yeah, let's go ahead. So now that you have selected the skill you are going to learn and offer, I want you to dedicate 1 to 2 weeks to become intermediate at that one skill, right? So remember here, if I'm speaking assuming that all of you guys are complete newbies, you are complete beginners, you've done, you've never, learned any of these skills, right? You've never offered any of these as a service. You are starting from scratch. You don't know what you are currently doing. So what I want you to do is that I want you to spare at least 1 to 2 hours every single day mastering these skills. And how you are going to do that, I'm going to offer you two options right now. So the first option you have is that within the community that I have created for this free course that I'm giving you guys, you can get into this course and participate. And if I have some level of proficiency in the skill that you're gonna pick, I and the team inside are gonna be helping you guys, honing your skill. And if not, you can actually go ahead and check out YouTube, right? You are gonna find a lot of valuable content right there on YouTube. At least you can spend 1 hour or 2 hours every single day learning about that particular skill set, learning about that skill you've chosen, or business model, whatever that you have selected, right? Because you want to be as good as you possibly can, right? Then you have to create a G Drive folder or a website where you are going to be keeping every single project you do, right? So let's say, for example, here you picked a skill as a digital marketer. You are going to be applying for a job as a digital marketer, or you're gonna be doing it as a freelance digital marketer. What you want to do is that when you're serving or servicing your very first clients, right, you want to store every single piece of the jobs or the gigs that you do into a folder or a website, so you build yourself some authority and credibility. Because the more people see what you've actually done about what you're offering them, you are going to be placing yourself out there as the ultimate authority in that particular industry. And the more people know you, like you, and trust you more because of your credibility, because of your testimonials, your case studies, and all the work you've done about what you are offering, the more money you are going to influence, the more you're going to charge on the skill or the service you're offering, and the more valuable one client is going to be for you. So it's going to be a little bit hard to get your very first client or your very first job, but once you've gotten that particular first job, first client, you now want to store the work, the gigs that you're doing for that particular very first client or job that you have into a file folder, into some form of G Drive or a website, so that you're building yourself some authority here. That is exactly what you want to do, right? This action will help you build a portfolio and track record. This is going to make it insanely easy for you to sign clients or get a job, because you have track record. There's something you've done in the past, you are good at this thing, and you have evidence, you have proof, right? Proof of concept that you can show to people that, okay, if this is what you're looking for, I'm the ultimate best guy to offer you this type of service, right? So now let me give you an example. Let's say you chose copywriting as a skill. You will ensure that every single ad copy, email, VSL, landing page, script that you write is recorded in your portfolio to help you build credibility, right? So from this point, you want to focus on only 3 things: finding potential clients or employers, right? Doing research on these leads so you can send out personalized outreach, and finally send out as much outreach as you possibly can, right? So these are the top 3 things that you want to do. Nothing better than this, right? You want to always be on the lookout on the best employer or the best client that you can have. Then you want to do a research on these companies, these people, so you can craft a personalized outreach that you're going to be sending to them, and you want to spend more time sending outreach, right? Sending application letters. You want to spend more time, doing outreach, reaching out to these people that may become your client or hire you, right? So this is what you want to do most. I'm going to emphasize on this very, very point because most people spend time doing things that don't actually move the needle, right? They spend time doing things that they shouldn't actually be doing in the first place. And what ends up happening is that they see no progress, nothing is happening, they are not progressing, and they start complaining, right? So that is very, very bad because, you want to focus on what moves the needle. You want to focus on the heavy tasks, right, that get you 80% of results. The 20% task that gives you 80% of results. If you've actually heard of the 80-20 rule, that is what I want you guys to focus on most, right? So here is the action. Use LinkedIn, job boards, social media communities to find potential clients or employers that are actually going to hire. I want to show you how to do all of these things on my screen, right? So by the end of 2 hours, 30 minutes of this training, you should be able to get started implementing, right? So here we go. So this is how you're going to fast track the process. When doing your outreach, you're going to need basically 2 outreach media, Instagram and email, right? There's so many outreach media that you can use, but just to keep things lean, just to keep things simple for everybody here, we are going to focus on only 2 outreach medium. That's IG, that's Instagram, and email. Of course, you can use Facebook, you can use WhatsApp, you can do some cold call or whatever to do your outreach. But to keep things extremely simple for all of you guys, we are going to be using these 2 outreach medium here. So create a professional looking Instagram account and grow to at least 200 followers and create posts that relate to what you do, right? So this is very, very important because, when you create your Instagram account, you want to first of all build some level of credibility so people can know you, like you, and trust you. Because if you are going to start reaching out to people with 0 following, 0 posts on your Instagram, people are not going to trust you. They are not going to respond to your messages. They will think you are a scammer, a spammer, or maybe you are just trying to, dupe people, right? You have to look like a real human being, who really cares about people, and you are offering them a certain service or whatever, right? You have to just make things look clean, professional, and good, right? So that is why if you're going to go the Instagram way, you want to start making some content. Let me give you an example here. If you are a social media manager, or a social media, person, what you want to do is that you want to start posting maybe how to grow your social media, how to get a first 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, how to create a post that engages your audience, how to find your right audience, how to sell online, how to do all of these, these are some of the content ideas that you can be posting on your IG or across your social media if you are going to go the Instagram route of doing your outreach, right? So next, you want to create a Gmail account that is trustworthy if you're going to be reaching out via email. So for example, instead of saying emmanuel2030@gmail.com, what you want to say, you want your email to look like this: emmanuelkateta@gmail.com. So let your Gmail look trustworthy, right? Let it represent either a real company or your full name, right? Not this. You want to go to optimize for this and not this, right? Your Gmail can be smithgerard@gmail.com, not smith4892ig@gmail.com. No, right? So you want to look professional, right? Even if you are probably using a Gmail account only, right? So now that you have all your outreach media, you want to start sending outreaches every single day. Like, I'm not going to stretch this point so much. This is where the heavy lifting is going to show. This is where the heavy lifting is, and this is where your results are going to lie, right? Because if you've only reached out to a couple of employers, you've only reached out to a couple of companies that might give you that gig, chances are high that you are not going to get that gig. So you want to reach out to as many of these people as you possibly can, right? You want to send out as much outreach as you possibly can. So here's what's going to matter is the quality of your outreach, emails you send in volume, right? The number of outreach sent per day. So what I was talking about here basically is what is going to count here is number one, the quality of your outreach. If you're applying for a job, basically it's how you craft your resume, how you're gonna craft your cover letter. Basically that is going to matter. And secondly, what's going to matter is the volume, like how many applications are you sending every single day, how much outreach are you doing every single day. Like, that's what's going to matter. So you have to ensure that every single outreach you send is value driven and giving something in advance and not asking for something. So I want to make this point extremely clear here. So most people have this mentality or mindset of approaching jobs or employers with the mindset, okay, you have to employ me because I'm homeless. You have to employ me because I have no food, I have a family to take care of, and they won't survive if I don't have a job. Like, you want people to employ you because of your problems. Remember, it is inhuman, right? Humanly, by nature, people don't love people that want to get into their cycle with burdens, with problems, right? People shouldn't be hiring you because of the problems you are facing, because of the people that depend on you, or who is not going to eat if you don't get a job. That is not why your employer is going to hire you. Remember, your employer here doesn't care whether you are starving at home. He doesn't care whether you are homeless. He doesn't care whether your relative is dying. He doesn't care whatever worst situation you're going through. Like, I know this is extremely harsh, it's hard, but that's reality. He doesn't care what your employer or your future gig is gonna come from. It's from you positioning yourself as somebody of value, somebody offering value to that particular company, right? A company hires for two reasons. The first reason is that they want return on investments, human resource. They want to hire you and you help them make more money. They want to hire you and you make their systems more efficient. They want to hire you and you take care of high consuming tasks that CEOs, CFOs, COOs, CMOs, HRs shouldn't be focusing on. So companies will hire you for return on investments, or they'll hire you for conveniency. That simply means you are saving them time. They are not hiring you because someone is dying in your family, you are hungry, you don't have where to sleep, and all of that nonsense you put across. Companies don't care about your problems. Keep your problems to yourself. If you're gonna get hired, make it about them and not about you, right? So here are some of the different formats you can use, right? So you want to use any of these formats. So you can write an email, craft a proposal document, or attach a portfolio, and you can even go as far as recording a Loom video and send out this Loom video explaining exactly how you are going to help X company, right? So let me drink some water and I'm gonna explain on this point. Great. So if you are applying for a remote job, let me start with a remote job. If you're applying for a remote job, remember here, you have no barrier, right? You can simply apply for a job in the US, in the UK, well, in the UAE, in Italy, in Germany, in South Africa, whatever part of the earth that you'd love to apply for a job. Remember, if you're applying outside, it's going to be to your advantage because those guys are gonna pay you way more money than people in your local country, right? So if you're applying for a remote job, what you're gonna do is study the company that you're applying at, right? Study the job board clearly. The job description clearly. Study the company you're applying at, and I want you to write come up with a very, very good resume, right? And a very good cover letter. If you want to go further, do a portfolio as well, right? And once you've done that, you can attach a Loom video. A Loom video is basically a video where you record yourself and your screen, and you're basically talking about the strategies that you're going to implement at that company to help them make more money, to help them be more efficient, effective, or how you are going to provide more value at their company if at all they get to hire you. That Loom video alone is going to be 10 times more powerful, because the hiring team are going to be engaging with you on a personal level, right? They are going to engage with you on a much deeper and personal level. So you're going to beat all the other guys that are going to be sending generalized applications, right? So yeah, try this method. Every time you're doing an application, attach a Loom video talking about how best you are going to execute your role. If at all they hire you, you would definitely increase your chances of getting hired by 90%, right? Because nobody does this. If you're applying for a corporate job, do the exact same thing. If you're trying to get a gig, right? You want to become a freelancer. What you can basically do is that send your potential clients some free pieces of your work. Do something for them for free, send it to them via email and things like that, right? You want to make it look genuine. You want to make it look for sure that you're trying to get into their space to help out, to add value, and not just to get money, right? Yeah, so basically that's what you can do right here. So most of these companies will not respond to your first email. So they might respond to your second email, third email, seventh email outreach. You want to keep following up until you get a response, either a yes or a no, right? So when you're sending outreach or doing your applications, these companies may not respond immediately, right? They may not, respond to your email day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 10, day 15, day 70, whatsoever it's gonna take you. They may not respond. So what you want to do is that you want to always follow up again and again and again. So how exactly do you follow up? You want to make sure that your follow up is value driven. So send them a piece of some work you've done particularly for them that they can use instantly, right? That thing alone, it's going to increase the chances of getting hired, right? So next, right here, remember, here we just want to get our first yes, right? You want to get a first interview. You're trying to get a first a discovery session with your client for that freelance job. You're trying to get a first yes here, right? And turn that yes into a recurring cash flow, either a job or a client. Trust me, if you send enough outreach, you send enough applications, you send enough emails, enough outreach, there is no way somebody wouldn't respond, and there's no way you are not going to get a job or get a client, right? So let's get into the implementation stage and start building our blueprint to securing our first remote or corporate job, right? Yeah. So I don't want you to watch this entire course without taking action, right? I want you to take action. Start sending your first outreach within the first 2 hours 30 minutes of this course, right? So this course, like I told you from the very beginning, is broken down into 2 hours 30 minutes, right? That's 4 breakdowns, right? So that's a total of 10 hours. So the first 2 hours 30 minutes, I want you to go ahead and start sending outreach, right? Start crafting your very first application. Start sending outreach. If you don't know exactly, how do I send outreach? Where do I find these companies that can hire me? How do I do blah blah blah, and all of those questions that you have? Yeah, we are still not even 1 hour into the session. I'm going to be showing you exactly how to do exactly just that, right? Yeah, so this is going to work for you regardless of what you do, where you are, and you can apply or reach out to any part of the world: US, UK, UAE, Italy, Germany, whatever country you want to work for, right? You can apply. You're free to go ahead and apply. So I want to see some of you guys going to work outside your country because of this very training you are taking. Trust me, I'm really investing a lot of information, a lot of knowledge into this training. So I would love to see some of you guys flying abroad to go and work outside nations because you watched my training, right? That is going to actually develop you as a person, and it's also going to give me credibility because I'm helping people. I want to be one of the biggest guys on the internet, giving real value, true value, helping people, right, accomplish what they're trying to accomplish. This is exactly what I'm doing right now. So I don't want you to watch this entire course without taking action. I want you to take action. Start sending your first outreach within the first 2 hours 30 minutes of this course, right? So we agree on that. So let's go ahead and find the top 100 leads we are going to reach out to, applying for a job, finding clients, etc. So we're gonna find 100 leads together right on this training, right? So if you are a copywriter, I want you to write your very first 5 pieces of copy. If you are a social media manager, write your first 5 pieces of social media content. If you are a programmer, work on your first application, software, whatever. I want you guys to start doing the thing that's going to take you to get the job or get a client right now, right now. So this will give you the advantage of mastering your skills while reaching out to potential clients. So if you're writing copy while it's reaching out to copywriting clients, you are killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, you are developing your skills as a copywriter, and secondly, you are trying to get a client. If you're going to be building an application right now whilst applying for a job, right, as a programmer, firstly, you are owning your skills. Secondly, you are trying to get clients, which is a win-win-win-win scenario. So I'm just going to open a new tab right on my screen right now so I can show you guys where you are going to find all of these companies that are ready to hire. There are so many strategies we're going to use right in this training to find companies that are hiring. And the first strategy here is I want first of all you guys to search something like, let's say, the industry. Let's say you want to work in you want to work in marketing agencies in Italy, right? So what you need to do is when you go on Google, type the industry plus the location. For example, marketing agencies in Italy, manufacturing companies in Zambia, fintech companies in South Africa, real estate companies in Dubai, whatever locality you want to type industry plus location, and you're going to find a bunch of companies within that particular location. So then you're going to go ahead and do a Google search. So once you've done a Google search, here what you want to do is you want to come on maps, right? You want to visit maps right here, and boom, it's gonna load a bit, so let's wait for it to load. So you can see here we have marketing agencies in Italy. So whatever I'm gonna search, it's gonna appear right here. So these are some of the marketing agencies right in Italy that you can go ahead and apply to. So one thing I wanted to let you know, guys, is that whether or not these companies are hiring, I want you to constantly send your applications. You can send an application you can send a proposal, you can send your outreach in different formats, right? So basically that's what I want you guys to do. So let's check out one right here. So when you come right here, you want to find out your visits and maps, and find out if this company has a website, right? You want to look around and see. Of course, crowddm.com, they have a website. So I'm going to click on their website right here, and let's see what they have on their website in a moment, right? So basically, guys, I'm showing you where to find companies, limitless, endless companies that are going to be willing to hire you, right? So this is the first strategy you're gonna go with. You want to go directly on these companies' websites. Find these companies' websites, find their online presence, and apply to them directly on their online presence. So you can see Crowd, this is what they're all about: creativity, UX, UI design, data analysis, software crafting, generative AI, digital marketing, and all of that. This is what this company is all about. So what you're gonna do is, when you're on this company or on this website, you want to see if they have got a careers page, a careers tab or page, whatsoever you may want to call it, or an email where you can send your application directly. So for example, you can see there is an email here, crowd Italy at pec.it. This is their email that you can collect and go ahead and send out an application to this company. So if I come right here, I want to see if this okay, great. So this company doesn't have a career tab, so I'm gonna move on to the next company. So let me just find something random. So let's say this is the company I want to go for. You can see this here is their website. So this, in case you don't know where the website is, this is the website. So you click on that on their website, and it's gonna load you. It's gonna bring you something on a page that looks like this, right? So you want to keep on visiting each and every company's website again and again and again and again, and as you are doing so, keep on dropping your applications, dropping your proposals, dropping your outreach, right? So you can see here they have their emails. There is this email right here. Let me show you. There's this email right here, another email right here, another email right here, so you can reach out to them using both or any of those emails. So if I click here, I want to see if they have a tab that says career, right? So you can see, nope, this one doesn't have a careers tab. Not really a problem. So yeah, so this is exactly what you guys want to do, right? So keep on visiting those companies' websites, right? You're gonna have a list of endless websites, a pool of companies, right? If you just search industry plus location, depending on which industry you would love to work with and the location of that particular company, boom, you'll find a bunch of those companies websites, and you're gonna find their emails. Look for their careers page if they have, and see what positions they are open for. Even if you don't find their careers page, even if you don't find the position they are hiring, I want you to send outreach regardless, right? Like I said, regardless, just go ahead and send out the outreach. So here's the action plan that I have for you guys, right? So the first 2 hours, 30 minutes of this course, you should be able to set your monthly income goal. So what is your monthly income goal? After taking this training, is it $100, $500, $1,000? The limit is only in your mind. Like I said, I am going to be taking this challenge alongside you guys, and I've already given you guys my target. That's $1,000, and you guys can also pick yours, and we are actually gonna be keeping each other accountable on these challenges. So plan your first 50 to 100 outreaches, so you start getting your first responses and sign your first deal, right? So follow up until you get a no or a yes, right? So I will keep talking about outreach and follow-ups, because that's exactly what will get you clients or the job, right? So in the next phase of this training, I'll show you how to jump on sales calls so you can secure deals, and also on interviews so you can secure jobs, right? Then I'll write more proposals, right? Outreach, then we'll write more proposals, more outreach messages, and study these pieces and improve them, right? That's in the next sessions, right? Then we'll jump on live sessions, Q&A, and strategize to get better responses and sign deals, right? Watch the remaining 7 hours, 30 minutes of this course. That's exactly what you want to do. So this course is not complete. We are not yet 2 hours 30 minutes, because right now, guys, I have to open my tabs and walk you through, show you exactly how these things are done in practice, right? So if you want to contact me, these are some of the contact emails, and phone number that you can use to actually call me, contact me, whatever you may want to put it. Or if you want to actually work directly with me, you can basically just reach out, let me know, and we'll start doing something together, right? So with all of that said, let's actually go ahead with our implementation stage, right? So our implementation stage probably is what's going to take a lot of time, because I'm going to show you guys in details what you have to do, how to send your outreach, and all of those things in excruciating details, right? So right, I've just showed you right now, you guys, if at all you want to find a bunch of companies hiring on Google, you just have to open your Google tab on your tablet, your phone, your laptop, whatever device that you're currently using. Just search, for example, I want to do a different search right now. I don't know why this is bringing. Okay, so let's do a different search right now. Let's say we don't want marketing agencies, maybe we want real estate companies in Dubai. So I want to find real estate companies in Dubai. So let's search, let's go on maps. I'm gonna click on maps. I'm sure you guys now know exactly how to go about this process. So it's gonna actually open up some real estate companies in Dubai. So you can see every single day you're gonna have more than 50 companies that you can reach out to. So you can reach out to as many companies as far as you can go. It's all up to you, right? So the limit is only in your hands. It's in your abilities to reach out to these companies. So you can see here are some of the companies you can reach out to in Dubai. So find a dream property, blah blah blah. So you can see this is a real estate firm, right? So I want to scroll down right here and see if they have a careers page. So as you can see clearly here, there is no careers page. I can't see any careers page. So I'm gonna click on the dots right here. Boom, there is no careers page, but probably we can find their email somewhere. Let's see if I can spot their email somewhere, right? So contact us. So you can see they have a phone number right here, right? This is the phone number that you can use to contact them. And let me see if they have. Okay, I'm not able to spot an email right now, but if I click here, okay, great, I can't spot an email. So if you can't spot their email on their website, what you basically want to do is that you want to visit their social media platforms. Probably they have Facebook, they have IG, they have LinkedIn. So go on any of those social media handles of theirs, and probably go on the about section, and you should be able to find their emails. You should be able to find all of those details that you're looking for, right? So basically this is exactly how you are going to be finding these companies that are more than ready to hire you, right? So the second way you can find these companies ready to hire you is by going on job boards, right? So one of the job boards I'm gonna open right now is indeed.com. So I'm gonna show you guys as many job boards as I possibly can, so you have no excuse right here. So I'm gonna click on browser, continue with browser here. I'm actually on Indeed. So when you come here on Indeed is basically a job board, right? That's gonna show you a bunch of companies hiring whatsoever, right? So here, let's say you're gonna type in the type of job you're looking for, then Indeed is gonna show you a list of those jobs available, or those companies hiring. So you can see this company right here is hiring a copywriter. You can see this one is hiring a romance ghostwriter. So if you're a romance ghostwriter, you can go for it. This one is hiring a copywriter. This one is hiring paid media specialist. This one is hiring digital copywriter, blah blah. You can see all of these roles open that you can actually go ahead and apply for, right? That's if you are interested in copywriting type of work. So I'm gonna search for another role, let's say virtual assistant, right? So let me see if they have some virtual assistant roles open. So click on continue, and you can see here it's saying virtual assistant jobs, 7,000 plus jobs available, right? So you can see they have over 7,000 virtual assistant jobs available right now for you, right? So you can see there is one here, social media assistant, right? You can apply for this one if you want to become a virtual assistant. Property assistant, social media and digital real estate broker assistant, right hand to chief operating officer and chief executive officer, part-time executive assistant, anticipate needs, blah blah, part-time administrative assistant, and all of that, technical assistant, and great. So you've seen there are a bunch of jobs that you can apply for here on Indeed. If you guys are not gonna be applying to this job, if you're not gonna be taking any form of work, then it is just you who has decided to be lazy, right? You've decided to be lazy, and you've decided to do completely nothing about what I'm teaching you right now. That is the only reason you won't actually get a job or get a paying client, because you didn't want to take action. Because right now I'm stretching, showing you guys how it's done. All right, great. So next job I'm going to show you here is Glassdoor .com. Let me go to glassdoor.com. So I'm going to click here on glassdoor.com. The same thing you do on Indeed is basically the exact same thing you're going to be doing on Glassdoor. So once you come here on Glassdoor, it's a job board as well. You just have to navigate through their interface. So you can see here you have to search. Let me see. Okay, great. So I want to stay. Okay, no, I don't want the app. I want to stay on the browser. So you can see if you come. Okay, just a moment. Okay, it's taking me to the application. I don't want the application, right? So let's go back. Let's go back right here. Okay, great. Okay, I want this in landscape. So if you come on Glassdoor right here, the same thing you're doing on Indeed is the exact same thing you're going to be doing on Glassdoor. I don't know why it's doing this. So okay, let me just rotate it. Let me rotate the screen. The same thing you're doing on Indeed, the same thing I'm going to be doing here on Glassdoor. You want to come here, search for jobs that you want to apply for. Glassdoor is going to give you a bunch of recommendations, right? It's going to give you a bunch of recommendations on any of those jobs that are currently hiring. Then what you can basically do is you can go ahead and start sending out your applications, right? So basically that's what Glassdoor is all about. So if you want, you can see this thing is gonna actually want you to sign up, right? For me, you can see I already signed up. I already have an account on Glassdoor. If you don't have an account on Glassdoor, that is the exact first thing that you are going to want to do here, is to get yourself an account on Glassdoor. It's very, very easy, right? It's very, very easy, right? So let's see here, trying to search. Okay, great. Place search. Okay, so these are probably the problems that may come with using a phone. So let me try to rotate my screen. Okay, let me try to rotate my screen and see what happens. Okay, let me just do something real quick. Just a moment, let me do something real quick. All right, next on the list here, you are going to have, golf talent. All right, let me just search golf talent right here. So here is golf talent, search. Okay, great. So you can see remotejobs.io, byte.com. So all of these are actually job boards that you can go ahead and visit if you are, you want to get a remote job, a corporate job, or you want to go and travel outside, right? So you can see when you're on Gulf Talents here, it's going to ask you to search for your job title, right? It's going to ask you to search a job title. So let's go ahead and search our job title here. So let's say we're looking for a job in marketing, right? Marketing manager, marketing executive, whatsoever. So you want to look for countries. Which country do you want? So let's say want Jordan, or you can change here. You can put UAE, or you can put all nations and click find. It's gonna find these companies hiring for you. So you can see here there's marketing manager. This one was posted on 29th, right? Marketing manager, digital and traditional. So you can click on any of these, and if you want to apply, just go ahead and click easy apply. Then it's gonna ask you to register with Gulf Talent. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a quick registration with Gulf Talents right now. So you can see here is my account. I'm gonna use this on Closer, Imperial Closer, blah blah. So let's go for it. Okay, it's going to load me a bit. Boom, it has loaded me. So you can see it's telling me create your Gulf Talent CV, personal information, upload a CV file, build a CV, whatsoever. So you can see, so once you put your CV, it's gonna ask you for personal information, additional information, experience, education. So once you fill in this form, then you can go ahead and do your application on Gulf Talent, right? So some other job boards that you'd probably want to visit, there is monster.com, right? So let me just show you some other job boards right here. So there's monster.com. So let me see here, it is right. So you can come right here on monster.com, apply for a job. Definitely you are going to find a couple companies hiring in any of your industry, right? So you can come on monster.com. So the next job board here is I don't know how you're gonna pronounce this, Dabizo jobs. Just come right here. You can see here you go, jobs in Dubai. So you're gonna see here job hunting made easy with Dabizo. You can go ahead and search for jobs, right? Look for popular jobs. You can see here hypermarket staff, right? So how much they're going to be paying you. Sales cashier, you're getting between 2,000 to 3,999. This should be dirhams. That's what they use in Dubai. So you can see waiter, waitress, personal assistant, right? Here you go. There's a personal assistant job right here. So I'm gonna click on this job. So you can see here they're looking for a female. If you're a female, you can go ahead and apply. Continue. You create your account. I'm gonna use this email, right? Continue right here. So guys, I'm literally showing you exactly how to go about job hunting if you are looking for a job. So there is no reason, right? Anybody would just wake up and complain, right, of not having a job, not knowing where to find companies that are hiring, because I'm showing you exactly how to do it right here. So you can see, you can put in your full name here, put in your email, put your nationality here, click find your nationality. For example, I'm in Zambia, so I want to find countries in Zambia, right? So once you do that, you can click on apply, then boom, your application is going to be received and you'll be waiting to hear from them, right? So this is the other. So the other job board you can go ahead and visit right now is Robert Half, right? Robert Half .ae. It should be roberthalf.ae, I think so. So let me see. Okay, great. So here you are. Reject also. You come here is where here is roberthalf.ae. So you're gonna see it's also a job board like any other. So you can find a bunch of other job boards like mycopage.ae, Robert Half, Monster, Byte, LinkedIn. You can go on LinkedIn and you will be finding all of these job boards with companies hiring right there. So again, you can come on YT jobs. So let me just go. This is the last job board I'm showing you guys. I've showed you a couple of these job boards that you can visit if you're looking for a job, right? So you can see here YT jobs. So on YT jobs, basically these are YouTube jobs available. So you can see here there's hire me, there's video editor, blah blah blah. So let's come to hire me, because you are currently looking for a job. So you can see down here, you can see video editor jobs, creative director jobs, thumbnail designer jobs, channel manager jobs, scriptwriter jobs. So you can pick which job you want to apply for. So for example, let's say you want to become a YouTube producer. So you click on YouTube producer right there. So so you can see there is this remote YouTube producer job paying between 36,000 to 72,000. There's another one here paying between, okay, great, paying between 50 to 70, right? So okay, trying to move. There's another one here. There's another paying between 55 to 70. And the list is endless. You can load more and more of these jobs, right? So yeah, with all of that said, I think these are the only job boards that I'm going to run you for this session, to be specific. Then now we are actually going to move to something completely different, right? So now let's actually check out LinkedIn. So now guys, I'm actually right here on LinkedIn. So if you come on LinkedIn is actually an amazing platform. So what you want to do here is that you want to start creating content that resonates with your career, what jobs you're applying for, and things in those lines. So if you come on my profile right here, so you can see I've actually been on LinkedIn for quite some time, and I have a couple of content that speaks to exactly what I offer, what I do. So I want you to also come right here, emulate what the best people on LinkedIn are doing, and do the same thing. Then when it comes to jobs, you can see down here there's a tab written jobs. So you want to click on this tab written jobs, and if you go ahead and search, you can search for virtual assistant in the United States. You can change locations, so you can see there is this virtual assistant job that was posted a day ago, 2 days ago, 8 hours ago. You want to be an early applicant of these jobs that are recently being published. For example, work from home, we train you, financial recruiting, blah blah. So if you want to be receiving more job alerts for this specific title, you can click right here, open it, so you can see saying this job search alert is on. So every time there are new jobs in under virtual assistants, you are going to be one of the very first people that get to receive a notification telling you that, okay, there is another virtual assistant job, these available on the market. So you can go ahead and place your application, right? So with all of that said, guys, I'm actually going to go on a very quick short break, and after the short break I'm gonna come back and complete this entire training for you guys. But before I go on a short break, I just want to go back to Chrome and give you an example, show you how your resume is supposed to look like, show you how your portfolio is supposed to look like, and things like that, as you prepare yourself to start sending out your applications, right? So you can see my time right there. This is close to midnight. This is 11 p.m. in the night, right? So what I want to do here, I want to go back to my Chrome, and I'm going to search for something like copywriting. Okay, no, digital marketing, digital marketing portfolio. I want to see basically the best people in digital marketing and look at their portfolio, right? So you can see digital marketing, claving, and all of that. 24 marketing portfolio examples to get you inspired. So let me open this blog and see if at all we can find if we can find some of these portfolios. Let me see right here. So there's Maria, there's this lady here, you can see. Let me try, is there, I think it's not clickable. Try copy. Okay, nope. All right, so basically I think this is something that I'm gonna show you once I'm back from my short break. I'm gonna go on a very quick short break because I've been talking to you guys for the past 90 minutes, right? 90 minutes. So I'll go on a short break, right? Take some water and come back and finish the training with you guys.
A few moments later, 2,000 years later, one eternity later.
Welcome to the Pathways to Digital Jobs and Gigs training. This is going to be a very, very comprehensive training. So I want you to follow through nicely. So in this session, I'm actually going to cover 6 pillars, right? And the way this session is going to occur, I'm going to record my screen showing you guys every single step that you're supposed to take. I want to show you my screen so you know what step to take at what point, right? So we're going to start with the first step here. So step one, you need to learn a skill, right? So here you're going to find exactly what you're going to be offering your employers, right? You're going to find something of value that you are going to be offering your employer. So remember, if you watched part one of this session, I mentioned to you that employers are employ based on two factors, right? So there is ROI or conveniency, right? So let me just write this down: ROI or conveniency. So ROI, this is basically return on investments, and conveniency, it simply means you are saving somebody time, right? So return on investments kind of jobs are jobs like in sales and marketing, anything that brings revenue in the business. That's a return on investment type of a job. And convenience type of jobs are jobs where you save your employer time. So I can give you an example. Your employer doesn't have time to sit at the front desk, right, and start talking to walking clients. So he would actually delegate that task to somebody who has time to sit at the front desk and attend to client queries, and all that, right? So a job like that is a convenience type of a job. So here, it's up to you to choose which one you think would actually work best for you, right? Between a return on investment type of a job or a convenience type of a job, right? So now, with the use of artificial intelligence AI, we are going to find out, some of the give me some of the on demand return on investments, remote jobs and conveniency conveniency remote jobs. Because the reason as to why we're doing this, remember, you're going to have to use AI here because AI will make your work effective, right? And the reason being as to why we want to identify the type of role you're going to apply for, it's because you need clarity, right? Do you want to apply as a remote closer, as a sales rep, as a virtual assistant, a social media manager, a graphic designer, a videographer? Like, there are so many roles you can apply for. So now we want you to, have that clarity, right? So high ROI, return on investment, remote jobs. So these roles can generate high income, strong freelance demand, or great business return if you master them. So there is digital marketing specialist here. So many are skilled at search engine optimization right here, running Google ads, Meta ads, email marketing analytics, and all that, right? There is sales funnel builder or lead generation expert, software and web developer, a copywriter or content strategist, AI automations consultant, freelance video editor or content creator, and all of these, right? So convenience type of jobs here, we have, for example, a VA. That's a virtual assistant. So some of the tasks of a virtual assistant here is scheduling, like creating a schedule for your employer, handling emails, data entry, customer support. These are some of the schedules of a VA. So you can work from anywhere with flexible hours. So the pay range it's giving us here is $5 to $30 an hour, depending on your skill and probably depending on who you are working for. So the next skill here is customer support or chat agent, right? So there are companies that basically need a customer support person or a chat agent, whereby if I don't know if you visited a website and there's a tab where you can ask questions, right? So basically, people that handle that are chat agents. So Next here, I have transcriptionist and captioner, data entry and researcher assistant, social media moderator, online tutor, remote recruiter, HR, and there are literally a number of conveniency and return on investments jobs that you can go for, right? So now it's up to you to pick whether you're going to go for a return on investment type of a job. This is something in sales. You can be a remote closer, you can be an appointment setter, the list is endless. Or you can go for convenience type of jobs, right? Like being a virtual assistant, a social media manager, and all of those, convenience jobs, video editor, graphic designer, and all that. So if you're gonna work with somebody, who produces more content, the person is gonna need maybe a video editor, a graphic designer, and probably a virtual assistant. And like I said, the list is just endless here. So you want to pick one skill, right? Pick, let me just write it down here. Pick one skill you are going to focus on for a prolonged, right, period of time, and start applying for one role, right? So this is very, very important. You want to pick one skill you're going to focus on for a prolonged period of time and start applying for one role, right? So step two here, now that you've picked a skill, you've picked a position you want to start applying for. So step two here is to find remote job boards, right? So I'm going to open a tab here and I show you exactly some of the remote job boards that you can actually go for. For example, here we work remotely. Let me just go right there so you can see this very link here is we work remotely link. So let me just open the tab for work remotely. So here you're gonna find a bunch of remote jobs that are going to be posted. So you want to pick whichever that suits you. So if you come on this tab here, you can see there are jobs here, all jobs, programming, designing, develops, management and finance, customer support, sales and marketing, other jobs, and all that. So you can just come on all jobs. Let me see all jobs right here. And if I scroll, you can see there is senior full stack developer. This is time, right? So don't hesitate to apply for full time, even if it shows New York. Probably maybe if you want to go and work in New York City, right? So these people can actually fly you to go and work in their country. So don't be afraid to apply if it's written New York, New Zealand, UK, whatsoever, whatever the geography. Just go ahead and apply, right? Because some of these people, they are more than willing to bring people out of their home country to go and work in their country, right? So second here, there is remote front end Rails developer. So you can see this one is remote growth engineer. This one is remote, Android developer, remote. So the company hiring here is TopTom, right? So you can see this is the company hiring, and they're saying they're paying 100,000 US dollars or more. I must assume this is yearly, right? This is a yearly salary. Lead mobile developer, tech lead, this is remote as well. Full stack engineer, this is remote. So you can see there are a bunch of remote jobs right here on we work remotely. So let me just search for virtual assistant. I see if we're gonna find something for virtual assistants right there. So let's see if we are going to find something for virtual assistant. So boom, you can see here virtual assistant remote, right? So it shows Atlanta, Georgia. Like I said, you can see also here saying anywhere in the world. So meaning the company is located in Atlanta, Georgia, but you can apply from anywhere in the world, right? So you can apply for this VA job. So this one pays between 18 to $21 an hour, right? So if you come down here, you can see virtual operations documentation specialist. So this one is a full-time job in Colorado Springs. So this one pays 10,000 to $25,000. I must assume this is yearly. Virtual assistant for entrepreneurs, virtual assistant, and all that. Okay, so you can see there are 52 other remote jobs right here. All right, so you can see there are 52 other so I can just keep on scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. We are going to come across a number of remote jobs. Now that I'm telling you guys, there is no limit to the number of jobs that you can apply for right here. Okay, so let me search for something like video editor, video editor. Okay, great. So let's see if we have some video editing jobs here. So there ain't any jobs that match your search. Okay, great. No worries if we couldn't find video editors. So customer support. Let's see customer if we're able to find customer support, right? So if I come down here, you can see freelance, inbound, content service, live technical support representative. This is full time. Customer success manager, remote SaaS. It shows full time. You're gonna. This is a remote job, but you're gonna be working full time, and you can see you can apply from anywhere in the world, right? So this is from the Netherlands, right? So let me just click and see which company is hiring here. So you can see this one was posted 8 days ago. So you can see it saying apply. So let's click on apply just so I can show you guys like how to go about your application process here. So you can see it's customer support manager SaaS slash remote Dutch, Amsterdam, North Holland, Netherlands. So the pay here is 45,000 pounds to 65,000 pounds per year. This is a yearly salary. So okay, to find out how much your the range of the monthly salary, all you have to do is divide these numbers by 12. Then you know how much you probably get per year, right? So if you come here, you can see you're gonna find the job description, right? So I highly encourage you to read through the job description. This is going to be very, very, very important because you want to know exactly what this company is looking for, so that as you are applying, you know exactly what the company is looking for. So here you're going to put in your name, you can put in your email address. So let me just put in my email address right here, Emmanuel the Lancer at gmail.com. So I'm showing you guys exactly what you need to do here if you're looking for a job. Like, this is exactly what you need to be doing and nothing else. So choose yes to give your consent. So you're gonna read here, and if you give your consent, just click yes. Please share your LinkedIn profile. So you see this is mandatory, right? Share your LinkedIn profile. Probably they need a link here, but I'm just going to put my name because I don't have my LinkedIn profile on my laptop unless on my phone. Are you fluent in English, written or verbal? Please also add if you speak any other language fluently, so you can add here. You can put it right into writing. What country are you from? You put there. What industry have you worked in or supported customer in as a customer success manager, or in a similar role, right? So you put there what type of customer base have you supported mostly in your previous role, SMBs, mid-market, enterprise, etc. You put there. So basically you have to answer a questionnaire here. So finally here they're saying, to help us get to know you better, please submit a short video introduction, maximum 2 to 3 minutes, as part of your application. In your video, please include the following: your introduction, meaning name, location, and a quick summary of your professional background, your motivation for this role, why are you excited about this customer success manager role at Publitas. So this is the company hiring, Publitas. So let me just click here. Your strengths, what unique skills or qualities do you bring that would help our customer succeed? No need for high production, just be yourself and speak clearly in English. A simple mobile recording is perfect. So meaning all you have to do here is grab your phone, do a 2 to 3 minutes recording talking about these things they've asked you here. So you can just practice. maybe even 5 times, 10 times, be on a plain wall, right? Dress nicely and speak, right, for 2 to 3 minutes answering this, right? Then you upload your video right here. So optional, you can also share a recent success story where you made a measurable impact on a customer's experience or outcome. What was the situation? What action did you take, and what was the result? So you don't want to leave this part even if it says optional, right? So these are the parts that are going to actually give you a plus, right? So even if it says optional, go ahead and respond, right? So all fields marked with a star are required. Then once you've filled in this entire form, you are good to go. You can go ahead and actually submit, your application, right? Yeah, I'm not going to fill in this entire form applying for this job because it's going to take a lot of time and we may not finish, right? So I want to show you guys how to actually do this, every step of the way. So I've showed you how to go ahead and apply for a job using We Work Remotely. So remember, the company here that's hiring is Publitas. So maybe I'm just going to open a new tab here and search Publitas. I want to find out what this company is all about. So you can see this www.publishers.com. This is the company hiring you. You always want to find out, what company is hiring you, look at them, look at what they do so that you understand what value you're going to be bringing on the table, right? Because if you don't know which company is hiring you, you're just applying blindly. It's going to be very, very, very difficult for you to add those very, very, very important information in your application process. So you want to find out what this company is all about, what it does. So I'm just going to go on about us here. So you can see every month, 80 million people across the globe find inspiration and enjoy shopping by using our products. So you can see here, this is, a shopping thing, right? Right, people shop using this platform. So you can see, want to join our team so you can view the jobs that are here. So that's the best part about, not only depending on job boards, right? I'm going to show you 10 different job boards right on this session. But every time you apply for a job using any of these job boards, please go back to, go to the site of the company you're applying for. Look at what they do. It's very, very important, right? So want to join our team, view our jobs. So you can see view open jobs here. You can see here they have a senior QA engineer, junior QA, software tester, product designer, technical product manager, senior back-end developer, customer success manager. So you can see this customer success manager here, customer success man. Even if it's written Germany dash, don't worry, you can go ahead and apply, because remember what I said earlier, companies are not looking for people in specific locations. They are looking for people that can, bring in return on investments. Most importantly, it's ROI, return on investments, or people that can actually solve the convenience problem, right? So these are the major two things companies are looking for, not where you're coming from. So sales, senior account executive, remote. Here you can work remotely. You can work in Denmark, in Danish, right? So yeah, other applications to public as talent community, blah blah blah. So you can see this company is hiring. It has a lot of open positions that you can actually apply for, right? So stick to your role, stick to the skills you are developing. Don't try to do everything, because you are going to be confused, right? You're going to put yourself in a very, very difficult situation. So let me just go ahead and sign in on this platform. I'm going to sign in as a job seeker. So let's continue here, signing in as a job seeker, saying verifying you are human. This may take a few seconds. Okay, great. So the verification is done. So I'm going to sign in using my Google emmanueldelancer@gmail.com. So it's signing me in right now. So I'm going to click on continue. So you can see the platform here is we work remotely. That's the first remote job platform I'm showing you right now. So you can see here saying your experience. Tell us about yourself, so companies know who you are. So you can put your experience here. Let me just put 3 years of experience, your job status, actively looking, preferred salary. So what salary are you looking for here? I'll put this, your work experience. You can put your work experience here. So what this is going to do, it's going to open you up to opportunities where companies are going to see your profile and they can easily reach out to you, you know, and give you work, right? So this is one of the fastest way to actually get things done here. So let me just search virtual assistant again whilst I'm logged in. So let me just click on search bar here, so you can see there are quite a number of jobs. So you can see how it's saying upgrade to pro. You don't really need to upgrade to pro. You can stick to the free plan. The free plan has quite a number of jobs, enough to actually secure you one. So I've actually showed you work remotely. I've showed you how to go about the application process and all of that. So by now I'm convinced you are clear, you understand how to go about work remotely, and really it's going to be the same with these other remote work uh job boards. For example, let me just go to flex jobs, right? So the difference is not that much. The way work remotely is and this one, they are literally the same. So here when you come, you want to find companies that are hiring remotely. So let me try to log in right here. So let me search for customer support. I'm going to be using the same examples: customer support, location, work from anywhere in US, work from anywhere in the world, right? That's exactly what we want. So you can see here backend platform engineer. There are a lot of jobs for engineers right here. So you can, let's scroll a bit and see what's happening. Personalized. Da, 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 da. No, I don't want this. So let's search and see French general writer, German general writer, success engineer, microservices engineer, and all of that, right? So, okay, great. Find remote, hybrid, and flexible jobs. So let me just type a keyword here. So let me say virtual assistant, virtual assistant, executive, right? So you can see here are some of the virtual assistant jobs that are available. So this one was posted 30 plus days ago: virtual assistant, executive assistant, virtual executive assistant 2 weeks ago, healthcare virtual assistant 30 days ago. This was 4 days ago. Real estate virtual assistant. So let's just look at one. Let me just open this one. So you can see the salary here is between 3,200 to 5,000 US dollars monthly. That's the salary for this job. And you can see categories: administrative, appointment setting, customer service, sales, copywriting, and all that. Right? Employee full time. Okay, great. So, okay, great. So you can see when you're on Flex Jobs, these are some of the jobs you can find here, and I've showed you how to go about, searching for jobs here. If you want to sign up, just click on sign up here. Like really, the process is as simple as opening a Facebook account, enter your first name, your last name, your email, confirm your email password, and sign up. And probably they're gonna send you a confirmation link via your email. Make sure the exact email you entered here is the one you have on your laptop or your phone. Confirm the with the link they will send you, and boom, you are done. Then you have an account on FlexJob. So let's just go straight to the next one. So the next one is remote.co. Let me click enter right here. Remote works, jobs and companies on sale. we have a bunch of remote work job boards, so there is no excuse here, right? No one is going to come to me with an excuse saying I don't know where to find remote work, because I'm going to show you about 10, right, job boards that you can find work, right? So you can see they have administrative assistant role, payroll analyst, credentialing coordinator, remote healthcare jobs, remote editing jobs, right? So if you're not going to the editing space, you can see their remote editing jobs. So here you can come on remote to C or C. You can choose 100% remote work, hybrid work, no remote work optional. So if you want to do remote, just click remote. Type of job, you know, work as a freelancer, employee or what you pick. Schedule, full time, part time, you pick. Career level, entry, experienced manager, you pick at what level you are getting in, right? And you click on the search bar. Right, let's see what happens next. So you can see they have coordinator, communication marketing, communication strategies, content, blah blah blah. So here the pay is between 51,000 to 85,000 annually, right? So let's click on this same one and see what they have saying. Join remote CO to unlock and apply for remote work. So basically here we don't have an account. So the process of signing in is literally the same. Get access to remote. Da, 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 da. So you can enter your email here. I'm gonna enter my email here. Emmanuel the Lancer gmail.com. I'm gonna enter password here. Okay. Okay, continue. Great. So you see, it's very, very simple signing up an account here. It's as simple as I don't know, right? So let me click on this row and see what it has. Okay, let me click here. Okay, so remote.co has a subscription and they have a 14 days full access for $3 right here, a 3 months full access for $9, an annual full access for 5.5 US dollars per month. So, if you're comfortable with getting a 14 days full access, just $3. $3 in Zambian kwacha should be something like let me just go and search dollar to kwacha and see how much it is so you guys are aware. So this is just about 68. So you need probably like an 80 kwacha or 100 kwacha to start having a 14 days full access on this, so that you can have all the jobs that they advertise here, right? So that's if you have a bit of money to spend, right? If you don't have money to spend, not a problem. You can use work remotely, flex jobs, and the many others, methods I'm going to show you right here. So from remote.co, we have remote OK. All right, let me go to remote. Okay, so basically this is exactly how these companies also make money, right? They at times they'll charge you a bit of some money just so they can give you access to all of these jobs that people are placing on their sites, right? That's how they make money. You have to understand this is business, right? So hiring remotely reached 2.1 million remote workers on Brava. So here, this is for people that are hiring. So for you, you're not hiring, you are looking for a job, right? So if you're looking for a job, you can see there are these jobs that are right here. So come on location. Here you're gonna choose worldwide, whatever. Choosing worldwide. Salary, you can choose whichever. Benefits. Search. I'm gonna search for. Okay, so which? Job am I going to go for right here? Let me see. Executive. You can see fundraising, full stack developer, assistant trader, working with Apollo, right? So let's say I want to apply for this one. Let's click on apply, right? So Apollo is a very, very big company. So what you're gonna do here is put in your name, put in your phone number, 74792, put in your email, Emmanuel the lancer at gmail.com. Put in your Telegram or WhatsApp. I'm gonna put in my WhatsApp number. Plus 260976747 922. This is my WhatsApp number. And submitting application. It's sending. Let's give it a moment to finish out. Thank you. Request received. Our team will contact you during working days and inform you about the next steps. If you made a mistake in your details, just go back and submit the form again. So basically, these are the things that you'd probably need to be doing every single day. So let's jump onto the next one. So the next one right here is okay. So I'm from remote. Okay, so this is Jobs Presso. Right, so let's click and see how job espresso looks like. Okay, so I'm gonna click right here. This is job espresso. All right, what's your current status? Unemployed, you click. How are you approaching your job search? Actively searching right now, you click. How long have you been hunting? You put whatever, how long. 65% of members find jobs within the first month. Oh, and all that. Okay, great. So let me click here, continue. What are you looking for? You click thanks, and click here. And have you ever tried smart tools like AI? Not sure. So basically, I just have to finish this entire thing. What type of work are you looking for? Then they'll guide you through, right? So from what I'm observing right now, it's like Jobs Presso is also a paid job board, right? For them to actually ask us these number of questions. Obviously, it's a paid one. So those of you that are okay, paying a few pennies just to access a bunch of jobs that are hiring, you can go ahead and use Jobs Presso. If not, you can stick to the ones I'm showing you right now, the free ones, right? So apart from Jobs Presso, there is no desk. So let's see. Let me open Nodesk right here. Verified remote jobs. Set your preferences. AI searches and applies for blah blah blah. Okay, let's allow it to load and see what we have right here. Let's give it some time to load and see what we have. Okay, great. So it has loaded. So I think this one also is going to ask you some questions. You have to answer questions. If it's a free, great, you go for it. If it's paid, you choose. You know exactly what you are willing to invest and what you're not willing to invest. So the next one here is working nomads. Working nomads. Let me search right here so you can see get hired for the best fully remote jobs. Discover 100% remote jobs what are for digital workers, remote nomads, blah, blah, blah. You can read it, you can go ahead and read. So job title, what are you looking for? Let's say I'm looking for virtual assistant work. Category, the location, anywhere in the world. That's basically what I'm looking for. Okay, okay, okay. Find a job. So you can see here we have senior graphic designer, senior full stack developer, whatever. So let's go for this one. You can see the company hiring here is lemon.io. Remember what I told you? You always want to pick the company hiring and search them separately. So you can go ahead and read what they are looking for. And if you're satisfied, you can press the apply button. So if you come here, you can see this job is paying between 3K to 5K euros gross, right? That's a gross pay. So lemon.io for developers, for companies, services. These are some of the services they offer, right? So find jobs that hiring. So I'm gonna click here. It's saying find jobs, full time. Okay, can put in your rate there. Doesn't matter. What type of a job are you looking for? You can click. Seniority. You can click. You finish up, right? So once you finish up, let me just put it right here. So once you finish up with the questions, if this is a free one, well and good for you. If it's paid, you already know what you are, what you're willing to invest, right? So basically, these are some of the remote job platforms. Let me just show you some few more so that you have as many options as possible. Remotive, right? You need to have as many options as possible. So you can see here, I want customer service type of work. So, client support specialist, apply, right? So you can see the process for all of these job boards are merely the same. There is nothing crucial, nothing difficult, nothing different. So you should go ahead and read the overview and come on application, fill in this application form, place your resume, your phone number, your English proficiency, in which country you perform services for clipboard and whatsoever. You have to answer these questions. Then you go ahead and submit application. Then boom, you will have applied for this role, right? So let me just go to another one. So the next one here is just remote. Let's open just remote and see what they have. And boom, you can see here you do the same thing, nothing different. Let me just show you the last one. The last one is Dynamite Jobs. Let me click enter. Let's see what they have here. So you can see you just have to log in and you're gonna find a bunch of jobs at Dynamite. So basically, this is exactly how you go about your job search, right? This is exactly how you go about your job search using these job boards, right? So right now, I've showed you exactly how to find a number of unlimited remote jobs, even on-site jobs using job boards, right? So step three here, we're going to be using the Google Maps strategy to find jobs, right? We're going to be using the Google Maps strategy to find jobs, right? So what you're going to be doing here is you're going to look for you're going to look for an industry. For example, I'm going to looking for marketing agencies in UK, right? You want to look for companies like this. So you can go for marketing agencies in UK, in California, in Asia, whatever country you want. There are marketing agencies, construction companies, the banking companies, insurance companies, like the list of industries is endless, entertainment and all that. You have quite a very, very huge list. So for me, I've chosen to go for marketing agencies in the UK. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to find where it's written maps. I click on maps, right? Let's click on maps and see what we have. So you can see the Good Marketer, London, these are some of the marketing agencies in London. You click on their website, right? So let's click on their website and see exactly what these people have. So you can see they're saying here for the underdog and blah blah blah, right? So I'm gonna deny all this. So here we're gonna look for we're gonna be looking for the careers page, right? careers page. I seem to not have found it. So I'm gonna scroll down, 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 and see if I can find careers. So you can see here, I found it, careers, right? So you're gonna click on their careers page, right, and see if they're hiring. So they're saying we are hiring paid social PPC marketing executives. So read full job description. So you can this is another way on how you can find companies that are hiring. Just go on Google, type the industry plus location. For example, marketing agencies in UK, marketing agencies in Italy, whatever company, banking, manufacturing, realtors, like the list of industries is literally endless, right? So the salary here is between 26,000 pounds to 30,000 pounds. I think this is yearly, right? Yeah, so you can go ahead and click here where it's saying apply now. If this is the type of a job you're looking for, apply now, jobs, da da da. So I'm gonna click on decline. Okay, so you can come down here. We are currently looking to add our team and continue growing as a company. If you don't see any jobs available, then don't hesitate to create your own Connect Plus profile to be the first to know when a job comes available, right? So let me click right here, apply for this job. Have you ever worked in a digital marketing agent setting before? You answer yes or no. Have you ever worked with Google Ads being yes or no? Have you how would you rate your proficiency? Okay, you can rate yourself right here. Do you have experience managing PPC? Blah, 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 blah. How many years of experience? How many years of experience do you have in da 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 da? Da? So you just have to put your years of experience, then personal information. You can either apply on LinkedIn or you can finish up right here. You enter your first name, your last name, your email, your phone number. You place your CV here, additional information here, right? You enter your cover letter here, get personal by adding some additional information. You always want to add additional information. This is going to actually make you stand out because some people skip this. You enter your cover letter, do this, and you click on submit application. That's how you find companies that are going to hire you. Like there is no other magic trick, right? There's no magic trick. So let me find if I can see another one. There's global search marketing, atomic digital marketing. Let me see the same atomic digital marketing. Let's see what they have. I want to go on their careers page, right? So, like I said, if you can't find their careers page, you are not sure whether they're hiring or not. These people might be hiring even without showing you their careers page. So, what you want to basically do in a situation like this, just shoot them, your application using, their emails. So, find their emails and write an application, attach your portfolio if you have, attach your resume, write a cover letter, and send it to them via email, right? So you can see here there's a careers page. Let me click on career. Let's see what we have here. So it's saying we are more than just a workplace, we are a family, right? So you can see view openings. They're hiring senior SEO manager and account manager, remote, PPC and paid social media manager, senior automated specialist, NHN automation specialist. You see, so if you're an automation specialist and you know how to use NHN, this is actually a very, very good company for you. PPC, paid social media manager, right? So I can go on and on and on and on and on. So there are a bunch of companies right here that you can apply for. So literally applying to between 20 to 30 companies every single day is a no-brainer because you have thousands and thousands and thousands companies every single day that you can apply to. So you have no, excuse, right? So basically here at this point, I've actually showed you how to find companies using the job board strategy. I've showed you how to find companies you can apply to using the Google Maps strategy, right? So I'm sure by now you know how to use these two. The next step four, you want to put together your resume and your portfolio. Very, very important, because these are the very, very documents you are going to be using when you are doing your application. So you want to make sure that you put together a resume and a portfolio. And what I mostly encourage, especially for a resume, is that you always want to edit it, right, to match the job you're applying for, to match whatever role you're applying for. So to work around my resume, I'm going to use Canva. Actually, you can use Canva for both your resume and your portfolio, right? So if you want a portfolio in form of a document, a file, you can actually use Canva. So let me just see right here. Let me click on home. Okay, it's misbehaving. Let me just open Canva on a new tab. Just say Canva right here. We go on search. Like I said, on Canva, you can create your portfolio right here on Canva, and you can also create your resume. So here, what we want is a resume. Okay, create, click on create. Mind you, you can do this on your phone or on your laptop, whatever device, you can do this. Here, I want a resume. So it's gonna give you a lot of templates for resumes right here. So it's up to you to pick, which one would actually suit the style of a resume that you're looking for. Okay, I don't know why it's taking time. Okay, anyway, let's see how we can do this. Okay, so it's saying create. Let me click on create again, resume. Okay, it's not bringing. So let me see if I have a resume somewhere here. I think I don't have one. Okay, so let me just come on templates. Let me do this. Let me do a search right here and see if I'll have some. So you can see you have a bunch of resume templates right here. So all you have to do is pick which one that would work best for you. So for me, I would pick something in these lines, something in these lines, right? So maybe probably let's say you pick this one. So the best part here, you've been given a template already. So all you have to do is to customize this template and allow it to suit with the type of resume that you want to build, right? So you can see here there is this image of the lady. So you can, if you click here, let's say you want to change this image. Okay, so what you can do is let's see, click on the image. I want to say, okay, can delete the image, delete image, and you can find your own image that you want to put here. I think here I don't have my own image. I don't have an image of myself. So I can just pick some random image and put it there, right? Let me just pick, for example, I pick this and I can put it there. Then you can edit here, you can see if I start typing. Okay, let me delete this. If I click here, I enter, start typing, I can edit this part. You can do the same with the entire resume. Once you're convinced that you've done a very, very good job with the resume, you can go ahead and click here where it's saying share. Then you can see where it's saying download. Then the resume is going to be downloaded on your phone. But before you download it, you want to click here first on top and change. You can just put your name. For example, my name is Emmanuel Kateta resume. So that when I download it, it should actually hold that name. So basically, this is how you go about your resume. And for your portfolio, let's see. Let's click on website right here. Mm, let's say you want a website. You want a website portfolio. Let's see what we have right here. Let's search and see what we have right here. So you can see here you have some of the templates for a portfolio. You can pick whichever one that works for you. So you can click. Let's say I'm gonna choose this one. All right. I pick this. It's gonna load a bit. It's gonna load me a bit in a moment. So now customize this template. Right. I'm gonna click on customize the template. Let's see how we can change this and make it an amazing portfolio for ourselves, right? So here with the image, you can see you can choose to delete this image and put your own image right here. So you can see here it's saying creative portfolio. You can say sales portfolio. You can change things here. You can put your name here. You can put my name. You can see this is how you Emmanuel Kachita. This is exactly how you edit things on Canva. Okay, great. This is exactly how you edit things on Canva. So let me just push this. Okay, so you can go on the first, second page, third page, and all that until you have a portfolio that looks exactly the way you want it to look like, right? You can keep changing whatever, right? So basically, a portfolio is just a compendium of the work you've done in the past and what you can do for your clients put together. That's what we call a portfolio, right? Or if you don't want to go the Canva route, you can just search portfolio. Let me go this route, portfolio builder, right? So build a portfolio for free on Wix. You can build a portfolio for free on Strikingly. Build your free portfolio site. So you can click here, right? Let's say you want to build make a website in minutes. So you can put your name. I'm gonna put my name right here, Emmanuel, my email. So guys, I'm showing you exactly how to do these things step by step. Manuel the Lancer at gmail right .com. Create password. I'm gonna use this same one. Get started. It's free, so you can see it's registering me right now. Start creating your site. So you can say generate a site instantly. So site title, I'm gonna say Emmanuel Works. So here you can put a description, but because of time, I'm gonna just say this is my portfolio. Confirm and generate. Okay, so it's generating right now. Let's give it a moment. I'm not a robot. Just click all the motorcycles. Let's do our verification right here and see. Okay, great. So click on verify. You click on verify. Bicycles. Let's select whatever work. Okay, verify. Great. So confirm and generate. Right. So you click on confirm and generate. Okay, great. So you can see it's saying analyzing your business. It's gonna load a bit, and once it's done loading, you're gonna now have something for portfolio. So you can see it's now pulling your portfolio right here, right? So you can see it's saying Emmanuel Works, creative professional with over 10 years of diverse experience, Available for freelance projects, collaboration consultations, book now, learn more. Our mission, you can put your mission right here. Highlighted works, put your works right here, the projects you've done, and all that you are able to edit all of this, right? So you can see saying you have your home here, you have a portfolio here, you have the services here, like what do you offer, right? What some of the services? You can put your pricing here, right? Can put your contact right here. Confirm and go to editor. If you want to edit, let's go to editor. Let's go to editor and do a bit of some edits. Let me ensure that it's recording. Okay, great, thanks. No thanks. So you can use this part to actually edit your portfolio. So if you have something, as professional as this, it's gonna be very, very, very easy for people to trust you, right? Because you have an online presence, your works can show somewhere, right? So if you have this link that you're taking your, people that want to buy from you whatsoever, and you're showing them this, they're most likely going to trust you because of this very portfolio that you have. So I've showed you the Canva way of building a portfolio. I've showed you the strikingly way of building a portfolio, like going to strikingly and all that to build yourself a portfolio. Or if you want to go more advanced, you can buy a domain, right? Build a complete website and make it your portfolio, right? So basically, this is how it goes. And what we can do here is let's go and find copyright portfolio. You want to get examples from people that have done this, right? Let's see here. I can help you create valuable and unforgettable content, blah blah blah. So look for materials of people that have done something great. Look at what they've done and see how you can do yours better. Writing portfolio, build an online writing portfolio in minutes. Okay, great. So let me search for um, best copywriter. Best copywriters. We have David Goggin Lee, Gary Halbert. So let me search for Gary Halbert portfolio. Gary Halbert letters. So you can see that's what he has. Gary Halbert letter. Great. So within your industry, find people that you look up to, and search for their portfolio online and use that as an inspiration to now build your very own portfolio, right? So these are some of the ways you can actually, utilize, right, to build a portfolio as well as to, you know, build a resume. And for a cover letter, what you can basically do is come to ChatGPT. Here, you just want to ChatGPT to give you an idea, to give you, um, a map of how your cover letter should look like. Let's say I am applying for a remote job as a remote setter. Kindly write me a brief cover letter for the job I'm applying for, right? But for you, you want to be as detailed as possible. Myself, I'm making it you know, less detailed because remember we are racing against time right here, and I want to ensure that I don't bore you guys with all of these boring stuff I'm teaching you right now. So it's saying, dear hiring manager, blah, 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 I'm excited to applying for a role as a blah, 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 blah. So you can see, you can get this, and now in your own language, in your own words, edit a few things, then you can use it as your cover letter and attach your portfolio the same way that I've showed you. Attach your resume. I've showed you where to go and how to go ahead and create your resume. Now that you have, let's go back in a moment. Now that you know which skill or service you're going to be offering, you know they're going to be going for ROI or convenience type of jobs. You know how to find jobs on job boards. You know how to use Google Maps to find companies that are hiring. You've already put together your portfolio and the resume. Now you know how to do these things. Then what is gonna happen next is you want to start your application process. Right here I showed you how to apply. So there are some job boards that are gonna have application steps right on them, so you can go ahead and apply that way, right? And there are also some companies websites that are gonna have steps to apply. You can go ahead and apply that way if if they allow you to apply that way. So if they don't, what you're gonna do is you're gonna use their email, right? So let me just find another company. Let's say I want a company called I want to apply at Lemlist, right? I want to work with Lemlist. Let me click here. Let me see what they have on their website. Just we're hiring. Okay, let's see what position they're hiring for. Okay, join the team. Giving salespeople blah 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 blah. Accept. Mm, great. Let me go down and see if I can find their email. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, login, affiliate program. Okay, they have an affiliate program. Great. Mm, okay, I can't seem to find their email. Let me search for another company. I'll go for the same marketing agencies in the UK. Let me click here. Let's look at what they have. Let me go on maps. Let me go on their website. Okay, let's see what they have on their website. So you can see here contact. You can see there's this website here. Hello, da 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 da. Can use this very website to apply. So for me, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just copy it. Okay, let me copy it again. Okay, Control C. Then I'll come on Gmail, my Gmail. From here, I'm gonna choose compose. Then I paste the email, and I can say application for remote sales job. Then here I have to enter my main body. For you, you have to ensure you do it well. You edit this, but for me, I'm just gonna enter it as it is. Okay. Because remember, we are rushing against time. So
I'm gonna put my signature right here. Then you come here, attach files, boom. You're gonna attach, your resume, right? Once you attach your resume, you can also add a link, or you can add a file to your portfolio depending on how your portfolio is developed. Then once you have everything in place, you can click on send. Then you'll have applied for the job, and you do the same thing again and again for 20 plus companies every single day. Then you are good, right? Okay, great. Let's see. I want to find where we ended. So now you know how to go about the application process. Finally, you have to track how it's going every single day. So here, I want to send between 20 to 30 applications daily. Mm, 10 to 15 Instagram DMs. Here, you're reaching out to people that actually, are decision makers in these companies after you've done your application, right? So I want you to work around these numbers every single day, right? So if just in case you want to ask me questions whatsoever, you can use this number right here, 076747922, or you can email me, Manuel, the lancer at gmail.com, plus 26097674792, or you can email me, Emmanuel the lancer at gmail.com. So this has been today's session. I'm actually gonna let you know when our next session will be, but for now, this is very, very, very enough to get you started. So I'm just gonna do a quick recap so you know what skill you're gonna pick. Could be virtual assistance, social media management, whatever. It's you that knows, right? Then here, you know how to find jobs using job boards. You know how to find companies that are hiring using the Google Map strategy. You know how to put together a resume and a portfolio. You know how to apply for jobs using an email. And finally, you want to track your progress, right? So, with all of that said, make sure you start following this protocol beginning today, right? Find out exactly what you want, to be offering. From there, try out, visiting one of the job boards, find a job, send an application today, right? So momentum is key, right? So with all of that said, I think for me it's an end. See you in the Launch Your Careers program. And by the way, if you're not yet in the Pathways to Digital Jobs and Gigs training program, you want to get started. So you can either send me a message on this phone number or on this email, then we'll actually get you started. With all of that said, see you on my next session. Peace out. This video will require you to focus because I'm going to show you exactly how to get ahead in your career, right? So right now, if you are building a career of any sort, right, probably you've been to university, you've just graduated, and you don't know exactly how to get started with your career. You don't know how to get a job. You don't know, how to make money out of your career. You don't know exactly where you need to get started, because most of you were told that once you graduate off of university, the government is going to hire you and you're gonna start working within the government. So probably most of you are waiting for government job boards to present you with a job so you can apply, right? And probably start working. But the problem with what you're doing right now is that there are hundreds of thousands of people just like you who are waiting, for government to present them jobs so they can apply, for those jobs and get hired and probably start working, right? So which is not reasonable for you to actually do what thousands of other people are actually doing, thinking you're gonna be the one that's is gonna get that job, right? So I want you to do something a little bit crazy. I want you to do something that is a little bit abnormal, right? Because if you try to be like every other normal person, doing what every single normal person does, you are probably going to be like any other person, right? So here is the thing, right? So here is you here. You are the person, you're trying to build your career, right? And in between here, there are hundreds of thousands of people, right, that have the same qualifications as you, that want to get the exact same job that you're looking for. And all of these people are doing exactly what you're doing. They're waiting for the government to release jobs on the job boards. They're waiting for someone to give them a call and tell them you're hired. They're busy complaining, blaming the government as to why the economy is bad. With them not having a job, things are going down, right? Everything is falling, right? So this is you who is trying to build up your career, and these are your competitors who are doing the exact same thing that you are doing. And here, this other side presents opportunities, right? So I want to understand this mindset right here. So remember, there is no one that owes you a job, right? No one owes you a job. The moment you understand this, trust me, things are gonna be very, 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 very easy for you. No one owes you a job. Remember, the purpose of you being in a university is so you can get information, right? Is so you can get information. That is the whole purpose of you being in a university. If you're studying business administration, you're studying medicine, you're studying finance and accounts, you're studying natural sciences or whatsoever you're studying. The reason of you studying whatever you're studying right now is so you can gain a bit of information. And once you gain this information, and now you have skill sets, right? You have skill sets that can get you, hired or worthy to work on certain projects, right? That is the reason as to why you're in school right now. It's because you're trying to get information that can get you skilled in specific or certain industries, so you can easily get hired or worthy of working on certain projects, right? Because right now, if you didn't go through the medical school, right, you can be a doctor, right? You can be hired as a doctor. If you didn't go through, if you didn't take a study in accounts, finance whatsoever, you can't get hired as an accountant, right? Remember what I'm saying here. I'm not trying to tell you that you can't get hired if you didn't go to university. That's what I'm saying here. But I know most of the people who are going to be watching me are people who've been to university or whatsoever. That is why, right? I'm not saying you can't get hired if you didn't go to university. You can get hired in in sales and marketing even if you didn't go to university. You can get hired as a researcher, right, writer, and many other high-paying jobs even if you didn't go to university. So what's gonna actually make you credible to get hired or to work on these projects is your skill set, right? You need to develop develop skill sets, right? So this is the first thing I want to talk about in this video, because if you don't have the skill set, trust me, no one is going to hire you. So why are skill sets important? Maybe let me highlight why these skill sets are going to be very, very important and play a role in you getting hired before you start thinking otherwise. Why is this guy telling me to go and build skill sets like everybody else tells you to build skill sets? But why, right? Remember, the people you're gonna work with, this could be your employer, your boss, partners. It could be partners, boss or whatsoever. These people, I must assume they are running an organization, right? So this is the organization they are running. And what these people care about, they care about, people who will come in and, take charge of these aspects of their organization, so that the organization is running at its maximum efficiency, making as much profit as it possibly can, and scaling, right? Growing. Right? That's what these people are cared about. They don't care about your degree. They don't care about, your master's degree, your PhD, whatsoever. No, they care about your ability, right? They care about your ability to push growthy. This is what they care about. So the moment you understand, why employers or bosses hire people, you are going to be better. You are going to know exactly, how to reach out to them if you're looking for a job now, right? So most of you are entitled, right? You are entitled to a job simply because, you have a degree. No one owes you a job even if you have a degree, right? Remember, people have their own motives, right? Every time people bring you in their circle, it's because they want you to fulfill part of their motive, right? So like I said, in an aspect of this organization here, this employer wants people who come and push organizational growth. That is why they're hiring you. They are not hiring you out of pity, because you didn't eat last night, you lack a job, you can't survive, you've been evicted by your landlord. Those are your problems and your issues to deal with, right? Let's face the truth, right? Those are your own issues and problems to deal with, and that is not what will get you a job. I've seen many people looking for a job saying, no, my mom is almost dying in the hospital, I need a job to buy Medicare. I totally sympathize, with such stories, right? Almost everybody goes through their own pains, their own problems, their own battles. But if you are going to get hired, you have to look at a greater cause, right? So now here is the thing. An employer, right? An employer, is looking for someone who come, and be part of his organization and push value, push growthy, right? That's what they're looking for. So every time you get to somebody who has the potential to hire you, has the potential to change your life, don't ask for money, don't ask for a job, don't go there with a poverty mindset of trying to collect from these people. Go with a mindset of trying to add value, right? Look at the leaky holes within their organization, within their businesses, and spot where you can add value, right? Because if you can add value and you justify, right, without any reasonable doubt that, okay, I am the kind of person you're looking for, there is no reason they will hire you, right? So you need to identify portals, right? The correct portals, and see how you can bridge that gap, right? And they are gonna hire you because you're bringing value within their businesses. For example, let's say their marketing has leaky holes, and you come in and show them how to 10x revenue with proper marketing. They're gonna buy into your ideas. Let's say their sales team is crumbling down, and you show them a strategy that can help them close 5x more sales. You are valuable. They're gonna need you. if let's say, for example, a company, as finance is not well organized, and you tell them that you can show them, how to use a certain system that will help them project company performance, and you help them with things like tax, reducing tax strategy they can use to reduce tax, and get sponsorships and things like this. These things are valuable to companies. Now that you're presenting value, they are obviously going to hire you. So the only thing you need to do right here is to identify your unique value zone, right? Because trust me, your degree, let me say this plainly, your degree, your master's degree, and your PhD, no one cares about it. No one cares about your degree, no one cares about your PhD, and no one cares about your master's degree. I see most people pushing these qualifications when they're looking for a job. They're trying to find someone to hire them. They're pushing their degree. It's good to have a degree. It's good to have a master's degree. It's good to have a PhD. All of these things are good. But if you don't know, how to position yourself in a way that people value you, whatever papers that you hold no value. Because remember, there are millions of people on planet Earth who have a degree just like you. So now it's not exciting to know that you have a degree, right? And these millions of people can do the basic things that you can do. So what makes you think you're valuable? Because look at this. Value, how you measure value is this. You look at the number of people that can do what you can do, right? And the pain. You look at pain. How much pain is that person feeling for having this gap that I can solve, right? You look at the pain, you look at the number of people that can solve that solution, and now let's say there are over 1 million people that have degrees in finance, and there are 10 companies looking for finance specialists. So this industry becomes less valuable because there are tons of people who can fulfill what you can fulfill. So now you need to be able to elevate your value and reach a point where maybe only 100 people can fulfill what you can fulfill, and there are thousands, if not millions, of business owners that are looking for that solution. Now you're more valuable, right? So let me repeat this point, right? So if we look at value right here, right, you look at the number of people that can do what you can do, right? How many people can do what you can do? Then number two, you look at the pain that the pain the person is feeling for not having you in their life. If you're an accountant, what problems are they struggling with for not having an accountant? If you're a sales expert, what problems are they struggling with for not having a sales expert? Right? So in the example I gave, let's say you're a finance person, right? You're a finance person, and there are 1 million other finance people, right? And only 10 companies are looking for finance people. What are your chances, of being the one to be hired for, 10 or, chances of, these finance jobs, right? Even if even if you are hired by any chance, trust me, you are going to be compensated less because there are 1 million other people that can do what you can do. So if you are fired, the company has it has no pain, because they know, we can still hire someone in a split second. boom, just like this, because there are many people like you who own, what you own. So your value is lowered. Your value is lowered simply because thousands of people can do what you can do. Right? So that is why I'll tell you for a fact, that is why, if I give an example here in Zambia, this is Zambia, right? Teachers are paid low salaries. I'll say this plainly. Low salaries, I don't know how it defines low salaries, but according to me, they are paid low salaries simply because there are thousands, if not millions, of unemployed teachers. So even if the government was to fire 30,000 teachers today, fired, they can easily hire 30,000 teachers by tomorrow. So just know that this industry, the value has gone down for the people that are working within this industry. They can't command a huge pay because of how many people that can do what they can do. That's how we measure value. So now, here's the thing. You want to make sure that you are as valuable as you possibly can. So remember what I told you here. If we talk about value, we look at, the pain people are going through. For example, let me give you an example. You are in a desert, right? You are in a desert and there is no water in that desert. Let me show you here where value comes in. You are in a desert and there is no water within that desert. You are about to die, right? And let's say a bottle of water in town is sold at $2. And in the desert, someone can easily sell you a bottle of water at $1,000 because you're about to die. Which one is more valuable? You being alive or $1,000, right? There's only one person selling a bottle of water for $1,000, and if you don't buy water from this person, you're going to collapse, faint, and probably die. Right? So you see, so in the desert, water becomes more valuable because it is scarcity. But out here, water is less valuable because there are thousands of other people that you can buy water from. So you have many options. That is exactly what I'm saying. I don't know if I'm getting this point so well across. So if you look at people who are highly paid people, they do tasks that very few people can do. That is why neurosurgeons are paid high than general doctors. It's because very few people, are neurosurgeons. Very few people can operate at this level compared to this level. So because there are very few people here, and somebody with brain issues, if you have brain issues, this is a serious problem, right? It's a serious brain issues are a serious problem, and people who can solve this serious problem are paid high. Okay, so now let's look at it in this way. So you need to solve a serious, make sure that whatever you studied, whatever you're an expert at, has to solve a serious problem, right? This is pain. It's a serious problem. It's a serious pain. And there should be very few people who can solve that problem. I can give you another example. Let's say, for example, you are a master. You are a master at formatting fonts. You are the world-class master at formatting fonts, right? And, you are only 100, the whole world, that are masters of formatting fonts. Trust me, you can't command You can't command huge pay on this type of a skill, simply because in this era, who even goes to a tech person to format. A 5-year-old child can format a phone. A 10-year-old child can format a phone. So even if you're a master at formatting phones, you won't command a huge pay on such type of a task, because simply because of the level at which technology is at. So okay, great, you are a master at formatting phones and you're 100 master at formatting phones. Even if my 5-year-old brother is not a master at formatting phones, if he can, bro, I'm giving him. Right? So this is not a skill that is solving a high problem, right? So we're getting there, right? So you have to understand that to command a good pay, right, or to beat others within your specialty, you have to to be able to go and to go an extra mile, right? You have to be able to go an extra mile. So let's say, for example, in accounts, this other person only know how to do data entry. But for you, if you understand how tax works, right, you know exactly what business can do to reduce their tax. This is valuable to companies, right? You know exactly how to exactly how to solicit uh sponsorships using using your accounts whatsoever. You know exactly how to get deals for companies by projecting how well the company is operating. Now you are outsmarting the industry, because most people will stick to what they learned in university, which is not so valuable, because there are millions of other people that learned the exact same thing they learned. So you need to go an extra mile, right? So I'm showing you exactly here how to get a job. So once now you've understood that, number one, companies, let me get it. Companies, are looking for people who can come in and add value to their organization, add value to organizational growth, right? And you understand that you have to outsmart your competition, right? There are people who've started what you've started. You need to outsmart them, you need to outlearn them, you need to outgrow them, right? So you are the only one visible. Imagine you grow this big, you are this tower here, and every person beneath you only know what they've learned in university. This is where they are. You are going to overshadow them so much that every time people are looking for, they are looking for an accountant, it's you they can see, simply because it's only your star that is shining that bright, right? So that is how things work. That is how it works in career, right? So now, once you understand this, what you want to do, you want to start now looking for people to hire you. And basically, this is where most people get stuck, right? So even if you look for companies that are going to hire you, people that are going to hire you, and you are still struggling with your skill sets, trust me, it's not going to work, because these people want results, right? So you have to make sure that you take the skill set side, deal with the skill set side. Once your skills are in check, everything is in place, now you look for companies, people that are going to hire you. Right, so how do you go about this, right? Remember, you lead with value. Lead with value. So what I want you to do is, I want you to go on LinkedIn. If you don't have a LinkedIn, again, shame on you. Go on LinkedIn and find people that own businesses. The people you're looking for here are CEOs, CFOs, COOs, HR people. So this is chief executive officers, chief finance officers, chief operating officers, HR people, decision makers within the company, managers, whatsoever. Find these people. And what I want to do is take 5 minutes to look at their company website. Take 5 minutes to look at their company websites. Look at their pages on Facebook. Look at what they offer, their services whatsoever, and based looking at your skill set, identify what you can offer them that would be of value to their organization. Do this to the next 100 companies, the next 1,000 companies, and come back and comment on this video and tell me if you won't get a job. If you won't get a job, if you won't get hired, if you won't get that deal, if you still be where you are right now, trust me, I'll probably delete my all my social media platforms and go to the village and live with grandma. If you do this, you sharpen your skills, make sure that you increase your value. I've already showed you what value is, right? And once you've done this, you open a LinkedIn account, you find these decision makers within companies, and you look at their websites, you look at their social media platforms, understand what they are selling, what they are offering, right? And now you go ahead and reach out to these people with your unique value zone. You can either send them a proposal, send them a Loom video. So how you can reach out? You can reach out in many ways. You can write them a proposal, telling them, okay, great. Hey, company X, I saw that you own an IT company, a tech company. This is exactly what you're selling, and I've noticed that you have very low sales within your marketing company, and I came up with an XYZ strategy to help you make more money or boost your sales. Is there a chance that we can actually book a meeting so I can show you how my strategy works and how it can be implemented within your organization? Boom, you are presenting them with value. So in the same way, whatever industry you're in finance, you are in supply and demand whatsoever, you are into PR, public relations, whatsoever, do this exact thing, right? And trust me, you're going to see wonders, because most people are not doing this thing. That's why I'm telling you to do this thing in the first place. Most people are not doing it, right? That is why most people are the same, right? So do it to the next 100 companies, to the next 1,000 companies, as many. Make it your hobby, make it your enjoyment to speak to business owners, to speak to corporate individuals, right? The first person may not hire you, but they'll give you an experience. The second person may not hire you, but they'll give you a reputation of an experience, right? The third, fourth, fifth, 10th, 20th, 30th, right, person may not hire you. They may not, and they may hire you. Depends, right? Depends on the work you're putting in. Depends on many factors. The work you're putting in, depends on many factors. Right? But trust me, if you do between 100 to 1,000 follow-ups or outreach to these business owners, you will not only get a job, that contract, or sign that client you're looking for, you will gain more experience. Right? And you'll be way more connected than you ever thought. More experience, more connection than you ever thought, right? So this is exactly how to do it. If you want to learn more from me on how to build your career and outsmart and outperform all your competitors, comment launch in the comment section. I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. If you're watching from YouTube, I'm going to leave a link in the description of this video. Just go and click on that link and I'll show you, how to build your career like crazy and outsmart all your competition. All of that said, this is Omapreneur Closer. Allow us to have you, and peace out. Bye.
I have been talking about landing remote jobs, corporate jobs, and freelance gigs for a while right now. And one thing I've actually gotten to observe is that people have understood the module, people have understood the strategies, people have understood exactly where to find remote jobs, right? This could be remote job boards like Work Remotely, remote.co, remote OK, and many other remote job boards. They know exactly how to go about LinkedIn strategy of finding people that are hiring and applying for jobs right there on LinkedIn. They know exactly the strategies of using Google Maps, right, to find companies and visit companies' career pages, to do their applications. They know exactly, how to market, right? The type of marketing that I taught, which is called relationship marketing. They've understood those modules. But one thing I've seen that's a gap right now is that most people, don't understand goal setting, right? Which is exactly what I'm going to be showing you in this module. So please make sure you pay particular attention to this module because it's going to be one of the most important modules I've ever created in the Launch Your Careers program, right? Goal setting. Because if you don't know how to set clear cut goals, you won't know exactly how to accomplish those goals. So the first thing you have to understand is setting goals correctly. How do you go out there and set your goals correctly, right? So let's dive right into it here. So this is the introduction to goal setting, right? So here basically we are going to be navigating digital job success, right? So goal setting is crucial for enhancing your journey towards securing remote or freelance jobs. This module emphasizes the distinction between result based and action based goals for effective planning, right? So I'm going to show you exactly how to set result based goals, and I'll show you exactly how to set action based or action oriented goals. And between the two, I am going to show you which goals you should be focusing much on, right? Because if you focus much on the wrong thing, it's going to be very, very, very hard for you to actually get the results, even if you understand the mechanism, right? So let me give you a quick example right here. So imagine, you have a car and you are the driver and you needed to move from, let's say, Lusaka to Ndola, right? So the car in this scenario is the driver, is the business model. It is it is the remote or freelance job. It is, the freelance gigs that you can get, right? That's the car. And you, the person that's, the the skill set, right? You are the skill set. So if you don't know how to drive a car, even if you have a car, like, you won't get to the final destination. It's the same. You may have a clear cut business model, you may have a clear cut, strategy, a model, like, working remotely, working in the corporate space, getting freelance work, freelance gigs or whatsoever. But if you don't know how to drive that model, it's actually not going to take you to the destination, right? So this is exactly what I'm going to show you right in this module. So here's the thing. This is going to be our learning objective, for this module to be, specific. So here we're going to look at the goal types, right? So this module will help you distinguish between result based and action based goals, enhancing and understanding the effective goal setting, right? So here then we're going to come on daily inputs, right? So here you're going to understand exactly how to set measurable daily input goals will ensure you track progress effectively towards your desired outcomes, right? So here then we're going to come on action benefits, right? So you learn why action based goals lead to better outcomes, empowering you to make consistent progress in your job search. Then finally we're going to look at module flow, right? So the module outline key topics and concepts that will guide you through establishing actionable goals for your digital career. So basically, these are the things we're going to look at right now as we actually, dive in deep, right? So result based versus action based goals, right? So this is the part that I want you to pay complete attention, right? So if you are multitasking, if you are on a different screen, please shut off any distraction out there and focus on this particular part, because this is the most crucial part that I want you to pay attention to and that I want you to catch, right? So result based versus action based goals. So here we want to define goal types clearly, right? So you understand which one you should be focusing much on and which one should be once off, right? So understanding the difference between result based and action based goals is crucial for effective goal setting. Action based goals focus on daily tasks, providing clarity and direction for achieving desired outcomes, right? So let me give you a quick example right here just to help you understand what we are talking about right here. So imagine person A creates a goal that goes in the lines of, I want to get a corporate job by the end of the year, right? Wanting to get a corporate job by the end of the year is his goal, but that goal has no measurable tracking. Like, that goal is too vague. You can't track getting a corporate job by the end of the year. Like, it doesn't even tell you what you should be working on, what you should be doing every single day for you to accomplish that goal. All you know is the final destination, and you don't know exactly what's going to take you to the final destination. You don't know what vehicle you're supposed to use to get the final destination. You don't know, right? It's like you're trying to go to Beverly Hills and you are in Cape Town, right? Or whatever part of the world, and you don't know how to get to Beverly Hills. All you know is that you're trying to get to Beverly Hills. It's gonna be 10 times way hard for you to get to your final destination if all you know is the final destination and not the roadmap to getting there. So action based goals are simply a roadmap to help you get to the final destination, right? So action based goals could be something in the lines of send 50 proposals every single day to manufacturing companies, or send 30 job applications every single day to consulting firms, right? So you see how that goal is so clear. Like, you can easily measure sending 30 applications every single day to consulting firms, because all you have to do is get your phone or your laptop and do your job applications. Make sure you have a good portfolio, a good resume, a good CV, or whatever documentations that you need. You write a good cover letter, and you come up with a 30 consulting firms that you want to apply to, and you start sending your applications to those accounting firms. So that's how action based goals are structured, right? They show you the roadmap to the final destination. So no wonder a wise man once said, a man that loves walking gets to the destination faster than a man that just loves the destination. So for you, if all you love is the destination and not the journey to the destination, trust me, you are going to stay at one point for a very, very, very long time, for a prolonged period of time. So you have to learn to love, the journey to the destination, right? So which is exactly what I'm showing you right here. So now that you've gotten a bit of some context, we're gonna go and dive into the limitations of result goals, right? So understanding the challenges. So what are some of the challenges of result based goals, right? So here, result based goals can be vague and hard to measure or act on, right? So these goals are very, very hard to measure or to act on. For example, I give you an example. Let's say, for example, my goal is to make $10,000 by the end of 2025. Like, there is no measurable way of me making $10,000 by the end of 2025. Like, what am I supposed to do to make that amount of money? So instead of me leaning on the result goal, which is the end goal, I'm supposed to break that result goal into something actionable, right? So an actionable goal could be something like send between 100 to 200 proposals every single day to, could be consulting firms, marketing agencies, concierge agencies, selling them maybe marketing services at a $1,000 price point, right? So now that is an action goal that shows me exactly how I'm going to get to my destination. So most people have actually done this in the past as well, so many times, where I create, a result goal. All I know is the end product. All I know is the final goal that I want to achieve. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do or what I'm supposed to act on to get to that final goal. It's the same with whatever goal you have. It could be a fitness goal, it could be a wealthy goal, a healthy goal, whatsoever. It's the same. So you have to find out your destination. Then from there, you break down a roadmap, right? So these are actionable steps that gets you to the destination, and you want to focus on the actions, the reps, the input that you have to put in for you to get to the final destinations, right? So basically, this is how it goes. So for most of you here, your goal could be something along the lines of getting a corporate job, getting a remote job, or getting some freelance gigs, side gigs, side service projects, whatsoever online, right? So now that you know your goal, you know exactly what you want to accomplish, you know what you want to achieve, you want to expand your goal and ensure that you are not setting vague goals, right? So your goals have to be clear. For example, if you want to get a remote job, like what type of a remote job are you looking for? Is it video editing? Is it graphic designing? Are you trying to be a virtual assistant? Are you trying to be a photographer, whatsoever, right? Identify what you are trying to do, or what value, what service you are trying to provide. Then once you understand what value you are trying to provide, and now understand what your income goal is, are you trying to make maybe $100, a couple $100, 1,000, 10,000? Like, come up with an income goal. Then now come up with a clear final goal. For example, get a remote job as a video editor, that pays $1,000 monthly by 31st December 2025, right? So you see how clear this goal is. So this is exactly how you set good goals. And once you have this clear, detailed, final or result based goal, now you want to break it down into daily actionable steps. So your daily actionable steps could be something along the lines of send 50 to 100 proposals every single day to consulting firms, concierge, agencies, marketing agencies, staffing agencies, or whatever niche or industry that you want to go for. Now that you have a clear cut, action, right, that you're going to be taking to get to that goal, then you start walking, right? You become a man that loves walking, and like a man that just kind of loves the destination, right? So basically, this is how we go about goal setting, right? So here are some of the advantages of action based goals, because this is something that I'm from talking about right now, but for the sake of more context, I'm gonna actually run you through this right now. Okay, so advantages of action based goals. So action based goals are specific, right? They are specific in the sense that you know exactly the number of input, the number of reps you are supposed to be taking every single day, every single minute, every single hour, for you to get to the goal that you're trying to get to. They are measurable, right? You can easily measure sending 50 applications daily, sending 100 proposals daily, and they are motivating, right? Because every time you put in you put in something, you're expecting an output, right? So for the fact that you've been working towards something, you've been inputting, you are waiting for an output, and that gives you motivation. It gives you that feeling of, okay, I'm progressing because I've been putting in the work, right? So action based goals offer a clear roadmap for progress. They are specific and measurable, allowing individuals to track daily achievements, right? So for you in this case, the way you're going to be tracking daily achievements is by looking at how many applications you've sent a day, how many proposals you've sent on a daily basis, or how many thought leaders have you spoken to in a day, how many people have you given value on that particular day. Like, that's how you measure your daily achievements, right? Fostering motivation and consistency in pursuing their digital job aspirations, right? So this is the advantage of setting action based goals. Action based goals tell you how much you've done. and you can easily compare how much you've done, how much you've put in to what you're trying to get out, right? So basically that's how it goes. You have to understand the output. What's the output you're looking for? Then the output you're looking for is going to tell you the input you should be actually putting in. Then that input that you're supposed to be putting in, you are now going to compare it with the actual. By actual, what I mean is that, for example, you are supposed to send 100 applications daily and you are only sending 10 daily. So meaning you're only doing 10% of what you're supposed to be doing to get to the goal that you're trying to get to. So meaning you are also supposed to expect only about 10% of the results, right? Because you're only putting in 10%, right? So basically that's how it goes. Okay, relatable goal examples. So everyday analogies explained. So here I'm actually going to show you some relatable goals that you set every single day so you can relate it to your career goals, business goals, whatever goal that you're setting. And in this instance, I must assure these goals are financial goals, right? So understanding the difference between action based and result based goals can be simplified through relatable examples like fitness and job searches, illustrating the importance of measurable daily actions for success, right? So here's what we mean here. For example, you want to build six pack, you are a man, right? So your goal could be maybe build six pack, but there is no measurable or trackable metrics that you can use to measure having six pack. So instead of you just saying I want to build up six pack, you can transform your goal into lift 100 weights on a daily basis, like lift 100 maybe dumbbells daily, or you can say do 100 push-ups every single day, right? So if you're doing 100 push-ups every single day, you are hitting your goal, right? So you should translate your output goal into input so you can expect the output, right? So yeah, basically that's how it goes. And another example I can give is getting in shape. So we don't know what it means to get in shape, and there's no trackable metric that can help you know if what you're doing is helping you get in shape, right? So this could be getting in shape through having a proper meal prep, right? Maybe restricting yourself to 1000 calories every single day. So meaning you have to start measuring how many calories are in your meal on a daily basis so you know whether or not you are hitting your goal, right? So the whole point here is that you have to understand where you're trying to get to, and once you have that idea of where you're trying to get to, then you break that down into actions, daily actions, weekly actions, monthly actions, and yearly actions, because from the very beginning, you should be able to tell whether or not you are hitting your goals by your input, by what you're putting in, right? If you're putting in, 50% of what you're supposed to be putting in, you know exactly what you should be expecting by the end of the day, by the end of the week, by the end of the month, and also by the end of the year, right? Okay, let's move on. So here's some of the relatable goal examples. So for example, here if you want a fitness goal, this fitness goal could be maybe build up six pack, it could be whatever, right? So fitness example. Focus on daily actions like doing push-ups for measurable progress. So like I said, you want to focus on the action. You want to focus on what you are in control of, right? So you as a man, you are not in control of the results that you're gonna get, right? You're only in control of the input, right? You're only in control of the things you're supposed to do that get you those results. And a supreme power, which is God in this instance, is in control of giving you that which you've worked for, right? So if you look at my right hand side here, there's job search example. So sending tailored applications daily helps achieve the goal of landing a job. So instead of you having wishful thoughts of, okay, I want to get a job, I want to land a job, you should actually start sending job applications. This could be 10 applications daily, 20, 30, depending on how far you're willing to go, right? Sending those job applications is actually going to determine whether or not you're going to land a job, and like just having wishful thoughts, right? Okay, great. So let's move forward. Freelance goals comparison. Okay, so here is some result goal. For example, here, earn $2,000 monthly from gigs is vague and hard to measure, right? Because how do you measure earning $2,000 monthly, right? You can't measure the input you're supposed to put in to actually hit $2,000, right? All you can measure are the actions you have to take, right, that gets you the result. So here you have now an action goal: submit 5 proposals daily on freelance platforms, creates clear daily tasks. So what you can basically do here, you can either go on platforms like Upwork and Fiverr and start submitting proposals on gigs and whatsoever, or you can start doing cold outreach, right? Sending bulk, emails, DMs to business owners or people that need your service, right? So instead of you focusing on the result goal, reverse engineer and focus on the action goal, focus on the input that gets you the results, right? Great. So practical goal setting, right? So what's some of the practical goal setting examples? So strategies for actionable success. So effective goal setting involves breaking down ambitions into specific measurable tasks, right? I'm gonna say this over and over because I know this is where most people miss it, right? Focus on daily actions that contribute to your career goals to ensure consistent progress and meaningful outcomes. This is something that I've actually emphasized way more, right? So making goals smart. So steps to achieve success. So to effectively set action based goals, ensure they are specific, right? You have to be specific with whatever you're trying to accomplish and the actions you're supposed to put in to accomplish that goal. It has to be measurable. For example, send 30 applications daily. That's, you have to put a number that helps you measure the goal, right? It has to be achievable, right? For example, you can say, I want to make $1 billion in 30 days, and you've never made $1,000 in your entire life. Like, that's a really, really vague goal. So you have to set a goal that's measurable, and you have to set a goal that's achievable, right? I'm not saying $1 billion isn't achievable, but you have to be a little bit realistic with the goals that you're setting right now and how you are reverse engineering your goals. And the goal has to be relevant and time bound, right? So don't just say, I want to make $1,000. Like, when do you want to make $1,000, right? You have to attach deadlines to your goals, so you know every single day that whether or not you're hitting your goal, right? So this approach enhances clarity and provides a structured framework for tracking progress, right? So if you set a goal that's specific, you know exactly what you want to achieve, that's measurable, you know the amount of work you're supposed to put in, and that's achievable. You know that maybe you may not have achieved a similar goal in the past, but you've seen other people just like you achieving it, and you know you can achieve it as well, and it's relevant. This goal is actually gonna provoke something relevant, like it's gonna make you feel like success or whatsoever, and it's time bound, right? You've given a specific time that you're gonna achieve this goal, right? This approach enhances clarity and provides a structured framework for tracking progress. You're going to easily track progress, and obviously, you are actually going to easily achieve this goal because it meets all these specs, right? Specificity. It's a specific goal. You're gonna get to $1,000 with working remotely. It's measurable. You're supposed to be sending between 30 to 50 applications daily. It's achievable. Getting a remote job is way more achievable than you think. it's relevant, it's gonna actually maybe improve your life whatsoever. It's time bound. You want to get it by the end of the year. So basically, this is how you do your goal setting, right? Let's move forward right now. So action based goals. So now let's talk about action based goals. So for remote jobs, right? So for remote jobs, set daily goals such as sending applications or reaching out to networking contacts in your industry. For example, here, what you want to do is find companies that are hiring your role, right? So if you are a video editor, find companies that are hiring video editors. How to do that? I have a 1 hour long video showing you how where to find these companies that are hiring, so you can easily find them and start getting these roles, start landing these jobs, right? Or reaching out to a networking contacts in your industry. Or you can go on LinkedIn, connect to people of influence. This could be HR people, CEOs, COOs, CFOs, managers, and people that hold very good positions in the corporate space. You wanna give them something of value, right? I always say, whenever you are approaching people that are way ahead of you, you go to them with a mindset of giving them value, of being a problem solver, or providing a solution to a specific problem. This is actually going to open more doors for you than approaching people with a taking mentality, right? So every time you're approaching someone for the very, very first time, you want to ensure that you are providing them some level of value, or you are giving them a solution to a certain problem. You just don't want to be a parasite, right? Yeah, basically you want to understand this concept. For freelance gigs, for freelancing, aim to submit a set number of proposals daily and complete skill certifications to boost your profile. So basically here, if you are a freelancer, for some of you that don't know who a freelancer is, in a layman's language, I would say a freelancer is basically somebody who gets paid to deliver a service. Let me give you a simple example you can understand. Let's say, for example, you are a videographer. I come to you so you can edit my videos, and I pay you 1,000 kwacha for editing my video. You are a freelancer. You are simply getting paid to complete once off deals or once off gigs. Let's say, for example, you are a ghostwriter. You are good at writing articles, books, or other write ups for people, and people pay you money so you can write them write ups. That's a freelance type of an offer, right? You get paid for once off deals or once off gigs. You are a freelancer for as long as you are not running as a company, you are not running as a business or whatsoever. You are a freelancer, right? It's also a very, very good way to actually get started, right? So for corporate jobs, okay, in the corporate role, focus on updating your LinkedIn profile, participating in webinars to enhance visibility and skills. And also here you can focus on engaging with thought leaders, people that hold key positions in the corporate space, like the HR people, managers, the CEOs, COOs, CFOs, and people that hold managerial positions. Also, not to despise people that hold, even low key, you know, um, positions in these companies, because you don't know who can just open up an opportunity for you. So tracking tools, use simple tracking tools like spreadsheets or apps to monitor your daily progress, keeping you accountable and motivated. So here what you want to do is, you don't want to use guesswork, or you don't want to just depend on your mind thinking you're going to remember everything, because honestly, I'll be very frank with you, you won't remember everything. So you want to have at least a spreadsheet where you are recording everything you are doing, where you are recording how many applications you've sent a day, how many proposals you've sent in a day, how many responses you've gotten, how many interviews you've landed, and all of that, to ensure that you are tracking progress, right? Oh, great. So here are some, key takeaways. as we wrap up, commitment to action goes, right? So this is exactly what I want you to focus much on: commitment to action goes. So for most of you, I know you've probably watched the other video where I showed you exactly how to go about applying for remote corporate work and finding freelance gigs. But the only thing you're lacking is that you didn't know exactly how to set goals. You didn't have that proper mindset that could help you drive the model you're trying to drive. So you needed this. You needed to know that for as long as you're not taking action, trust me, you are not going to land the job. You are not going to land that a freelance deal whatsoever, right? So to succeed in your digital job journey, focus on action based goals, right? Measure daily inputs rather than fixating on results, and consistently apply these techniques to achieve your ambitions, right? So basically, you need to start setting your goals right now. You need to start setting your goals right now. Take charge of your digital job success today, right? So right this minute, I want to see you, to start setting up your goals, because trust me, if you don't set up those goals, if you don't set up those action based goals, it's not going to make sense. I'll show you how to do the applications. I'll show you how to come up with a good portfolio, a good resume, how to send your applications and all that, but it's never going to happen unless you do it, right? So with all of that said, this is your boy Emapreneur Closer. I love every single one of you. That is why I create videos like these ones, showing you guys how to actually set your goals, how to find remote the remote work, corporate work, freelance gigs, and all of that. So you can actually go ahead and take steps and finally land yourself a role, right? So with all of that said, this is about my opinion close now. So you can just go in the description of this video down below. I'm gonna leave, I think, the first link in the description is gonna land you to an advanced program on how to actually start landing remote corporate and freelance gigs, right? So just go in the first link in the description of this video and you're gonna find that link. Click on it, and with all of that said, see you on the other side. Peace out.
Hello, friends. If you are looking for a job, you are trying to get a job right now, you have all these qualifications, you have a degree, you have skills, and right now you don't know how to get started, you don't know where to get your next job, a proper high paying job, a job that's gonna take care of you. This video is for you. I'm actually creating this video for you. Trust me, if you can't sit back and watch, a few minutes video on how to get a job, showing you tactics, strategies that you can actually put in place to, build up your career, I'm sorry, but I cannot help you, right? There are two types of people that can help right now. People that are trying all their best, putting in their level best to build up their career, and they don't understand how to do that. And people, that, maybe probably you have a degree or you don't have a degree, you have skills or you don't have skills, and you just want to build up something for yourself. Either you want a corporate career, a freelance career, or maybe you want to look for better places to get a job and build up your career. This video is for you. I'm going to show you exactly what you need to start putting in place right now, and if you do that, I can guarantee you in the next 28 days you are going to get hired, right? I can tell you this for a fact. If you follow through this video, you pick your book, and your pen, and you take down notes, you are actually going to get hired in less than 28 days, because I'm going to be exposing habits principles that are actually keeping people stuck and preventing you from, getting to your dream career, right? And this is exactly what this video is meant. So if you want to get a remote job, corporate job, you want to start building up your career right now, you have to watch this video in one setting to the end. Write down notes, turn off every distraction, right? Switch off the notifications on your phone, put this video on full screen and block yourself from any form of noise that might distract. So let's get started. If you're trying to get a job right now, I know some of you probably have a degree, some of you have skills, probably skills in marketing, graphic designing, social media marketing, sales. Maybe you have skills in IT whatsoever. You're looking for a job because you want to make some money, right? And probably one of the causes of, the reason as to why you don't have the job that you're looking for right now is because you have, a wrong mindset, right? You have a wrong mindset, and we have to change this mindset. Or probably you have wrong beliefs, your network of people that you hang around with are not people that can actually, hire you. Probably maybe you need to work on your character, you need to work on your discipline. It's any of these things that I've written down right here, right? So let's jump into it, because I know this is the problem most people are struggling with. You're looking for a job, trying to build up your career, but why is it that you are not getting that job? So I want you to focus on this triangle right here, right? So so the first thing you're going to focus on are these three key pillars, right? So these are the three key pillars that I want you to work on. So the first key pillar are your belief systems, right? Your belief systems. Then I want you to look at your skills. Then I want you to focus on your characteristics, right? I know some of you are thinking, oh, Entrepreneur Closer, I thought you were going to show us, where to find remote jobs, where to find corporate jobs, who to contact if I want to get a job and things like that, right? Trust me, I can show you all of that if you want to, where to find remote jobs, how to get. But if you don't have the correct belief systems, if you don't have the correct skills, and if you don't have the correct characteristics, you are going to struggle to get a job, no matter how much I show you where to get these things. I can give you an example. I know some of you that are watching my videos right now are degree holders, master's degree holders. You have skills in graphic designing whatsoever, and your skills, the knowledge you've acquired in university, in school, is not helping you to actually get the job. Why? Simply because there are things that you haven't yet mastered, things that you haven't yet gotten to understand, before you can be somebody capable of being given that job, right? So I'm going to talk about, skills first right here. So what you want to understand is that, if you are going to, be of an advantage compared to people out there, then you have to be skilled, right? You have to, invest in educating yourself. So here's, things that you need skills in. So for example, one of the skills I believe every single individual, every person on earth should be able to master is the skills in, skills in sales and marketing, right? So the reason as to why you have to master skills in sales and marketing is simply because, look at this, this life we live in, is full of opportunities, right? So the people that have advantage over others are people that are able to communicate their messaging, are able to articulate, their messaging so well, right? Such that the world views them as people who are capable at what they do. So now, how you are going to be good at that is if you understand the art of marketing yourself and selling yourself, right? So here is the thing: every human being is a born marketer and a born salesperson. So I can give you an example. Every time you are looking for a job, you're called for interviews, you are marketing yourself, right? You are marketing yourself. Marketing is simply communication. This is how I basically, define marketing communication. So every time, think of yourself as a product and you are marketing yourself to that company, you're marketing yourself to that organization that you're trying to work with. You are marketing yourself to your potential clients. You're marketing yourself to any form of person that you want to have a specific dealing with, right? That's all marketing. So how you are going to quickly get hired is if you understand the principles of marketing that get people hired. How do you speak to a potential client? To a potential employer. How do you dress? How do you how do you present yourself to your potential employer? That is all marketing. And if we talk about sales right here, think of you here at this table. You've come for an interview, right? And there is the CEO here, there is the HR here, maybe let's say there is finance here, and there is you here, employee, right? So these people that are interviewing you, right, they're trying to get some few things out of you. So I'm going to write those things right here. So these are some of the things that they're trying to identify out of you, right? So number one, they're trying to know if you are capable of carrying out that role, that task, right? Secondly, they're trying to find out how skilled you are. And thirdly, they're trying to find out if you possess the characteristics of a person that they're looking for. So now it's your job as somebody who is looking for a job, and somebody who's trying to become an employee, to demonstrate capability, to demonstrate skill, and to demonstrate the characteristics that the employer is looking for, right? So basically, these are some of the things that you have to learn if at all you are actually going to get hired. Because trust me, I've seen people who have spent years and years and years and years and years in society looking for a job, trying to get and things like that, and they are failing to break through. They're failing to actually get themselves a job, right? So you need skills. Then you need to have the correct belief systems, right? You need to have the correct belief systems. So here's the thing: if you are a person who doesn't believe that you are employable, trust me, you are going to die pitying yourself, right? If you don't believe that you have what it takes to get employed, you don't believe that you have what it takes to get that job, if you don't believe, you are never ever going to put in the necessary input for you to get that job. And because you are not putting in the necessary input that is demanded for you to get the job, you are not going to get the job, because in the first place you are putting in nothing, putting in zero, right? So you have to believe that you are somebody who is worth that job. You have to believe that you are somebody who can actually get a job paying $1,000. You have to believe you're somebody who can get that job paying whatever job that you are looking for. IT, you're looking for a job in IT, you're looking for a job in sales and marketing, if you're looking for a job in supply, if you're looking for a job in the HR, if you're looking for a job in accounts, whatever job that you're looking for, there are a bunch of companies out there that are looking to hire people like you. But before they can actually hire you, you have to demonstrate skill, you have to have the correct belief systems, and you have to possess the correct, characters, right? So now, once you have, you've built in the correct, skills, you have the correct skills now, you have the correct belief systems now, the next thing that you want to do is you want to possess the right, characteristics, right? Characteristics. So here are some of the characteristics that you need to possess for you to actually beat the competition, right? So first, you have to be able to focus, right? So I see most people trying to build up their career, but the reason they're failing is because they're simply distracted. They are out of the earth, distracted. Today, they are chasing this shiny object. The other day, they're chasing this shiny object. The other day, they are in this place, that place, that place. You are spreading your energy way, 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 way too much, and that is why you are actually failing to get to where you're trying to get to, because in the first place, you simply cannot focus. You simply cannot sit back and choose to do one thing, right? So that is the problem. You simply cannot focus. But if you can say to yourself that, okay, this period, give yourself 3 months, right? Give yourself 3 months or 90 days and focus, right? So that 90 days, you are going to come up with a plan of attack on how you are going to look for a job. You're going to come up with a plan of attack on how you're going to launch your career, how you're going to be the best at whatever it is that you are trying to do, right? Trust me, there is completely nothing that can stop you, right? So you need to be focused, you need to be disciplined, right? And you need to be consistent, right? You need to be consistent. If you can be consistent, trust me, there is no reason as to why you wouldn't get what you want to get. If you can be disciplined enough to stay focused, remember, if you can be disciplined enough to stay focused, there is simply no reason as to why you wouldn't get what you're trying to get, right? So this is basically the thing you need to understand. If you're trying to build whatever you're trying to build, this does not only apply to people who are looking for a job, doesn't only apply to people who are trying to build their career. It applies to everybody who is trying to, become the best version of themselves. Whatever it is that you're trying to do, you need to have the correct belief systems, you need to master the correct skill sets, and you need to have the correct characteristics, right? And with a combination of these 3 things, trust me, there is completely nothing that can actually stop you from accomplishing whatever you want to accomplish, right? The right skills, right? The right, belief systems, right? Belief systems, right? And, characteristics. If you have these 3 things in place, trust me, you are ready to go. So on characteristics, like I said, you have to be somebody who is able to focus. You have to be disciplined, right? And you have to be consistent, right? And belief systems, you have to have the undeniable, look at the word I'm using, undeniable belief that whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish in your career, you can actually accomplish it. You paint a clear picture of what you are trying to accomplish, and you accomplish it, right? And with the right skills here, this really depends on what you're trying to achieve. If you're trying to get into sales and marketing, you need to study a master sales and marketing. If you're trying to get into IT, you need to study a master IT. If you're trying to get into graphic designing, you need to study a master graphic designing, right? If you're trying to get into, engineering, you need to study a master engineering. If you're trying to get into accounts, whatever, field that you're in, trust me, if you possess the right characteristics, master the right skills, and possess the right belief systems, trust me, there is completely no reason as to why you wouldn't accomplish whatever it is that you are trying to accomplish, right? So basically, this conversation that I've just had with you is one of the most, conversation that I need to have with you before I can just start walking you through, where to get jobs, how to apply for a job, and things like that, So every time you're trying to achieve something, you have to understand that there are two things in play, right? Two things in play. So if you have these two things correctly, trust me, there is nothing that can stop you. So the first thing that is in play is your mindset, right? Remember, your mindset is in play here. And the second thing that is in play right here is, your skill set. Right? So there are two things here: mindset and skill set. So there are people that have the correct skills, right? You are skilled at whatever you're trying to do, sales and marketing, evaluation, whatever you're trying to achieve, right? You're skilled. But with the wrong mindset, if you don't have the correct mindset, trust me, it's going to be very, very hard for you to accomplish what you want to accomplish. So you have to build up this mindset that makes it undeniable, that makes it so hard for you to fail, right? Because if you have the right skill set and wrong mindset, these things don't move together. You have to have the correct mindset and the correct skill sets, right? So now here is where it gets deeper and deeper and better. So people believe in the wrong things. Remember, I started from teaching about belief systems, skills, characteristics, and everything in those lines. People have the wrong belief systems, and that is why they are failing to get what they're trying to get in life, right? With regards to building their career or whatsoever, right? So people, here are the wrong beliefs of people, right? Believe. So never believe in these things. So some people believe that, there are no jobs. They tell themselves that, there are no jobs, jobs are hard to find, you need connections to get a job. Probably this is what people believe in. There are no jobs. Jobs are hard to find. You need to have connections to get a job. But I can tell you for a fact that this is not true. This is a lie, and you are simply justifying yourself for not having a good job, for not having, a good career, for being lazy to build your career. You're using these wrong beliefs to justify the fact that you're not doing the most to actually get to where you're trying to get to. And that is why you are even stuck in the first place. Because if you believe whatever you believe in, trust me, that thing becomes your reality. Whatever you believe in, I don't care what it is. Whatever you believe in, it becomes your reality, right? So here is the raw truth right now, right? So if you think there are no jobs, right? Think of this as corporate, right? So this is corporate. If you believe there are no jobs, Try to go on LinkedIn, right? Go on LinkedIn today, and if you go on LinkedIn, you are going to discover that there is this person who has just landed a new role, paying them, $1,000. Today they've landed a new role. There is this another person here who has been promoted. There is this other person right here who is flying to go and work abroad. Just today, there are people who've been employed, there are people who've been promoted, there are people who are flying outside the country to go and work in a foreign country, right? And here is you that believes there are no jobs, right? So if jobs, let's say, ended in 2024, how come is it that yesterday, there are people who got hired and you didn't? It's simple. You believe there are no jobs and therefore you didn't put in the necessary input that you needed to put in for you to be the guy that could have gotten that job. That is why you are still struggling right now watching this video, right? So now, how do we actually change that? So here is how we can actually get to change that. So how we get to change that here is that you need to understand the mindset of an employer. I want you to understand the mindset of an employer. And once you understand the mindset of an employer, trust me, it's going to be 10 times, 100 times easy for you to get a job. But before I walk you through the mindset of an employer, you have to understand that, society, right? So this is society. It has a bunch of mediocre people who are looking for the same type of job that you're looking for, who have the same qualifications as you, people who are complaining like you, people who are just lazy as you are, people who are trying to get a job by complaining, by blaming the government, by blaming whatsoever that is not working. So in short, society is full of mediocre men, right? And for this reason, employers have realized that, okay, society is full of mediocre men who have gone to the same university. They've probably studied at the same university, studied the same thing. They are in society. They think they're just going to get a job, sit in the office, and get paid for having a degree. So this is not the reason that employers are going to hire you. Oh, okay, I have a degree, I'm going to get paid, I'm going to get a job now, I'm good, I'm set for life. No, right? Remember, like I said, you have to study the mindset of an employer. So right now, I just want you to understand these things before we can help you understand the mindset of an employer, right? So here is the thing. There are millions and millions and millions of companies around the world that are willing to hire you. The reason as to why you're not getting hired is simply because probably you possess the wrong belief systems. You think, okay, for me to get hired, I need some form of connections or whatever nonsense you believe in. Okay, maybe you don't have the correct characteristics of a person who is worth hiring. That is why you're not getting hired. Or probably maybe you are lacking skill, right? That is why you're not getting hired. Yeah, probably it's any of these things that are preventing you from getting hired. And in short, you are preventing yourself from getting that job that you're looking for. The only person to blame right now is you, right? So how do we then change this? Remember, there are thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of companies They are looking to hire somebody who is as qualified as you are. I'm trying to get this into your head so that you stop believing whatever you've been believing for the longest right now, right? So there are millions of companies. So if there are millions of companies that are around the world, and there are more hundreds and hundreds of companies being founded every single day, right? Out of these millions of companies, you only need one job. You only need one job. And remember, you are competing with people who are mediocre. These mediocre people are not looking for a job, meaning they are not giving you competition in the first place. You are competing with people who are lazy. These people, even if they get a job by chance, they will get fired because they will do nothing at their workplace and their boss will be upset and kick them out. You are competing with people who have zero skill. Zero skill. These people have zero skill. They didn't take time to work on themselves, meaning even if they were to get hired today, they would do nothing. They have no skill, So, in short, what I'm saying here is that you have no competition. You have no competition, right? You have no competition. So if you do a study, right? Go and study. You are going to discover that these companies you think already have everybody hired. They are looking for employers. And if these companies are looking for employees and no one is getting hired, I'm sure you are thinking, why? If companies are looking for employers and there are millions of people who are looking for a job, and why are these companies struggling to find employers? It's simply simple. It's because this society has a bunch of lazy, mediocre people who can't deliver. And that is why even companies are finding it extremely hard to find people to hire, right? Because these people are lazy, mediocre people who can't even deliver, right? So now, how do we make you the right person? Before I move, I was talking about the mindset of an employer, right? An employer. So an employer, runs this organization, right? They run an organization, and these employers care about their organization. So, who are the ideal, employees they are looking for? They are looking for an employee who is skilled. However, they are hiring for. They are looking for an employee who is probably organized. You have to be organized. They are looking for an employee who can push company mission further, because you have to understand that to build an empire, you need people. They are looking for an employee who basically add value to their company, right? So every time you are reaching out to decision makers in a company, you are reaching out to potential employers, the question is, are you skilled? Are you organized? Can you push their company mission further? Are you going to add value? Right? Employers are not trying to hire you because you have no job. No. Employers, I don't know if I'll be right to say this, are selfish people who are trying to push their mission by hiring more people. And this is selfish in kindness, right? Because remember, let me just give you this here, right? So most of you, I'm sure you're wondering, oh great, so this is probably what I've been missing right here. So if I do this correctly, obviously I'm gonna get hired. The answer is completely yes. If you build your skills, you change your character and your belief system, there is no reason as to why you are not going to get hired if you have these three things in place, right? So great. Now you understand, what is going to get you hired, right? You understand what employers are looking for, right? And you understand what employers are not looking for. And now you know that there are millions and millions and millions of companies out there that are looking for people who are exactly like you, and you have zero competition because everybody else is mediocre, everybody else is lazy, everybody else cannot put in the right amount of work to help that organization move further. Now they have no choice but to hire you. They have no choice but to hire you. So now, how do you make an employer left with zero choice but to hire you? How do you make sure that you make an employer have zero choice but to hire you? It's completely simple right here. So the first thing that you're going to have to do is that you want to study their organization, and with your expertise, you want to offer an elevation. With your expertise, you want to offer an elevation solution. So this is exactly how you get hired. Make an employer left with zero choice but to hire you. First, study their organization. Here you show that you care about their mission, their visions, their values, whatever they're trying to accomplish. Study their organization. Show that you care. And now, with your expertise at what you do, offer them an elevation solution. Right? So let me give an example right here, just to get you to understand how people get hired, right? And why millions and thousands of people don't have jobs, simply because they don't have this knowledge that I'm sharing with you right now, right? So I want you to imagine this, right? So there is this employer, right? So this guy right here is an employer. Let's say he's holding a briefcase here because he's rich and he has a lot of money. There's this employer right here. He has a company called GFS Cash. No, this is just a random name from the top of my head, right? And GFS Cash, is currently, making $10,000 in monthly recurring revenue, right? So this man right here, he wants to improve his status. He wants to improve his status, help more people because he's charitable. He wants to build, a global empire, right? And for him to accomplish whatever he wants to do, these things, he needs to make more money. He needs to grow his company. So at $10,000, he's unable to do what he's trying to, to do. So what does he then do? He has more sales reps. He has more sales reps. He has more, business development, business development experts at his company. So the reason why this man is going to hire these people, it's because he wants people who have the expertise, maybe to get him from $10,000 in monthly recurring revenue all the way to $100,000. So now here is, you've seen where the man is currently at. This is his initial position, and he's trying to get to his dream outcome. And he knows that for me to get my dream outcome, I need people who come in and push the vision further. So what will this man do now? He's going to look for people who are going to, help him push the vision further. So what's going to happen is, here is you, somebody who is looking to get hired. I'll name you as an employee right here. You are great at sales. What you're going to do is you're going to reach out to this man and say, hey, Mr. X, I have developed XYZ system for your organization to help you get X amount of extra sales. Feel free to use my strategy, for I have developed it already for you. If you need more of such things from me, or if you need more of such materials from me, please feel free to reach out. All right? So this is going to make you 10 times look more different from any other typical employee who is looking for a job, because you here, what you've done is that you've proven this employer correctly, because you are leading with value. Number one, you are leading with value. And remember, this employer is looking for people who can bring in value in his organization, and people who are going to be able to push his organization to his, to his dream outcome. And for you, as somebody who went and gave him something of valuable, he's going to deem you as somebody who is worth, giving the opportunity to push his company further, right? Unlike what millions of people are going to be doing. Millions of people are going to be sending him CVs, they're going to be sending him, cover letters, applying for a job. Some are going to be asking for money. No, I'm poor, my mom is at the deathbed, I need money. Some are going to be saying, no, my landlord has kicked me out of my house, now I can't pay rent, please hire me. So remember, these are problems, and human beings by nature, by default, they hate people who bring them problems, because these people are already struggling with problems that they need solution to. So you can't be the second person bringing them problems. So what you are then going to do to beat this competition of people who are actually doing similar boring things is you have to lead with value. Right? The more you lead with value, trust me, the higher the chances of you getting hired. So I want to give you a challenge right now. So mark these challenges that I'm giving you right now, because these are the action that you're going to have to take if you really want to develop your career. So what you're going to do here is that you're going to come up with 100 companies that you genuinely love, 100 companies that you genuinely love, and you feel you can help them achieve X result. So once you come up with these 100 companies, I want you to come up with a framework that you are going to reach out to these companies and their decision makers. Once you come up with these 100 companies and the framework they're going to use to reach out to these companies and the decision makers, now I want you to create something of complete value. Think of something, if you could sell it, let's say you can sell it for $10,000. Craft it so good that if you could sell it, you can sell at $10,000. If you don't believe in yourself, at least if you could sell it, it can be worth $1,000, right? Do something for them. Then I want you to reach out to them in that framework, right? Every single day, remember, if you believe in yourself, if you stay disciplined and focused, remember, it's so simple. You have the correct belief systems, right? And you have the correct skills, with which I believe you are going to be practicing your skills from today onwards, right? And you have the correct characteristics, meaning you can focus, you can stay disciplined, and you can stay consistent. Do what I've just told you consistently for the next 30 days. Trust me, if you still don't get hired, I'm gonna delete all my social media platforms, get out of the internet, and go to the farm and probably start living at the farm with my grandma, right? So this is exactly what I'm gonna do if what I'm showing you right now doesn't work, provided you implement, right? Because I know most of you are going to learn something from me, as valuable as this is, and you're gonna sleep for the next 30 days and come back on my videos and comment, oh yeah, it didn't work, whatever you're teaching me, it didn't work because you didn't work, right? So the only reason as to why the information I'm giving you won't work is if you don't work, right? But if you work on this information, you put in the energy, the efforts, the input I'm giving you right now, trust me, this is probably going to work for you. So if you want to learn more from me, I'm going to leave a link down in the comment section, or you can just comment down below launch, right? Comment launch down below, or you can contact this number right here, 0976747922, right? It's like this, 0976747922, and I'm gonna hold you by your hand and show you how to get this done, right? So if you have this taken note, right, I want you to come up with an action plan. And this action plan that you're going to come up with is going to cover, number one, you're going to cover, skills. What skill are you going to be learning from today onwards? If you already have mastered a skill, think of, developing yourself in that skill. Every single day, spend an hour plus developing yourself in that skill. The other thing I want you to do is I want you to do 20 to 30 applications plus connect with thought leaders, connect with CEOs, CFOs, HR, people who can potentially hire you. And how you do this is by leading with value. I actually showed you how to lead with value, right? Trust me, if every single day you're reaching out to 20 to 30 people, sending applications, connecting to CEOs, CFOs, HRs, and decision makers of companies for the next 30 days, you will definitely get hired. This I can promise you, you will definitely get hired. So now, how do we then now get hired? Where do we look for jobs? What do we need and things like that, right? So here's the thing. So here are some of the places right now that you are going to find unlimited jobs, right? I know this is the part you've been waiting for, but what I've just showed you is the most important, right? So the first place you can go to is you can go to Google. Remember, Google, the brain of all information, will show you which company is looking for who, right? So what you want to do here on Google is go on Google and type industry plus, location, and go to maps, and you'll find endless companies that you can start to solicit. So how do you do this? Here's exactly how you do this. So you go on Google, you type, for example, fintech companies in Lusaka, fintech companies in New York, fintech companies in New Jersey, marketing agency, whatever industry you are looking for, you type it right there. Then you go to maps and you're going to find endless of companies that you can reach out to. So once you've done this, what I want you to do next is that I want you to go to the websites of these companies and find their email, or find the names of decision makers, or go to their careers page, right? So if you find their emails, then you can shoot them your application leading with value. If you find the name of the decision makers, you can go on LinkedIn and connect with that decision maker on LinkedIn. Make sure that your profile is well optimized, looking like a professional, stating exactly your area of expertise and what you do. Because if you go and reach out to these decision makers on LinkedIn and they discover that your profile looks like somebody who doesn't understand what he's trying to achieve in life, trust me, they are never ever going to want to associate with you. That is the first aspect that you have to understand. People still judge a book by its cover. This is so unfortunate. So you have to look representable if at all you're going to connect with these people. Look professional, right? So yeah, now start striking conversations. Tell them what to do, how you can help their company to move from where they are to where they're trying to get to, right? So if you do this to 20 to 30 companies and decision makers of these companies every single day, there is no reason as to why no one will want to hire you. There's completely no reason, right? So this is one of the ways that you can actually get hired right here. So the other way that you can actually get hired is, number one, joining forums. Number two, right, joining forums. We have a lot of forums that you can join. So find forums on Facebook that are about whatever, your area of expertise. If it's sales and marketing, find forums that talk about sales and marketing. You may just find job posts for people looking for people in sales and marketing. If it's forums that talk about, organizations, join forums that talk about value, organizations, building businesses, development, the corporate world, skills, whatsoever. Join these forums and add value in these forums. Talk about, be the person that joins the forum and adds value, right? Share principles, strategies, tactics, experiences, right? As possible as you can. Before you know it, trust me, a potential employer may spot you and have you employed. What I'm saying right now may look like a joke, but trust me, the moment you begin doing it, you are going to realize that it's something that you needed the most to build your career, right? So you can join forums right here. And the second thing that you can actually do right here is to, open a LinkedIn account. Open a LinkedIn account. Once you open a LinkedIn account, I want you to do these things on a LinkedIn account. So the first thing I want to do is that I want you to, look for people who have professional LinkedIn accounts, get inspiration from them, and build a very professional LinkedIn account for yourself. And secondly, I want you to connect with CEOs, CFOs, HR, etc., decision makers in companies. Then next, I want you to go to LinkedIn jobs and start sending out applications. Don't limit yourself, right? You're gonna find, local jobs. You're gonna find international jobs, and you're gonna find remote jobs. Whatever you are trying to accomplish, go for it. Trust me, before you know it, you are going to get something that will actually get you started for your career. And next here, I want you to go to, job boards. When you go to these job boards, like remote work, we work remotely, and a bunch of other job boards. Here you're gonna find a bunch of jobs that are hiring in different positions. Go ahead and start sending out, your application. So if you utilize all of these strategies that I've just shared with you right now, there is no single reason on earth as to why you are not going to get hired. There is no single reason on earth whatsoever as why you are never ever going to get hired, right? So this 1 hour that you have spent with me on this video, trust me, if you rewatch this video again and again and again and again and again, and moreover, you can ask me as many questions as you possibly want in the comment section. Trust me, I'm going to be there to respond to all your questions concerning your career, right? Because my priority at the moment is to help people launch their careers, right? I may not be there to actually help you develop, but the first thing you want to do as quickly as you can is launching your career. This, you want to do it as fast as you can. Then from there, you want to systemize your career. Then from systemizing, you want to scale your career, right? So most people haven't even yet launched their career. Few people are systemizing their career. Very tiny people are scaling their career. So now, I may not be able to help you to systemize, scale, but I want you to help you to launch your career. So how do you launch your career? Is by using the exact same tactics and strategies that I've just showed you in this video, right? So if you are looking for a job that is paying, $1,000 Probably maybe you want to become a copywriter and write copy for very, very big companies, or maybe you want to become a remote sales rep, or maybe you want to become an IT expert, and build robust IT systems and softwares for companies, or maybe you want to become customer care. You want to do customer care, or maybe you want to do engineering. Whatever you want to do, give yourself a target of that which you are trying to do with your career, and trust me, you are going to be far more ahead than you thought you could get, right? Because of these right action that you're gonna start taking, right? So here is a bonus tip, right? So, and I really want you to take this seriously, right? So I want you to buy a book and write your three career goals. Go and write your three career goals. The first thing I want you to write is your dream income career. Like, how much money are you trying to make from the career that you're launching? And from there, I want you to paint exactly how life would look like if you manage to get this career launched. And I want you to paint exactly how pathetic life would look like if you fail, right? And from there, I want you to create an action plan of how you are going to get here. And just by doing this, you are going to be further ahead than most people, right? And what I want to do is look at that paper every single day that goes by. Look at it, right? And every single day, the first 4 hours of your day, you should be doing activities. You should be doing activities that will help you launch your career. And trust me, if you dedicate 4 hours of a day doing activities that will help you launch your career, there is no reason as to why you wouldn't launch your career. And the next 4 hours of your day is, for strategy, and probably changing a few things, and making things better. In the remaining time, you can rest, do your thing. That's fine. You need to balance, and don't forget to continue learn and sharpen your skills. If you do what I have just showed you today, you have the potential of launching your career in the next 30 days and getting ahead of all your peers, ahead of most people, because most people don't do what I've just taught you right now. And I know most of you are gonna find it very, very challenging, very, very hard. You're gonna struggle because you're gonna struggle to deal with your belief systems, to change your belief systems, right? You're gonna struggle with this because what I'm telling you is, if your belief systems have taken you nowhere, probably you have wrong belief systems, right? If the kind of characters you possess right now have taken you nowhere, meaning you have wrong ones. If the skills that you have right now have taken you nowhere, meaning you haven't taken time to sharpen those skills, and you are going to find it a bit challenging to to deal with this. And probably this is what might actually take you long to actually even launch your career, because you're still struggling to get your belief systems together. You're still struggling, to develop your skills. You're still struggling to get your characters in place. And that is why I actually came up with the Launch Your Careers program. So if you want to be part of this program, you can actually contact me. You can send me a WhatsApp and type in launch and I'm gonna hold you by your hand and help you to launch your career. Or in other words, let me know if you have any specific questions for me in the comment section, and I'm gonna be there to answer all your questions concerning your career, right? Things about freelancing, things about remote work, things about corporate work, and anything relating to your career. I'm here to help you solve that part of your life, right? So with all of that said, this is your boy Entrepreneur Closer, and a lot of single of you. And with all of that said, in my next video, I'm gonna be showing you exactly how to connect with thought leaders. So wait for that video, it's coming, right? Peace out to every single of you, and see you in my next video, and hope you go right now and secure your dream job, your dream career, because right now I've just given you information that will save you probably the next 10 years of your life. I hope so, if only you implement, right? With all of that said, this is Obama Premier Closer. A lot of you, and peace out.